What's going on, everyone? It's Mike back again here for the deadline day 5-hour special live stream. I've even put a shirt on for the occasion, unlike me co-host. That's typical. Guys, we're already getting comments in. We're already flying. John, more importantly, bud, how are you? Are you excited for another transfer?
I'm excited, I'm really excited. It's a bit quiet at the minute. I wanted Zaha in and seen a few tweets earlier on this morning. He was getting on a plane. Apparently, someone has come out to Palace and said that 99.9999% it's not going to happen. Maybe there's a surprise in the pipeline. I don't know. Listen, transfer deadline day is all about excitement. It's all about surprises. This is our first one we've done on the channel for the watch along. So let's hope we get a surprise in the next couple of hours to really make this worthwhile.
Absolutely. And we've got some fantastic guests on, and I'm just going to read through them. Look, we have a list and a schedule. Can you believe it? Honest to God, we have stepped it up big style here. So at 6:30 to 6:45, and actually he's already waiting. I can see him sitting there, bless him. We've got young Alfie, who will be on with John. Then at 6:45 to 7, we've got Morgan. He's coming on with me. Then at John, and then at 7 till 7:30, we've got John and Ben Winstanley. At 7:30 to 8 o'clock, we've got Mike and the Canary Cast, or Cast Canaries. Either way, they are the Norwich channel who will be giving us a lowdown on Everton's new addition, Ben Godfrey, alongside some of the transfers from the Championship. Then at 8 o'clock to 8:30, we've got the in-demand Holly from the Spurs channel. She's coming on, and she's going to be with John at 8 till 8:30. Then at 8:30 till 9, we've got my little YouTube brother, the True Fox from Leicester City. He will be on. At 9 o'clock till 9:30, we've got John and Gab from 2 Up Football Show. And then at 9:30 till 10, we've got John Mann from Manhandled, Chelsea fan channel, with me. And then 10 to 11, it's me and John back at it. We have got a big night for you tonight. So let's go through some of these comments. And our first comment today comes from Mark Anderson at 3:17, 2 hours, 43 minutes before this all started. Guys, we now need a striker now. Keane's gone to PSG. So from an Everton perspective, John, I think Everton need a striker now, don't you?
Well, you see, if Keane goes, it's not. Yeah, listen, it is still needed that we need an attacking player in, if not a striker, someone who can play in that role or anywhere across the middle the way we're playing. But now Walcott's gone to Southampton. The rumours, very, very light rumours, should I say, that Bernard could be off to Roma. So, listen, if we've lost Keane, we've lost Walcott. They're definite, in my opinion. So we have to bring someone in, unless he's going to rely on Tosin. Now, for me, if we want to keep this run going, if we do start picking injuries, or can you rely on St. Tosin? In my opinion, no. I will be surprised if we don't bring an attacking player in the last few hours of the window.
Fair enough. We also had Jabs 1469. I doubt we will get any more signings. I think we are 6 skint now. I think there might be one. Mike Nixon, comment here. He thinks Everton need a keeper. I agree. I think, for me, I think it's a must. I think it's important we get a keeper.
I can see a keeper coming in. I can see us getting a keeper in.
Yeah, it'll be Gazzaniga or Romero. I think it'll be one or the other. Personally, I would prefer Romero, but I rate both of them, so I'm absolutely.
It looks like Gazzaniga. It does look like Gazzaniga.
Yeah, that's fine. Right, okay. So let's speed out some of the other comments. Here we go. Let's. Here we go. Thoughts on Souness' incompetence on Sky? Did you hear his comments last night, John?
Well, I've seen what he said about he's played abroad, and I can't really remember the word he said, but apparently it was sort of racist. Now, this is the incompetence from the people who work for Sky Sports, and they keep getting away with it. Souness has come out yesterday. You've got Spit the Dog spitting at members of the public, but they're still there. And how, you know, if that was, if someone got in my taxi and I spat at them, I'd probably get the radio took out my car. If Michael went to a business meeting and spat at the person, lose his job. How do these people keep getting away with the incompetence that they show? You know, was it racist in a roundabout way? Yes, it was. So he should be pulled in. He should be given at least a warning, and let's see what becomes of it. But listen, we all know Sky, so probably nothing will come of it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair comments. Okay, right. Let's get on to some of the stuff that has happened already today. Rumour mills everywhere. So Party to Arsenal, 45 million.
Apparently
Be a good signing for Arsenal, that.
Apparently he's on a plane now.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, Party adding to Arsenal is probably what they need at this moment in time. You know, they've strengthened with Magalos at the back. They've brought in potentially Partey, who looks like he's coming in. Arsenal look like they're going to be quite an aggressive team. Rumours earlier was that potentially Lacazette could go.
Who?
Lacazette. Which I think was incredibly odd. I think it's very late in the day for that to happen.
Very late with no rumours for a move like that to happen, isn't it?
Yeah. Obviously, they've also lost Guendouzi today. Guendouzi is joining Hertha Berlin. What do you make of Arsenal then, John?
Well, listen, this party, they've been after for quite a while. So obviously it's a player they really, really rate. £45 million buyout clause, you know. So obviously he's a quality player. But I've watched Arsenal most games this season. And if I was an Arsenal supporter, I'd be really, really frightened about how they play the ball out from the back. Now, they've done it against Liverpool. And even when they get caught out, they still continue to do it. Now, if I was sitting in the Emirates watching that, I know we're not at the minute, but if I was sitting there watching Arsenal as an Arsenal fan, that would put the absolute shit. So it may, but they still continue to do it. I can see why they do it. I can see why they put men all around the edge of the box and pass it round, because it drags the opposition in, and then they can play over the top because they've got the pace of Pepe, they've got the pace of Lacazette, they've got the pace of Aubameyang. So it's great when it works. But if it doesn't work and they lose the ball, 9 times out of 10, they concede. For me, I wouldn't like Everton to play like that. Yeah, Arsenal have always played good football since the Wenger days. That, for me, is just a little bit too much.
Let's also talk about somebody else who has left our club, Everton. He looks like he's on his way to Southampton. That's Theo Walcott, a player that was never going to make it in the Everton team in the end.
It's a good move for Theo Walcott. You know, I think it's a move that had to be done for himself. I don't think he has a future at Everton Football Club. Listen, he started his career at Southampton when he was, I think he come through the youth academy at Southampton. Not sure how long he's got left on his contract at Everton. Not sure whether this is the last 12 months. So if it is, you know, obviously at the end of this, then he'll probably finish his career at Southampton as long as he does the job they've took him in to do. So I think it's a good move for all parties, to be fair. You know, he's not bad enough to be just sitting on a bench somewhere. Do you know what I mean? And I think in a team like Southampton, that's no disrespect to the Saints whatsoever, but I think he'll be good for them. I think he will be good for them. I think at Everton, with the players we've brought in, I think his future at Everton was over. And look, Everton have agreed to let him go. So listen, all I want to say is good luck to Theo.
Can I just shout out Gary Northedge for the £20 donation? Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you ever so much, Gary. Jesus Christ, for 10 minutes in and already massive donations like that. And I also want to shout out Ant Partridge, an Albion fan here. Kalen Grant to Albion. I think that would be a massive move for Albion. It will cost a lot of money. Big breaking news. We get to do our new signing video. Alex Telles has been confirmed as a Manchester United player. John, what's your take on that?
Is he the one from Atalanta?
Brilliant. He ain't got a fucking clue, has he?
No,
I haven't either. But I rate him very highly for what I saw on YouTube.
Is he the young kid from Atalanta, is it? Because if it is, they've signed him, but he can't come to United. If it's him, until 2021 because of visas and passports and all that. So they've signed him, but I don't think he can play if it's him. But I will be honest with you, I'm no Jim White, so I don't know who Alex Telles is, to be fair. And to be honest with you, neither does Jim White there. Jim White would probably... He hasn't got a fucking clue neither.
Brilliant.
Where are you up to on the comments, Michael?
I've literally barely done any.
Right, okay. Well, I'm going to join in now. I'm just going to jump in now. Jason Drury says, how can Arsenal spend this money when they let 55 employers go and sack the mascot? Which, totally agree with you, Jason, you know, and a few clubs have done this, you know, they get rid of, or they furlough staff, then they realise they can't keep them on, but yet they can go and spend all this money. Listen, that's Premier League football for you, and the staff who have smaller jobs at these teams, they're not really bothered in, to be fair. They're just dog bodies, and I agree with you. How can they spend it? Phil Mason, hello, fellow porn stars. Well, there's one here, Phil, and it's certainly not Michael. Jason Drury, Aurus, Arsenal have been linked with him for quite a while now. Looks like that deal could be back on according to Sky. I don't know how true that is, but we will keep an eye out on that one for you, Jason. Georgie boy, we'll have our own party when we win the league. We certainly will. And listen, it's not impossible to do that the way some of the teams who are expected to win the league are playing. You know,
well, wait for it, John. I just want to test something early doors. Are you ready?
Come on.
You ready? Are you all watching this? So not only are me and John doing the front end, the camera work, we've got Kane in the background who's doing graphics for us. And Kane has just sent me this.
Brilliant.
There we go.
Look at that. It's like Sky Sports News in the living room.
Honest to God, it's unbelievable, isn't it? It's absolutely unbelievable. So Alex Telles from Porto has signed. It's not the young lad from Atlanta that we were all getting confused with. I know who this is now. This is a very good footballer, someone they've paid a lot of money for, someone who's going to be able to break the lines for them, add that maybe a little bit of quality that maybe lack at times. Man United have started poorly. What's your take on Man United so far, John?
I think the result yesterday tells you everything. You know, obviously they've needed to bring strength in. They've needed to bring more quality in. And I put a tweet out yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if these players don't come in and Man United start winning. Solskjaer's probably got 2 or 3 games to save his job. Listen, Poch is still out there. He hasn't got a job. You know, if I was a betting man, if Man United don't win their next game, I would put money on Solskjaer being the first manager to be sacked this season in the Premier League.
Yeah, do you know what? I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong at all. We got a few people commenting on Twitter about us as well. The fact that we're live on Twitter as well, which is fantastic. We're also live on Twitch, guys. We've really stepped it up with this stream, like, you know, in terms of what we can do on here. So thank you ever so much as always for tuning in. Reading through some of the comments, and a lot of people are asking our thoughts on Aston Villa 7, Liverpool 2. Obviously, from an Everton perspective, it was great news. Everton going to the international break, top of the league.
Where's your drink?
I'm just going to open it in a minute. and here, just to keep the saltiness coming, there's another 6 of them.
I forgot mine.
So, anyway, what are your thoughts on the game? For me, personally, I think it's been obvious that Liverpool can't defend the way that they defended last season, all season. I saw it against Arsenal, and essentially, if you can pass the ball to your defenders, that means that Liverpool push onto you, which means their press starts. But the way that they press means that their back line is so high that if you've got fast players in behind, you're going to get through them. So if they play like that against Everton in 2 weeks' time, we're going to give them a kicking beyond belief. If Villa can score 7 past them, Everton will score 12.
And the thing is, as well, Alisson's out for 4 to 6 weeks. So if they don't bring a keeper in, you know, it looks like Adrian will be in goal again. Listen, for me, Ancelotti will have watched that yesterday, and he will have seen the weak spots. And, you know, Joe Gomez had a shocker. Van Dijk talking to a Liverpool supporter today in the taxi, and he actually thinks Van Dijk's living off his own media now, his own hype. You know, he hasn't started the season well. He got a bit cocky against Leeds, where he tried to bring the ball down, thought he had all the time in the world, and, you know, Leeds scored from it. I noticed last night as well, teams are attacking Trent Alexander-Arnold down that side all the time. He's a weak spot. Robinson can't defend. He's great going forward. Listen, going into this Merseyside derby, the way Everton are playing, if we can just get at Liverpool from the first whistle, put them under pressure with our flair players, with our attacking players, and, you know, just get stuck into them, I have no doubt we will win this game. And this is the most confident I've been beating a Liverpool side for a long, long time. For a long time. And I noticed it. The way Villa played last night was a bit like the way Arsenal did, the way I was talking before. A lot of the balls were over the top. If you've got pace against that back line of Liverpool, apart from Van Dijk, you will get in on goal. Jack Grealish was, you know, had a great game last night. Ross Barkley should have had an answer. He went through them, butter through knife, you know, and not taking nothing away from Aston Villa. It was an absolutely fantastic performance by Aston Villa last night. And you know what? It could have been more.
Yeah, it could have. Well, I'm just going to leave you to go through some of the comments. I obviously still have a child. I can't get rid of him pretending to be in the studio. So I've just got to say to him, John, I'm going to leave you with the comments, bud.
Okay. I just want to say as well, thanks for the donation as well. Michael said it before. I didn't get a chance to say it, so thanks very much. Jabs1469 says, I don't listen to Lineker because his stance on political crap. Yeah, he's actually quite vocal on Twitter as well, Gary Lineker. I haven't really got much time for him, to be fair. Daniel Ryan says, boys, I've just heard Jason Caton and Mike Newell at a Finch Farm have medicals now. I am buzzing with this. I'm telling you right now, I'd put Jason Caton in goal before Jordan Pickford. Blue Cali, hi all, any more coming in? Well, I think there'll definitely be a keeper who comes in. Whether we bring an attacking player on, you know, remains to be seen. But rumour, as I said before, if you didn't hear it, Bernard is rumoured to be going to Roma. So if he does go to Roma, Walcott's gone, Keane's gone. I'd be very surprised if we don't bring an attacking player in. If Bernard doesn't go, then for me, it'll probably just be a goalkeeper, but we will see. Eugene McGeever, Everton's good sign was when we signed Ben Godfrey today. Yeah, you know, £20 million. And listen, he looks a beast, absolute beast. I've watched a couple of clips of him on YouTube and also seen a lot of Norwich fans praising him on Twitter. You know, thanks for the good times. Sorry to lose you, blah, blah, blah. So looks like we've got a player on our hands there, folks. Corn van Platsen, how will Lookman get on at Fulham? I only see him go downhill. For me, Ademola Lookman is another Moise Keane. I think he thinks he's better than what he is. I think he's got an ego, you know, and he didn't settle at Everton. He went over to, I think it was RB Leipzig, spent a lot of time on the bench over there, you know, didn't get much game time whatsoever. Now he's gone to Fulham. I think he'll do all right at Fulham. For the simple fact is, I sound really bad on Fulham. Listen, I see Fulham going down. I think everyone will agree with me there. You know, Fulham will go down. But I think
they've already been paid out at the bookies.
What?
They've already been paid out on the bookies. The bookies have already said they're going down after 3 games. I said that.
Yeah, you know, it looks like they are in talks for a defender Fulham as well. But listen, I think it's too little, too late. I think, yeah, it's only 4 games in, but already they're not going to dramatically improve, in my opinion. Going back to the Ademola Lookman comment, I think he'll do okay, but I don't think it's enough to keep them up.
FGA, thank you for donating, bud. I apologise if we've missed it. I haven't been in the room. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. I can only see it when it sort of flashes up. Yeah, other interesting news today regarding Man United. They're after Ousmane Dembele, and it wouldn't surprise me if they sign him today.
Well, apparently Man United want a loan deal. Barcelona want to sell him. So well, it's a strange one, you know. Man United have already spent quite a bit of money on it.
It's going to happen.
Well,
it's going to happen. If there's a way
I was
that
a better
Man
man,
United,
I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it if it, but listen, this is always the quiet time, isn't it? You know what I mean? And the transfer window. And I think from 8 o'clock, you proper get into it, don't you? You're waiting it. And now we're going over to Finch Farm and you get excited. So I don't think they've been to I think they've been to Finch Farm once today with Vinny O'Connor, and that was when we signed Godfrey. So hopefully he is still there. Just a suggestion, get Everton tops on, lads. Reason why we haven't FGA is because it's not just Everton related, this. So, we are talking about other clubs and we are getting other podcasters on throughout the evening. So that's why we did put the Everton tops on. I put a plain white t-shirt on. Michael's put his pajama top on.
Yeah, what he said. Brilliant. Cheers for that. We've also got Holly in the comments. Are you guys streaming on Twitch too? Or hosting? I don't know how to do that, to be honest, but it is on Twitch right now. Like, apparently it is live on Twitch and on Twitter. So, yeah, also like this comment. Hi from Nigeria, doing a GoFundMe. So angry Everton won't pay for a keeper. I would do it myself. Twitter at Everton. Now, let's put this in perspective. Everton have spent a fair amount of money, 65 million on some good players. I do think a goalkeeper will come in. I really do.
I said that when you've gone. I do see, if we're going to get anyone, it'll be a goalkeeper, in my opinion. I know Ancelotti come out the other week and said it wasn't a position he was looking to fill. He likes Jordan Pickford. He thinks there's a good goalkeeper in there. For me, the game the other day was it. That was it for Jordan Pickford, in my opinion, and in Carlo Ancelotti's opinion. I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back the other day with that. Really do.
I love this one. Tashi _ Swish EFC 1878. Guys, you're doing a great job. Die-hard Everton fan from Switzerland, maybe the only one. Well, mate, it's an absolute pleasure you being here.
Yeah. I'll just jump back onto some of the comments. Davey Classen has returned to Ajax today, says Jabs 1469. Yeah, he did come out the other day and said, I'm sorry to, I can't even remember who we played for now. But he did say, look, Ajax is my club, so I do want to go back there. And it looks like he has returned. FGA says, good work, lads. Jake Jackson says, look, lost that, fellas. And Partridge says, brilliant graphics. Dave Prescott, come on, you Blues. Any more coming in, boys? As I say, we have discussed. I expect the keeper to come in. Maybe one more. I don't know. Phil Mason says, it's brilliant, that. Jabs 1469. But try Sims. He knows where the goal is. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. If we don't get a striker in, fully expect Ellis Sims to get more game time, or at least get on the bench more and get on. And Nico says, looking good, boys. Sky, copy this stream. Adam Smith, John, do you think Ben Godfrey will get into the starting 11? Not at the minute. Only for the simple fact of the matter is I thought Yerry Mina had his best game in a blue shirt the other day. And I think since the season started, I know Michael Keane had a few personal mental problems last year. He did come out and openly speak about that. But I think he's really, really stepped back up again, Michael Keane. I can't see, even if Mason Holgate come back fit now, I don't think he'd walk straight back into the team. But listen, he's a young kid, 22 years of age. Got Mason Holgate there, who's a young kid. The future looks bright for us at centre-half. I don't think he will get into the starting 11 yet. Jason Drury, I'm from Bristol. I think Yannick Bolasie would be a good move for Bristol City. Yeah, but Yannick Bolasie was linked with 2 Turkish clubs yesterday, and there's also been rumours that he was going to be involved in a move to Zaha, but that's all there's been. So I don't expect Yannick Bolasie to move on today, to be fair. King Arthur, Villa, Liverpool 7. Yep, absolutely phenomenal last night. Tommy Dog, lads, did you watch the 7-2 yesterday? Oh, yes, we did. Mozza 036. It pissed me brilliant yesterday at both games. It was like an early Christmas present. It certainly was, Mozza. King Arthur, would you buy Van Dijk, Liverpool? I don't know what that means, King, unfortunately. The 7-2 was funny. 5K with no video. Van Dijk is overrated. I don't think he's overrated. I think he believes in his own hype, but I do think he is a good goalkeeper, a good defender in my opinion. He's, you know, he is one of the best in Europe. There's no getting around that. But I do think he lives off his own hype. Blue Cali says Alisson is out of the Derby game, yet he's out for 4 to 6 weeks. Just going to scroll through a few of these because I don't want to miss any names out. Where are we? Cam Jolloff, wait till the Derby, trying to have a go at the Premier League champions. Yous are going to get done, no Vaseline. In your opinion, Cam, let's just see. And I hope if we do beat you, please drop into the comments on our match reaction because I'd love to welcome you back onto the channel. Mia Cow,
John,
what?
John, do you want to bring Alfie in now? It's a bit early, but Alfie is there. He is waiting.
Yeah,
obviously.
You haven't filled me in. Who's he from? What team? Because obviously I don't know. Is he a Blue?
Yeah.
Oh right, no, because I know some of the guests aren't from other channels, so other clubs, so I didn't know if Alfie was.
That's right. So he's Alpha.
Go on,
then. Right, guys, I shall see you in a bit. Alfie will be with John for the next, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll be on with Morgan just after. Who's also waiting. So this is very good, very very efficient, guys. I'll see you in a minute. John, don't fuck it up.
Brilliant.
Hello. Hello,
guys. Alfie, you all right, mate?
Yeah, man. Good.
Don't be nervous. You seem nervous there, mate. This your first time on?
Yeah, but we also run a fan page, but I'll get into that a bit later.
Sound, you're more than welcome to talk about that, mate. So what's your take on the window up to now then and on the players we brought in, mate?
It's been absolutely boss. We've been getting players for under 100 million. Like, we've been getting 5 decent players, and I'm just happy.
And it's great when you look at the likes of James Rodriguez, it's come out now, it didn't cost us a penny. Do you know what I mean? He's got to be one. I won't say one of the buys, because obviously he didn't cost us. That's got to be one of the best moves in the transfer window, in my opinion, up to now.
Yeah. It'll be a dream if we get like an attacker and a goalkeeper, but realistically, I hope we do get a goalkeeper in the remaining like 4 hours or so.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to depend on if anyone else leaves. So if the rumours about Bernard are true, you know, but as I said, Balassi was linked with a couple of Turkish clubs yesterday. Walcott's gone out today. I think if Bernard goes, then we will bring an attacking player in. I think if Bernard stays, I think it probably will be just to keep a look. I think all Everton fans will agree. I think more than anything, we need a goalkeeper. We need a goalkeeper because I've said this on the watch-alongs, on the live streams. Good goalkeepers win you 10 to 15 points a season. Jordan Pickford will easily lose us 10 to 15 points this season. Do you know what I mean? He just doesn't fill you with any confidence. And how can you have a back line if you've got someone like that behind you? How can you expect them to play well? Yet they did play well the other day. But when we step up against the better teams, you know, your Cities, your Tottenhams, your Chelseas, he's going to have an absolute mare in that goal. So if you had to pick out the goalkeepers we've been linked with, Alfie, I think Romero, Gazzaniga, we've been linked with a goalkeeper from Roma as well. Power, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Who would your choice be out of them goalkeepers if we had to?
I'd love personally Gazzaniga because he's Premier League experience like Romero, but I think Gazzaniga, I think he'll do a better job because he's been playing in the Champions League. He's played major games with Tottenham, so that's my pick. But I don't care if we get like Romero or Paul Lopez because they'll be excellent as well.
Anyone has got to be better than Jordan Pickford. Do you know what I mean? And I've said this on the watch along. It doesn't say much for our backup keepers, the likes of your Virginia and your Lossell, if they can't displace him. But yet we just give Yao Virginia a new 4-year contract. You know, that doesn't make sense to me. I think if we bring a keeper in today, Lossell may well go out because obviously, you know, deals can still be done between clubs after tonight with championship clubs, I think, up until the 16th of October. So, listen, there's still a scope for players to go out. we can still bring players in from the Championship. We can't sign players from Premier League clubs. So if we are going to get a Romero or a Casaniga from Tottenham, then that deal has to be done tonight. And I can't see Everton going through the rest of this season or even till January, till the next transfer window, with Jordan Pickford in goal. I just can't.
Is that, yeah. Toffee Merck says that I'd love Zaha to join. But the thing is, we'll have to probably change our formation if he'll be able to fit, because let's just get this right here. He won't want to sit on the bench at all.
No,
he wants.
No, Wilfred Zaha is not going to come from a team, albeit Crystal Palace, to a big club who's on the up in Everton and sit on the bench. Do you know what I mean? Because listen, I don't think it'll be only Everton in for Wilfred Zaha. You know, in the past, Arsenal have been in for him as well. This morning I was more confident about getting Wilfred Zaha than what I am now. I'm not. I'm losing a bit of faith in that now. Getting Wilfred Zaha, for me, I just have my sights on a goalkeeper tonight, and if we get a goalkeeper in and anyone else, then that'll be a bonus for me.
Been hard to stay like, because he's been playing all right through the middle in the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
Like also, but it said on Twitter, yes, he is linked, but he was training today apparently at Finch Farm, so I think he's staying.
Yeah. I mean, it was funny because I seen Carlo Ancelotti today and thought, I'm going towards the motorway, obviously on his way to Finch Farm. I would imagine that was about 1 o'clock. But when you see the manager, you know, going towards Finch Farm, you think to yourself, well, what's he going there for? Unless, you know, because a lot of the players are away on international duty, he was going for a late training session, you know. But it is going to be an interesting night, Alfie, to be fair.
I know. Listen, anything could happen. We did it with Iwobi, but I just hope it'll be Zaha, but it is what it is.
Well, the thing is as well, I think there's nothing better than a last-minute surprise on deadline. You know, deadlines. It makes it all worthwhile for sitting up till 11, 12 o'clock or whatever it's been. Do you know what I mean? But it's a very, very quiet window for me. You know, you've had Man United do a deal. You've got Walcott going. This window is normally a lot busier, and there's normally a lot more money spent. But for me, I think a lot of that's down to the COVID, you know, and a lot of clubs have lost a lot of money with this virus that's been going out. You know, Everton have spent, I think we're bringing the Godfrey in today. I think it amounts to about 80 million quid for 4 players. Now, when you look at the 4 players we brought in, Godfrey, you know, Alan, Decore, and James for 80 million quid, and yet when you look at the likes of Sigurdsson and Iwobi, the money they cost combined, it's a different mind. It's just a different mindset. And me and Mike were talking yesterday. Marcel Brands has really, really impressed me in this window. But listen, Alfie, he had to, because he's been poor. Do you know what I mean?
He has been poor, but he has to show to Carlo, like, he has to stay and he can invest and stuff like that.
Well, the thing is, Marcel Brands is in the last 12 months of his contract now.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't get this transfer window right, which he has by the looks of it, we need a lot more outgoings. We still, you know, and there probably will be players outgoing after tonight, because as we spoke about before, they can do. But I said this to Michael, I think the thing with Marcel Brands now is he's working with Carlo Ancelotti. They will come in an agreement for better quality players. When you're working with the likes of Marco Silva, Ronald Koeman, you know, Sam Allardyce, for example, you're not going to be really talking about quality from the manager, you know what I mean? Whereas, listen, we've got one of the best managers in the world, and I hope it works for Marcel Brands, because it's had to work. Do you know what I mean? So I'll ask you the question now, where, in you know, being honest, don't let your heart rule your head. Where can you see Everton finishing this season with the quality we've got? Listen, it's tongue-in-cheek, we're going to win the league. Listen, it'd be absolutely fantastic. Leicester have done it, you know.
Amazing.
Who thought Leicester were going to win it? But
I know.
Realistically,
I think it would be like 7th or 6th. But if we carry on the performance and if we get decent keeper, we could finish top 4. But I'm not going to get ahead of myself here. But honestly, we've signed a centre half today. We've signed 3 complete new midfielders. We've signed Nkounkou, that left back who could play as left wing as well. He's fantastic. We honestly. So that's where I think we'll finish.
Yeah, I think Toffee Mac, where's the other lad that runs this channel, the Wool? He's actually having a break, mate. This is my half-hour section. He's on at 7 o'clock. Yeah, listen, it'd be tongue-in-cheek for me to sit here and go, Everton going to win the league. But listen, why not? Because I'm telling you now.
Carlo said in one of his interviews, I want to win the title one day. It's my dream. I want everyone to sing my name and stuff like that in that interview.
Well, how refreshing is it to hear that from a manager? Do you know what I mean? I mean, like the other week before the season started, and he got asked, what are you aiming for? He went number 1. You know, none of this, well, I want to get into the Europa League, and if we have a decent season, we might get into top 4. Chase the number 1 spot. What's the problem with that? Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So, what's your take on the season so far then? Because as I say, it's not just talking about Everton. Apart from Everton, who's impressed you looking at the teams, and who's disappointed you up to now?
Who's impressed me? I think Crystal Palace has impressed me because they've brought a couple of signings, but I thought they would finish like around 15th. But listen, they've beat United away, like we beat Tottenham. Could have been more on the scoreline, but Palace has impressed me with Eze, likes of him. So I think they've really impressed me, and the team that really disappointed me this season is Chelsea. Yes, I know Ziyech hasn't started, but like, you can't perform like that when you've spent like 200 million and we've just spent like 65 million. I'm atop the league. We've won all of our games.
Won 7 out of 7, including the Carabao Cup. I think I had this conversation with Michael the other day. I think the problem you have with Chelsea, when you bring that many new players in, it takes them a while to gel. And I have no doubt in my mind that Chelsea will finish top 4. You know, they have. I tell you what, if they don't, Frank Lampard could be, you know, looking over his shoulder because they have to. Do you know what I mean? Have you got the comments there?
Yeah. Villa has impressed me. Laughing emoji says Daniel Ryan. Yes, they have, to be honest. Also, I have brung me 7 up like Michael. And in school today, we was laughing at all the cop-outs in school, and we were all singing 7-2, and even Barkley scored, so that was class as well.
Barkley could have had more.
I know, we could have had a hat-trick. But the funny thing was, I had Jack Grealish in my fantasy, and he gave me 22 points, and I started him.
Brilliant.
It's mad.
Mark Anderson's just put into our comments, this could be bull. My mate works at John Lennon Airport, and he said he's not joking. Mate, Bernard's waiting for a private flight. I hope not. This goes back to what we were talking about. Maybe Bernard is going to Roma. Abigail Barfoot says, hi, John and Alfie. With Seamus out, Godfrey can play at right back as he can play there. The domestic window was open until the 16th. This is a question I was going to ask you.
Yeah.
So we don't know how bad Seamus is injured. Obviously, we don't know how bad John Joe Kelly is. It looks like he's out for 4 to 6 weeks. Would you have any problems playing Ben Godfrey at right back, or would you be looking to bring a right back in the window?
I don't think there's any much time. Like, I can see there's 4 hours, 20 minutes, but I wouldn't mind playing Ben Godfrey at right back. To be fair, he's young, he's strong.
Yeah, he's fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would have
no problem. I would have no problem.
Yeah.
Blue Cali says, only us signing Godfrey and Man U signing Telles, the confirmed ins to the Premier teams. It's a very quiet deadline day, this, which is what I said to you before. There we go. There's just one popped up on my screen there. Robin Olsen on loan from Roma has been linked heavily. I think he's a keeper as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's a keeper. Shut up. Shut up. No. Honest to God, you think it was an Alsatian or a Rottweiler? It's only a Shih Tzu, honest to God.
Really?
Yeah. He's a goalkeeper, him. So, listen, I don't know much about him. I don't, you probably don't really know that much about him. But listen, it's another keeper. And I think that's something like the fourth or fifth keeper we've been linked with today. Listen, there's no smoke without fire. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wayne Harrison has just put, Alfie, you should have seen. I missed that comment there.
Yeah, I missed that as well.
Yeah. Jake Van Off, your dog sounds mad. Wouldn't want to fuck with that. It's a Shih Tzu, mate. Honest to God. It's going out in the rain in a minute, coming like a drowned rat.
I just want to interrupt just then.
Go on, mate.
I just want to give a shout out to my fan page with all the admins who I'm with as well. Our page is called Everton.now on Insta. We've just hit 3.3k on Insta. It's absolutely amazing. So, Everton.now.
There you go.
There you go, lads.
Yeah, so
if
get
you
over
give
there.
us a follow, it'll be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, get over there and get on Alfie's socials and give the young lads a follow. It looks like he's smashing it. Blue Callie's just said Olsen is Sweden's #1. That's it over there.
Is he?
Olsen is Sweden's #1. Apparently he's a good keeper. So
yeah,
we will see if anything comes to that.
He probably trains with that Paul Lopez because isn't he from Roma? I think. Anyway.
I think is he still there?
I don't know.
I don't know if he's still there. Paul Lopez, to be fair, we were linked with him early this morning.
Yeah.
But obviously, listen, I think that's about 5 or 6 goalkeepers we've been linked with today. So as I said before, I think one of them, I can see us getting a goalkeeper in. If we get anyone else in, it will be a bonus. I think
I'll be buzzing if we just get the keeper in, to be honest, because we desperately need it.
I think the thing with Pickford, and I've said this on a lot of the watch-alongs, the thing with Pickford is because he's got no one decent putting him under pressure for his #1 spot. So he's not bothered that he's making these mistakes because he knows he's going to be playing the following week. Do you know what I mean?
Mark Anderson, dogs pissed off Bernard at the
Bernard at the airport.
Oh,
yeah, I've had a few comments on our stream here, Alfie, saying, yes, Alfie, good work. So well done. King Arthur says, well said, Alfie. Well said, Alfie. If Pickford stays, we will get 7th. If we don't bring a keeper in, compared to if we bring a better keeper in, where do you think Everton will finish if we have to continue with Pickford?
Probably like everyone's been saying, who agrees with me, like 7th. Or because he will drop us points. But the good thing about that Brighton game was Richarlison went off injured, but we carried on scoring goals, and that's what we've done against West Brom. And I think games like that.
I think the difference there he is with his pajama top on. The difference with Everton now is Pickford is the difference between Everton finishing 4th and getting to Champions League football or finishing in Europa League spots, in my opinion. That for me, Pickford, that's down to Pickford, that how he performs, or if we bring a new keeper in. If we bring a new keeper in, then top 4. If we stuck with Pickford, it's 7th, as you say.
Alfie, absolutely phenomenal, that, mate. Well done, you. Absolutely brilliant. And John, that weren't a bad set of questions, that, mate. Well done. That's thoroughly enjoyable from both of you.
No, thanks very much, Alfie, for coming on, mate. Hope to see you again.
Thank you very much.
No worries, you're welcome, mate.
Cheers.
Yeah, see you later, Alfie. Morgan, how are you, bud?
You all right, mate? I'm doing sound. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. John, would you like me to get rid of you?
Yeah, I'm going to make my dad's just turned up, so I'm going to make a brew. So give me 15 minutes and I'll be back on for 7.
Just stop your cam and mute your mic and you'll disappear. Hang on. Can't get rid of him. There you go. How are you, Morgan? You all right, bud?
Yeah, I'm doing sound. How are you?
Yeah, well, I'm not too bad, mate. I'm not too bad at all.
Good.
Right, I'm going to ask you first things first. I was trying to get John to do it in the last one, but he didn't notice. So, what do you think of this man?
Of what, man?
Of what man? Mr. Rodriguez.
Right. There's nothing else I can say other than beast. That's all he is. He's just a beast on the pitch. I don't think there's anybody else in the Premier League that can do better than him at that he's doing for us.
Yeah.
He's carrying our team to where we need to be. Him and I think it's him and Alan that are the two people that we've signed that have pushed our team up.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think he's really added. When me and John saw that we were first linked with, Rodriguez, Decore, Allen, we had a very poor team, and the day before we actually said, "Look, I think we're going to struggle to finish top 10."
Yeah.
Then, within a short period of time, it was Allen was the catalyst for me. As soon as I knew that we were getting Allen, I knew we were changing. I knew we were going to be a more aggressive team. We were going to help the defence. We were going to go forward more. And it's really worked out incredibly well. Everton going forward looked a completely different team to last season. Everton defending, look, at times it's been a bit ropey this season, but you can put the blame down to a couple of mistakes rather than just being rubbish at defending. So yeah. Everton have really, really, really stepped up, in my opinion. Cal Blundell, just want to Morgan D.
I like that.
Who else has impressed you during the transfer window then? Who else have you thought, yeah, they've had a good window?
I'll probably say, I don't know, I'd probably say, I'm not going to lie, I'd probably say United, but only due to the fact of that Van Beek that they've signed is a really good player. And all they need to do is they need to fix the team up a little tiny bit more, and they'll have a team that can actually get back up there.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that at all. Another one I think's had a good one is Spurs. Holly's just beat me to it. I think Spurs have had an incredible window. I think it's certainly up to. Look, I'm not going to make the cliche of saying Everton have won the transfer window because that's been said before, and I think it was taken out of context by many people. But I certainly think Everton and Tottenham have had great windows. I think the only thing lacking from Spurs, I think they've not signed a centre-back, but they've gone after a striker, which they've needed for months. A midfield, I think they've got another midfielder coming in potentially today. It's been a great window, and obviously they've had a certain Mr. Gareth Bale join them back. What do you think of Gareth's transfer from Madrid to Tottenham?
I don't think it's going to work very well with Tottenham. I think Gareth Bale's too old. He's gone down in like how much he's worth. I don't think he's worth as what he used to be. I think what they should have done is they should have invested in someone younger, someone a bit more with a bit more time behind him. So because he'll only have about 2 or 3 seasons left in him. But I'd still say, in my opinion, he is world class still, but not. I don't think he's ready to come back to the Prem. I think he should go join like an American team or one of the Japan teams just to end his career off.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's what you think. I certainly think he'll make a decent impact at Spurs just for simply being who he is. He's a quality player. You've just alluded to quality. So, yeah, I can see it. Interesting news here. Porto in talks for Felipe Anderson from West Ham. When I first saw Felipe Anderson at West Ham, and I remember a few years ago, he came to Goodison and he tore us a new one. I'm surprised West Ham are allowing him to leave, to be honest. What do you think?
I'm not I've not really seen much of Felipe Anderson, really. Like, I've not really paid much attention to him, so I've not really got a strong opinion on him at the moment. But if he's playing how he plays for West Ham, and West Ham are doing well at the minute, then I feel like he'll be a good impact on the team.
And where can Everton finish this season?
If we sign a keeper, I'm going to say at least in the top 4. But without signing a keeper, I'm probably going to say 6.
6? Yeah, fair dues. Fair dues. I don't think you can argue with that. I think Everton look good going forward, and a few teams looks like they can't defend. Interesting news coming out of Finch Farm, I believe. Milik talks back on a loan deal, so potentially Everton are going in for Milik again from Napoli. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Toffees. What's your thoughts on that one?
I'd take him because he's a good player, and I've seen videos of him on YouTube, which when we were first linked with him, I wanted to check what he was like, and he is great when he's got the ball. So I do think he'd be a great impact on us. Definitely working with Alan, who he's worked with in the past, and also Ancelotti, who he's worked with in the past. So I think they'll all have a really good link with each other. So I feel like he'd do well for us.
Yeah, I think Milik will be a great addition. And to be honest, just having a little look to see how far or whatever has been said. Everton are apparently in negotiations for Milik. Talks of a loan and an option to buy. Fiorentina also want him. We will see. I mean, that's come from the Premier League in the know on Twitter, which I just don't necessarily believe. We will see. What's your take on who started the best and who started the worst in the Premier League? You know, what teams have surprised you this season so far?
I'm going to say West Brom started the worst because they did start very bad, but they've shown some strength in the team now, and they're pushing it, and they are a strong team. I think Everton was started the strongest due to the fact of we started the games and we just won, and we dominated on the pitch non-stop.
Yeah,
we've conceded a few little goals, which was very bad, like very big mistakes of Pickford or the defence, but put them aside, and we've been the strongest team in the Prem, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think Everton have started like an absolute house on fire, and I'd also go as far as saying Aston Villa as well. Aston Villa has started like house on fire. They've only conceded. I think Villa have only conceded. I'm sure it's 2 goals in the league. I'm sure the 2 that they conceded from Mo Salah is the only 2 that they've conceded.
Yeah, it was.
It's going very well, to be honest, for Villa. I'm quite impressed with them. The team that shocked me the most is actually Sheffield United. They have started appallingly, bearing in mind where Sheffield United and the season they had. It's almost like they've completely fallen off, to be honest. It's really bad. They're really bad. Guys, just a quick shout out. There's a few new people on the stream. Mr. Blue, evening guys, first time watcher of the channel from over Northern Ireland. Love the chat banter, hopefully catch up you all. Everton FC for life. Thank you ever so much, mate. Really appreciate it. If you are new to the channel, make sure you press the subscribe button, the like button, and the notification button. And of course, if you've got a spare £1 million to donate, we really appreciate it, obviously. Morgan, I'm just going to keep you for a couple more minutes then, just because we've got another guest on in a moment. But, so you've said that Everton top 4, top 6. You've said about the teams that have struggled. Who's most impressed you for Everton? Because it's a difficult question because so many players have have been really well.
I'd probably say it's between Dom Calvert-Lewin and, to be fair, Delph. Delph's impressed me but when I've been watching him play, I think he's impressed me.
Yeah.
Like from last season when he was playing, he looked like someone who couldn't walk. Literally, he just was shit. But now you look at him, and he's great.
Yeah, I also think as well. I think you're spot on. I think a lot of the players have stepped up under Carlo Ancelotti. I think all of a sudden you're seeing better performances from Delph. Delph was a good example. Tom Davis, Sigurdsson. Yeah, these are players that all of a sudden are looking much, much better than they have done before. So it's a real positive. So yeah, Morgan. Look, I think we'll leave it there. I've asked you all the questions I've got. Thanks for coming on. Do you want to give yourself a little plug? Get yourself following him on Twitter.
Just me Twitter, yeah, which is Morgan Plays 181.
Yeah, brilliant. Make sure you write it. Write it in the comments up here, and I'll make it pop up on the screen after. Currently, Bernard is staying as well now, which is.
There you go.
My concern is it's fine having all of these players. It's fine having all of these players, but the issue you've got is we do need to reduce our squad. So, if he is staying, we need to be getting rid of some others. So, anyway, Morgan, I shall leave you there. Thank you ever so much for joining us, and we will see you soon.
Thanks for having me, mate. See you soon, mate.
See you soon. Peace.
Peace.
And there he is. There's our co-host again. How are you, John?
Bernard's not going anywhere.
Right, have you got some updates for us then?
No, just Bernard, and then that woman on Sky Italy then was saying Everton are in talk. Basically what you said for Milik, with obviously an option to buy at the end of it. So listen, if Walcott does end up going, which it looks like he is, and Bernard's not going now, and Keane's gone. We've lost Walcott, we've lost Keane. In my opinion, we do need to bring an attacking player in. It looks like that player could be Milik.
Thinking about it, and again, it's just springing my mind. So in the last day of the season, and in the last day of the deadline, we wanted to see players leaving. Carlo Ancelotti alluded to we've got a squad of 36, and we've only lost Moise Keane, and we're going to replace him.
Yeah, the good thing with this window is, Michael, though, you can still let players go up until the 16th of October. So I do expect more than one to go out up until the 16th. I think we could possibly end up losing 5 or 6, but it's still a big squad, that.
Yeah, it is. Let's briefly just talk on some of the other Premier League teams, and just quickly. I know you've got Ben coming on in a minute. He's not here yet. John, what's your take?
Do you want to tell him to hit the link?
Well, yeah, whenever he's ready. What's your take on Newcastle's start to the season, John?
They've surprised me. Listen, I think everyone knows Newcastle are one of my favourite teams. But listen, they brought quite a few players in. I know they took Wilson from Bournemouth. They signed the winger as well. From, I think he was from Bournemouth as well, wasn't he?
Well, they've got Matt Ritchie there. They've got Matt Ritchie there already.
Yeah, they also took someone else from Bournemouth as well.
Yeah, they did. They did. You are right. I can't remember who they took.
Yeah. They've signed. It's come up now. Newcastle signed a winger today, Rodrigo Bilsa from Porto Municipal on a 4-year deal. So Newcastle have been busy again. We've got Saint Maximum there, who's an absolute speedster. We were linked with him once, I think, and I would have liked him. Got a good squad, Newcastle. They've got Lascelles at the back, who's a quite capable defender. The half-decent goalkeeper. I'm surprised how they started yet, only because they don't rate the manager that much. But obviously, he's getting a tune out of them. Will it last? Probably not. Newcastle will end up having the same season as what they always have, just an average one, to be fair. Yeah,
they're currently sitting, I think it's 10th with 7 points. 1 win, Two draws.
They'll stay around that area, Michael. I hate them.
Yeah. Right, John. I'm gonna leave. We've got Mr. Ben Winstanley in the house. I'm about to add him to the stream. Hello, Ben. How are you, mate?
Hello, you. So you doing? You all right?
Like
all
Ben.
right, mate. We're even better now. Look
at him.
Yeah, that's it. We've just done his takeaway, is it? Look, I tell you what. Look at the shape of him. He's like muscle man, isn't he? Look at him, Jesus Christ.
God.
Right. Well, I'm going to leave you both to it. I look. I can't even compare to that. Right. See you later.
How are you, Ben? You okay?
I'm good, John. How are you, mate? All right?
I'm sound. It's nice to see you again, mate. I haven't really been hearing much that they've been saying on Sky. I'm sure I heard the woman from Sky Italy then saying Everton are in talks with Millet for a loan deal with a view to buy. Did I hear right?
I think there's rumours going around, mate. We're only going to be, I personally think, just the goalkeeper today. And I think it's going to be Robin Olsen from AS Roma. I think that's going to be on loan. I think that's the deal we're going to be going for at this moment in time. Obviously, we've got an extended deadline for October the 16th for any other deals, but I can only see a goalkeeper coming in today, to be honest. The Milik deal's up in the air at the moment. There's not really much talking about it. There's a few people on Twitter, Sky, but no real backbone of broadcasters or journalists to report on that deal, so I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think anything... Listen, we've got Walcott going out by the looks of it. There was a rumour Bernard might have been going to Roma. It looks like he's staying. You know, we've lost Moise Keane to PSG. So it is PSG, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where Keane's gone, yeah.
Do you think, in your opinion, we have to bring an attacker in with losing Walcott and Moise Keane, or are you happy to just be left with the players we've got and see if Toffee gets a chance when he's fit?
Well, you've got to see it. You've got players like Anthony Gordon, who's not even making the squad at the moment. So for me, I think it might be beneficial to him. I'd say his progression. He might get in the matchday squad, play more games. I think he's very dangerous, and I feel like it's quite harsh he's missed out on the squads. Yeah. Obviously, they're like Walcott's going. There's another space in the squad. Moise Keane gone, space in the squad. I think long term it'll be a good move for Anthony Gordon to actually get in the matchday squad now. So I think it'll be. I think you got to see it as a positive at the moment. I can't see it. Like I said, we've got to the October 16th, John, to actually bring in a potential reinforcement. But at the moment, I'm not worried, as a lot of Evertonians are. I just think we need a keeper as soon as possible.
Yeah, I've said that, to be honest, since we come on the stream, Ben, and all day as well. If I had to pick where we'd strengthen, and it was up to me to be a goalkeeper all day, and I've said this to you, you know, privately, I've said it on the streams as well. Good goalkeepers earn you 10 to 15 points a season. Pickford will lose us that many, and he could be the difference from Champions League football to finishing 6 to 7. Do you know what I mean? You know,
I completely agree.
And this is the thing. Don't know much about Olsen. When you've been on before, I don't know if you've done any stats on him in the short space of time that we've been linked with him. What can you tell us about Olsen from Roma, Ben?
What the hell? Disposed to me, Eden. Wait there, we just set it up. Right, Robert Olsen, 6'5", big player, big tall goalkeeper. Now, he was on loan last year, Cagliari and Serie A. Reading it, I have read a bit into him, been into his stats, and they're not especially overwhelming. However, he obviously at Cagliari last year, he played. How many games played for them? Just trying to look at my stats here. 17 games he played for them last year. Kept 4 clean sheets, conceding 1.36 goals a game. Save percentage of 0.759%, which is obviously a lot better than Pickford's. Which that's a 23%. That's a 23% save percentage. That the clean sheet. So he's a tall goalkeeper. Looking at his strengths and weaknesses, his weaknesses apparently crosses. Looking online, he fell out massively with Roma fans, with the coach, and he got shipped out last year. So, you know me, John. I wanted Sergio Romero. That's who I wanted. Looking at his stats, he always filled the gap. He was brilliant for United, never called upon. Now, this fella, the year before when he was at Roma, again, didn't light up the world. I think he played 27 times in the 18-19 season, conceded 43 and only kept 4 clean sheets. So 14%, it's a 14% clean sheet percentage. So, you know, he's a big, is he going to be Stecklenberg Mark II? Tall, big, Swedish, but it's like a hologram. I don't know. So I wanted Romero, but obviously United don't want to do any loans. It looks like Gazaniga's the same. So I think we're going to be pushing for Robin Olsen, in all honesty.
Does Robert Olsen come in to Everton, and does he become number 1, or is it just to put pressure on Pickford?
Well, obviously we've been on with yourself, John, the past couple of times. I've semi-stood by Jordan Pickford. I've kind of tried to defend him, but after that, he's gonna. His head's not there. That catch was the easiest one out the lot. I think that was worse than the derby. That fluke, because I've never seen anything like it. He's nearly wiped out Yerry Mina. His head's, he's like a headless chicken at the moment, John. So I don't know. It can't get much worse, to be honest, because we're scoring goals, but we're shipping them in. But it's a good job we've got the creativity this year.
Yeah, I think you probably, if Jordan Pickford stays at Everton, you're going to see Everton win a lot of games 3-2, 4-3, 5-4. You know, that's what's going to happen with Everton. We're going to be sitting on the edge of our seats. I think Jordan Pickford is the sort of goalkeeper where if he carries on making these mistakes, every one he makes, his confidence will go lower and lower and lower. Now, you know yourself, Ben, he's got a massive ego, Jordan Pickford. He come back from the World Cup, and because he's done really, really well, apparently he's walking down Finch Farm like a dog with 2 dicks, you know what I mean? He was full of himself, and, you know, it's such a come down for Jordan Pickford from having such a brilliant World Cup to the way he's playing now. Now, at the end of the day, we signed a goalkeeper from Sunderland to be relegated.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I remember going to a thing with my dad, and Neville Southall was there, and we were talking about Jordan Pickford. Someone in the crowd asked, what would you say to Jordan Pickford, Neville, if you could? And he said to him, I'd get hold of him and I'd say, listen, you're a good shot stopper, but you know when he's got someone running at him, he seems to turn his body instead of making himself big. Yeah. Now, you know, he's a good shot stopper, don't get me wrong, but Ben, you know yourself, you've got to be an all-round good goalkeeper if you want to play in the Premier League, you know. And I'm not saying all goalkeepers in the Premier League are all good round goalkeepers, but listen, if Everton want to progress and we're aiming to where we want to be, we need someone better than him.
Yeah, completely agree. Is this obviously Jonas Lawson, we spoke about before, Virginia aren't putting pressure enough on Jordan Pickford. Now, against Spurs, John, I thought, 2 outstanding saves.
Kept us in the game.
That probably won us the game, that game. So I thought we might have turned the corner here. And I was hoping he gained confidence from that. But like you said, he has got some weird body angles. He tends to do the Tim Howard star quite a lot. It's where he jumps up as like a massive star. And I think it was Kouyaté again could have scored for Palace the second time when he's gone to a big star. He should have probably scored. If he would have headed that down, it was in. Yes. I don't know what it is, because for England, I feel like he performs really well. I feel like he's like a different player.
The thing is, though, Ben, just to jump in, thanks very much, Kevin Bertie, for the donation of £10. It is much appreciated, mate. Thanks very much for that. How long does Jordan Pickford stay England's number 1?
See, you know, I was quite surprised to see him. I was surprised to see him in the team last time, starting. So surely Gareth Southgate's watched the past couple of performances and thought. But the thing is, John, on top of the table, it's one of them. But it's going to cost us against the big team, like the massive teams. But he performed against Spurs. I don't. Maybe this Robin Olsen coming in is going to put more pressure on Jordan Pickford. Now, he probably will start in the derby. Pickford. Yeah.
I think, to be honest, if we bring a new keeper in, Ben, it's such a massive game to throw them straight into, and I think that's the only reason why Pickford will start.
Yeah, I completely agree. But like I said, looking at his stats, there's Robin Olsen. I think he is the one we're going to go for. I think it's developed pretty quickly in the past hour. And I think he will be the one that we go for. Like I said, Tottenham wanted to sell United, and Gazaniga from Tottenham. They wanted to sell him, didn't want to do us a loan deal. They see us as a direct rival. Some reports are coming out of. So you can only say fair play to Everton, the likes of United and Tottenham, top 6 sides normally, and they're now seeing Everton as a rival. So,
that's great. That's great to see, Ben, isn't it? You know what I mean? So I just wanted to ask you your take on the season up to now. Who's impressed you? You know, it is a transfer video, but there's not much happening at the minute. So are Everton doing better than what you thought we would?
Yeah, 100%, mate. You look at last year compared to this year, the likes of Palace away, Tottenham away. I thought, max 1 point, maybe, might get a draw at Palace. But I feel like that first game against Tottenham, when I spoke about it to you previously, I thought, something's different this year. We can actually pass the ball. There's more of a click. There's more of a team morale. It just felt like we're going to be doing well. And some of my cop-like mates even text me, go, oh my God, Everton look all right here. I feel like the first time in years. And I think the momentum has just kicked on. The confidence, the fans are getting behind the team. The song, Spirit of the Blues, it's kicking on. There's a good atmosphere at the moment. The players are happy. The deals are coming in. They've got Carlo Ancelotti as manager of Everton Football Club. I know this year's been a bit mad, but I've never thought I'd see James Rodriguez and Ancelotti at Everton Football Club in my life. I seen a tweet the other day. He's turned up and he's playing like it's the MLS. It's just all down. I thought he'd do well, but I didn't think he'd hit the ground running. It seems like when he's got the ball, the whole game just is at his pace.
Wouldn't it be great to be able to be inside Goodison to watch the likes of the James just grace the turf? He just flies round. And I seen something the other day. He doesn't sprint. He doesn't run. He doesn't have to. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't have to. And listen, for a free transfer, it's got to be, for me, the best business in the window. Without doubt.
I agree, mate. He's a world-class footballer, isn't he? Let's be honest. His first touch gives him that extra yard. And on top of that, I really, really, really love Abdoulaye Doucouré. I think he's spot on. He protects our wing-backs when they go forward. He's got legs. I think he's still running home from the game now for the other day. He just legs it. And the transfers we've done so far have all hit the ground running. And like Carlo said, if you can play football, it doesn't matter. You hit the ground running. And he knew straight away they were going to come in and make a difference.
I listened to that. I listened to what Carlo said. He said the ball's the same, the goals are the same, they don't move, the pitch is the same, the grass is the same. Good footballers can play anywhere.
Yeah,
when you look at Alan and you look at Rodriguez, them players back him up what he's saying, because I know Doucouré's played in the Premier League before, but he's another one, Ben. Doucouré, he's come in, he's played in the Premier League, but he's took to Everton. You know, for me, out of Alan and Doucouré, I don't see any of them have had a bad game. I can't even pick one over the other. Obviously, you've got to go back. James, every game he's played for me, and I've said this on the watch-alongs, he's been man of the match every time for me.
100%, completely agree. He's just
different
class, mate. Different class.
Just a question here, Ben. I'll ask you this. David Brooks from Bournemouth would be a great sign, an attacking-minded midfielder who can play on the wings, and James can switch into the middle. Would you bring the David Brooks in to Everton? If we could, would he get into the team, and would it be worth moving Alan or James somewhere else to accommodate him?
So obviously we got till October the 16th to deal with EFL clubs. Now I had to do a bit of research on this because there's a few ups and downs, but we can do deals with EFL clubs. We can't do Prem to Prem, obviously just Prem to EFL.
Yeah.
So you've got the likes of Ismail Sarr still floating about, and there's talks of United, Josh King, Buendia from Norwich, Todd Cantwell, David Brooks. Now all these players have come in and improved, but what I like about James Rodriguez on the right, John, is he gets that freedom from Ancelotti. So he doesn't necessarily play there all the time. He tucks in as a 10 and gets that room. So at some points during the game, we'll have 4 people compact in the middle with a left mid bombing it, a left back bombing it. So he finds pockets of space everywhere. Now, if he played, I would like to see maybe him in the central midfield as like a 10 where Gomez was playing. He'd have more, he's intelligent enough to do it, but I love his freedom at the moment. I just think he's everywhere. I know he's down as right wing, but he's peering left wing. He's playing centre mid. And defenders don't know what to do with him. They're like, who's picking him up?
Yeah. I don't think they know how to pick him up. And I think this is why we've got a great chance against the other lot come the derby, because the way their defence is playing, Ben, they will not be able to cope. They're in for a shock.
Jack Grealish and Barkley played how we should play the other day. Gamble on them fullbacks going forward, stop their fullbacks and sit in that pocket of space that they leave. I've played that. You're fast striker, Calvert-Lewin on the last centre half, and you put your balls over the top. I'm telling you, if they find them pockets of space, because Fabinho didn't have a clue what was going on.
No.
I hate Barkley, but he played really good game last night, as did Jack Grealish. Superb pair of them.
Well, as we said, you know, the way Aston Villa played is a bit like the way Leeds played. They draw Liverpool in, and then they play it over the top. Now, if we're playing balls over the top to the likes of Gomez, you know, if we leave him up, or Richarlison or Dominic Calvert-Lewin, I have no doubt they will not be able to cope with us, Ben. They won't.
We'll have chances, but we've got to take them. We've got to take the chances.
Because they'll get chances.
They could have scored 4 or 5 themselves last night, really. If Bobby Firmino could hit the barn door, they would have scored a few.
Just one player I want to ask you about, Ben, because we've talked about the other 3. One more who's come in. Well, 2. Godfrey, obviously. We'll talk about him in a minute. Nkounkou, £240,000. 19-year-old. I think we've all seen him. For me, he's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. I know one of my mates plays for Wigan Athletic, and he was telling me they played Fleetwood in the game before they actually played us, and they were 2-0 up, ended up lose 3-2. And he said the right back for Fleetwood is absolutely rapid. Now, I don't know who it is, but he's lightning. And he said to me, I was actually playing Call of Duty with him, to be honest, and he was telling me that nkounkou must be absolutely lightning. He must be quick, powerful, because he was just floating past him.
Yeah.
So I think Marseille fans are getting a bit touchy on Twitter. I think we've got a real bargain and a real player with him.
Do you know, the likes of him, I'd have no problem if we had to playing him on the left wing. He's very capable of playing out wide on the left, mate, I think. You know, and also, if anything happens to Luca Dean, I'd have no problem with him being outstanding, because I'm telling you right now, he's capable, he's fast, he's strong, he can defend, he can go forward, he's big, he can take players on. I mean, one of the games, I think it was one of the Carabao Cup games, the amount of balls he was putting into the middle, he didn't put a bad ball in, Ben. No, every ball he put into the box was absolutely fantastic. Right, we've only got you for another 5 minutes, so we'll just talk about our latest signing, Ben Godfrey. I don't know much about him. Obviously, he's come from Norwich, 20 years of age. Looks like a mountain. He's absolutely massive. He's massive. In my opinion, I think in years to come, it could be Mason Holgate and him at the back as a partnership. Does Ben Godfrey come in for you? Does he go in straight away, or is he going to be one for the future? Or is he, you know?
I think he's certainly a really good backup. Yerry Mina picks up a few knocks here and there. Now, he's a right-footed left centre half.
Which is what we've needed.
Yeah, he's very, very quick. And apparently he's extremely good at the long ball, switching it to the right wing or left wing. Yeah. Now, I think that's why we were so adamant to try and get Gabriel in, because he was the same. Yeah. Really good at the long balls, but he's not as quick as Ben Godfrey. The lad's a machine. Definitely one for the future. I don't think he'll be a straight starter, but he can also play as like a 6 as a central defensive midfielder. So he's versatile. He's played there a few times for Norwich and plays centre half. So I think it's an extremely, really, really good buy. Like I said, we've signed players from relegated teams before, and they've been superb for us. So I don't see it as a bad move. He's young, he's English, his head's in the right place. He's a machine, like you said, Johnny. Looks like an athlete.
He wants to better himself as well. You know, he like listening to his interview with a 20-year-old kid, and no disrespect to Norwich, but he's come up from Norwich to to come to Everton now and whatever they're trying to achieve, you know, the new stadiums on the horizon, we brought these fantastic players in, one of the best managers in the world, and he still speaks so well. He's just got no worry, has he? Do you know what I mean? And, you know, he's come in and he looks to me like he's going to be a very, very, very good player. I did want to ask you about the right back situation. You know, John Joe Kenny limped off. Looks like it's 4 to 6 weeks out.
Yeah.
Don't know how bad Seamus Coleman is. Apparently Ben Godfrey could play at right back as well. Would you have any worries throwing him in at right back?
No, I think the only Seamus Coleman's been brilliant, to be fair, John. I mean, yes. Word by every single day here. He honestly
not that dog anymore that sits in the corner.
He has been one of our best players. It looks like the old Seamus, to be honest. Now, if he can slot in at right back, I'd have no fear in putting him there. But I think it'll just. The thing is with right backs and centre halves, it's when to go, when to attack, when to defend. Now, that might be the only issue. He could get exposed a couple of times, but the core seems to be backing up, and he'll fill in them gaps when he's left, and that's what he's doing really well. And we'll hopefully have Alan back. So I'd have no issues of throwing him in, John, to be honest. Big, quick, powerful, get him in.
The thing is, he knows the Premier League as well. You know, he did get relegated with Norwich, but he's played in the Premier League. He knows the speed of it. He knows how tough it is. And, you know, he looks like really, really happy to be here. I've just seen another comment here. I did see something about this earlier. Maybe you can back me up on it. Apparently, Fabian Delp's move to Fulham has fell through. Was he linked with Fulham today? I'm not sure.
I haven't seen that or heard that, to be honest. I think Bernard's has fallen through. We just got a text there, which just come through my thing. I think that's not happening now. They tried on loan, not happening. So Bernard's not moving. I think the only deals Everton will have will be Robin Olsen today. Now, if for me, I'd also look to sign Josh King before the October the 16th to play in the front three. I think Besic will probably leave. I think Sancho's on the verge of leaving. Bolassi's in talks with the team from Turkey. But apart from that, I think that there will be the only deals potentially on. So Besic, Sancho, Bolassi, Bernard not moving, Robin Olsen in, and maybe one more before October 16th. But like I said, if that space has come up for Anthony Gordon to fill in that squad, I'll have no issues not signing a further striker. But that's how I see it at the moment, John.
If we get Milliken and we get the goalkeeper in, obviously, as you quite rightly say, you can sign players from the EFL up until the 16th. There has been rumours of Josh King.
Yeah.
Now, £10 million in the last year of his contract apparently at Bournemouth. If we bring Milliken, does Josh King not come?
You got to see. I think there was an article the other day. They see Cenk Tosun's coming back to fitness. So, what is he a bad option off the bench? No, he's not a starter for me, but he's not a bad option off the bench for me.
Yeah.
I can't see getting Milliken and keeping Tosun on 80 grand a week also. She's not going anywhere, let's be honest. So
yeah,
I'd much rather see a winger who could also fill in as a 4-4-2, because he played in a 2 up front, and he just gone in July, and he tore was a new one, John. He really took the piss, made Coleman look amateurish again. He was brilliant, really good player. So for me, it's versatility. I wouldn't be looking at Milik. I can't see it happening. I think Fiorentina are looking at him too. But I can just see the one in now, John. Robin Olsen, the keeper. I'd love Romero. That's who I'm still praying that we're using this as some sort of, come on United, give us on loan, but it looks like it's going to be Robin Olsen.
Right, my last question to you, because I think Michael's waiting in the wings. If we only bring a keeper in, are you happy with that, with this window? Or would you be looking to still strengthen in maybe 1 or 2 positions before the 60th? Or once 11 o'clock tonight, that'll still January?
I'd like to sign a keeper today, John. I wouldn't like to sign someone like a Llorente or Milik for me personally. We've got Tosun coming back after the international break in a couple of weeks. But I would like to see a potential right winger, and I would like to see Josh King. I'd love Ismail Sarr as well. But again, it's going to be £40 million or loan with an option for 30 million. It's a lot of money. Josh King can play across the front three. He's versatile. Yeah. He's available for a good price. He's 26 years of age. Really good stats, on par with Wilfred Zaha, who's going around for £40-50 million. So for me, I'd love to see a goalkeeper today and Josh King before the October the 16th. That's where I stand on it, John.
I totally agree with you there, Ben. Right, I think Michael's going to come back in now. We've had you long enough. We don't want to have to pay you any more than what we already are. I did see someone put on before, John's haircut a tenner, Ben's 1878, obviously 1,878. Well, it's like Hammers, it doesn't move. Well, just before you go, someone's put on the comments, Malik has gone to Fiorentina, which is what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I think that's it. Milik, oh yeah, someone else has just put Milik has refused to go to Fiorentina. Listen, we don't know, it's all up in the air. But I'm sure you'll let us know, Ben, if anything's happening. Thanks very much for coming on again.
Blue Boys Network again. Appreciate you having me on again.
You're very welcome. We'll get that video done this week as well, mate.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Take care of yourself.
Yeah.
See you later.
Nice one, Ben. Cheers, mate. See you later. Right, I'm just going to go through some of these comments. Listen, folks, I'm sorry I haven't been reading the comments. It's hard when you've got guests on, so I am just going to go through some of the comments. If I do miss anyone out, it's not personal. It is just, you know, it's hard work when you're doing this on your own. Damien Hagen, all right, lads, I've just joined the live. Well, being well busy. Any news? So the news is it looks like we could be getting the keeper from Roma, Olsen. Looks like that will be the only incoming today. Blue Cali asks, does Ben have his own channel? Brilliant guest as always. He doesn't, mate, to be fair. He is a busy man, so we are privileged to get Ben to come on here, to be fair. Where are we? Century Snooker, have we signed a keeper yet? We haven't. But hopefully we will do. FGA football, close to my happy Hendon and Ben leaves. Absolutely brilliant. Tashi Swiss, Pickford is too erratic and cocky. I hate it when he grins after conceding a goal. You need to crash landing, and I hope we get a goalkeeper who can knock him some senses. This is the problem you've got with Jordan Pickford, and I said this to Ben before. He's got no quality pushing him and wanting his place. So I think if we do bring a goalkeeper in who can put Pickford on his toes, hopefully you will see Pickford cut the mistakes out. Where are we? Daniel Ryan says Olsen deal is very close. Yep. Colin Weaver, Mike, John got great tweaking, and I have said 10,000 subs. I've got a wager with a copyright. I've got till the 25th of December. So hurry up and subscribe. I might lose my house. I'm not joking. Hurry up, please. Right, let's all help Colin out. Colin has got a wager with his red shite mate that we will hit 10,000 subs by the Christmas day. So if anyone's watching and doesn't sub to the channel, hit that subscribe button and tell your friends, tell your family to subscribe to the Blue Boys Network YouTube channel, and let's make sure Colin doesn't lose his house.
Absolutely, John and Ben, that was a brilliant job. John, that was again fantastic. I'm just going to read through some of the news that's ongoing at the minute before you start getting into more of your comments, John, if you want. Right, so we've got Man United have signed Tellers, or it's very close, and Cavani, it's very close. They're also in talks with Traore and Pelstri. Arsenal are hoping to wrap up a deal for Partey. Walcott is in Southampton, and I fully expect that he will sign for them. And Everton earlier today confirmed the signing of Godfrey. Sessegnon from Spurs has gone to Hoffenheim, and Rafinha is in Leeds. He has been spotted in Leeds, so Rafinha is another big switch for Leeds. John, quick question. How well have Leeds done in this transfer window?
Very, very good. Very, very good. You know, and don't get me wrong, I was saying to you, I think it was the other day, Leeds have started really well. You know, they were unlucky against the red shite. They played well against Manchester City. That was a boss game, that end-to-end stuff. Leeds, for me, look like they've been in the Premier League for a good few years, the way they've started this. Just want to say something there. There's a tweet just gone out. Everton are very, very close to getting the Robert Olsen deal over the line. Negotiations have gone quickly and smoothly, and it should be done anytime soon. Going back to Leeds, yeah, you know, he's bringing quality in. He's definitely bringing quality in, and the quality he's bringing in is very, very capable of staying in the Premier League, you know, and hopefully, it's not like Leeds, you know, as I've spoke about many times, I've been like there a few times, but they're a proper football club, Leeds, you know. Ellen Road's a great place to go, good fans, but Leeds have had a really, really good window. And, you know, the link with Rafinha now, he's another good quality player to come into that lead side. They've got some great players. They've got Click, they've got Dallas, they've got Bamford, who looks like he's capable of scoring again. You know, they've got, I think the young kid's name now, you know, and the link with Rafinha today. So listen, they're certainly spending money to stay in the league and hopefully challenge for them. I'm not going to say top spots, but maybe Europa League. But it does depend with Leeds. How long can they keep that fitness up? Can they do that all season? It's going to be hard.
Sure. John, it's up to you if you want to stay for this. We have Jacob. Is it from Cast Canaries or Canaries Cast? I can't remember the way around.
Canary Cast, mate. Yeah.
There it is. There it is. And I wanted you to come on for several reasons. Firstly, Ben Godfrey from Everton's perspective, but equally, you can maybe help us out a little bit with some of the deals from the Championship, maybe, and equally some of the deals that, you know, your players coming in, coming out. It's a good team at Norwich, play good football. So I'm really glad to have you on. And also, as a shout out from Everton fans, you did.
I'm just going for the brew.
All right, Tra. You did a brilliant video for us, for Everton fans, basically explaining Ben Godfrey. What have Everton signed?
Yeah, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, so what have they signed? A very quick centre-back who's good with the ball at his feet. So ideally, a fantastic CB altogether. I think who can only get better at the age of 22 under Carlo Ancelotti. Before we did the video, we were looking at kind of who Carlo has managed, and just the list of centre-backs is incredible, really. So, yeah, he'll definitely improve him. And you've got I think a lot of Everton fans I've seen a Phil Jagielka potentially reincarnated.
Really? Well, that would be a hell of a signing for us, to be honest, because, you know, Phil Jagielka, I'm not going to say he's a legend at Everton, but he's someone who is incredibly highly thought of, someone who, you know, has done so much for Everton as a football team. Obviously, he scored a great goal at Anfield that many of us remember, even a Norwich fan like yourself would remember. Yeah. So obviously, I mean, I was there last season when Norwich played at Goodison. Obviously, got a 2-0 win. I actually sat above the away fans at the time.
Oh yeah.
What happened? You know, the season started so well for Norwich. You know, I think you was it 5 points from the first 3 games, a draw against Chelsea. Pukki was top goal scorer. What happened?
Injuries, mate. In terms of, we had just chronic injuries for the whole season. We didn't have 3 centre-backs available for the whole season. Very rarely do we even have 2 centre-backs available. Ben Godfrey, ironically, was probably our fittest centre-back all season. Yeah. And the way we play, we like possession. We like to kind of play risky football. And when your confidence goes, as I'm sure you saw under Marco Silva when you were there, it just turns turgid. And we've never been able to defend. We always give the opposition an opportunity. And in the top league, it absolutely punishes you. I think if you don't spend at least 30, 40 million when you go up now, it's going to be a long, hard season for you, really.
Yeah, spot on. I think it was a shame because I think Norwich played really nice, attractive football. You know, Pukki was certainly at the start, he was scoring goals, and they seemed all right. Norwich, it was. I just didn't really expect them to sort of fall apart almost like they did. It was scary, really, because they were well in the race up until probably January, and then we started thinking, yeah, we've got some problems there. And obviously, you've lost a few players this summer. Godfrey. Are you surprised some of the others that maybe have stayed, like Buendia and Pukki?
I'm amazed Emi Buendia stayed, to be honest with you, because he is his day. If he gets fit, he'll tear the Championship apart, which could potentially take us back up. I'm amazed no one's taken the risk on him. I think he created the second most amount of chances in the Premier League behind Kevin De Bruyne, and you've got to say that, come on, that is just an incredible player that you cannot. He's a risk in terms of, you know, the Argentinian flair. There's a lot of flamboyance there sometimes, you know, kind of flies the arms up in the air and things like that. But he's definitely worth the risk. I'm surprised Aarons hasn't gone as well. Barcelona linked with him. I would have thought they would have got him done. It's an incredible kind of rumour. You think we've developed him since he's joined us from Milton Keynes, and it's just like, wow, Barcelona, that's incredible. But yeah, they only wanted a loan deal because of their dodgy finances. So I am surprised those two haven't gone. Pukki, his form just went off a cliff, mate, since January. He had a toe injury which kind of caused him issues. He had a lot of injections in that, but was basically playing with a numb foot half the time. And yeah, I'm not too surprised no one's got in on him yet. But if he scores goals in the Championship, I wouldn't be surprised if in January someone wants to pop up with a 15, 20 million bid for him.
I'm slightly surprised we didn't go for Max Aarons, to be honest. Because we will need a right back. Seamus Coleman's 34, John Joe Kenny's not good enough. So I'm slightly surprised we didn't go for Aarons, because, you know, that rumour Barcelona, and I think it was Bayern Munich as well. Just some breaking news coming out of Arsenal. It appears that the deal for Partey is very close. It looks like a medical is happening, whether it be now or is in, you know. That's a hell of a move for Arsenal, 45 million. He just reminds me, I mean, a lot of people won't necessarily have known Partey because of the work that he does, but he reminds me of Vieira. So I think that's a hell of a signing if Arsenal can get that over the line. Obviously, we're talking about a bit of the Championship then, and I appreciate you coming on, and, you know, I'm not going to pepper you with questions about the Championship, but obviously Jude Bellingham, he left Birmingham City. Big money move to Dortmund, and it looks like he started Dortmund really, really well. Is there any other standouts in the Championship that you think, you know, might be getting a move? Obviously, there's Grant. I think he's at Huddersfield, who's been linked heavily with West Brom. What about him?
So yeah, Carlton Grant, he scored 19 goals in a struggling Huddersfield side last year, and he's a top quality finisher. We had a Huddersfield fan on our podcast because we had them first game of the season, and he said, I don't know how we survive without him. He is an incredible finisher, even for us at that level. So West Brom would that would be a fantastic move for him. I'm seeing that Joe Rodon is from Swansea is linked with Spurs for an £18 million move. He's a quality centre back. I think if you weren't going for Ben Godfrey, I'd have gone for Joe Rodon, because he's quality. The way he distributes the ball, his pace, his all-round game is very good. The one other one is Saïd Benrahma from Brentford. I'm amazed no one's gone for him. I'd say he's up there, potentially even better than Buendia. He scored 17 goals last season and assisted numerous amounts of goals as well. And for someone not to take a risk on that kind of player, I know Brentford are very good at wanting the amount of money they get, sort of thing. I'm amazed someone's gone for Watkins and not Benrahma, who was, I think, a better player last season for Brentford.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Watkins leave without. I mean, it sounds silly, but Villa were linked with both of them at one point, and I think they put in a £40 million bid for both of them, which is, you know, never going to get accepted. I am surprised Benrahma's still there. So what's Norwich's what's your expectations this season? What's your aims? Is it straight back up?
Yeah, mate, I smile because before the window and before like Godfrey went and Lewis went, we were like, we've got to get top 2 here, top 6 potentially. And to be honest with you, like now we've started the league so poorly. The 4 games in, we have just been very, very poor, mate. We're lacking creativity, but for the first time in our kind of season, or in like, because we've got Stuart Webber and Daniel Farker. Stuart Webber's our sporting director, Daniel Farker's our head coach. This is the first time we've had all these young lads other teams interested in them. So Todd Cantwell with Leeds, Emi Buendia wants a Premier League move. He kind of came out and said that. Obviously, you've got Ben Godfrey, Jamal Lewis to Newcastle. It's kind of really disrupted the group, and you can see that in the performances. There's players who have been left out as well. Tom Tribal, Moritz Leitner, Josip Dermich have all been told they can get different clubs, and we're trying to shift them out the door as quickly as possible. So I would say top 6 with the squad we've got is a minimum. But it looks like it could be a transitional season, which I don't think many Norwich fans are going to be that happy with. And Daniel Farker his neck could be on the old chopping block, I think.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I even thought last season he might have gone, to be honest. You know,
a lot of people said that, mate. A lot of people said that to us, like, because he's at the moment he's got about 1 win in 16, 17, and just the amount of kind of, there's been nothing. No, the fans were patient. We said at the start of the season, they said, right, we're not going to have that much time. in the Premier League. We don't expect to stay up. So that was a kind of negative start to the season. We didn't splash any sort of money, less than 10 million on everyone, including loans and everything like that. So we didn't expect to stay up, but now the expectation is definitely there. I think if 10 games into the season we're looking as poor as we are right now, then we will definitely be he will be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, fair dues. Can't argue with that. Going back to Ben Godfrey then.
Yes, mate.
Have we signed the best centre half in the Championship?
Yeah, I said after the Huddersfield game on our channel that he is the best centre back in the Championship. He just looked a level above. He kind of infamously came out last season and said he hasn't come up against anyone quicker than him. The following game, he got sent off against Callum Wilson for getting outpaced. So that was quite a funny one. But yeah, in terms of, he's only been at centre back for us for a season and a half. So his pedigree to go from Championship to Premier League and then a £25 million move to a massive club in Everton. You forget how big you guys actually are in terms of just the size. It's a really big club to go to. Under Carlo Ancelotti, for a manager like that to want you, you have to be quality. He does need to improve positionally. Like I say, quick. So he sometimes gets himself out of trouble with those problems. But in the top level, I remember Sergio Aguero played against us, obviously one of the best strikers in the world, but mugged him off a couple of times with his positional play. So behind him, he needs to look out. And on the turn, for a lad who's quick, you'll soon quickly see that on the turn, he's not the quickest. So running back, fine. But so on the half turn, not as quick. So they're the only couple of things he's really got to work on. But bringing the ball out from the back, he's fantastic at. And yeah, very, very quick. So will help. I think Mina and Keane aren't the quickest. So we'll probably complement them quite well.
Yeah. I think one of the things I saw about Godfrey, which particularly impressed me, was his distribution as well. It looks like he seems to have a range of passing on him. There's been a clip shown on Sky many times where it almost looks like he's playing right back, and he plays the ball straight over the top to Pookie, and you score from that. And look, whether we like it or not, and whether there's going to have to be games where Everton have to bypass our midfield, which, trust me, when you've got Alan, Decore and James Rodriguez in there, it's a sad thing to say. But for example, next week or the week after against Liverpool, it makes more sense for Everton to play it into the back and for a long ball over the top of Liverpool's defence and into Dominic Calvert-Lewin, because that's exactly what Villa did, and they got great results from it. Adding him, in my opinion, adds that ability, that calmness on the ball, and that's what I'm quite excited to see from him, really.
100%, mate. Yeah, I think I'm just sorry to interrupt you, but if any Everton fan kind of watches our home game at Leicester, I think it was February, he pings a wonderful ball just before the goal. So he pings it out to the right-hand side to Max Aarons perfectly, and it sets him up to then set up Jamal Lewis. And again, the season before, we played QPR, and he's done exactly the same. So a diagonal ball, he is fantastic at. If you've got I know you've got Dina at left back and Coleman at right back, who like to go forward a lot. He is perfect at finding those fullbacks to then be able to whip it into Calvert-Lewin. So yeah, I think that calmness on the ball, we persist with that. That's a main part of Daniel Farke's kind of philosophy at Norwich, and that's why Godfrey's been first choice, mate, because he is just so good on the ball.
Who's particularly impressed you during? Obviously, you're completely unbiased. Everyone we've had so far have been Everton fans, and deadline day being deadline day is about to take a turn, because we've got Norwich, Tottenham, Leicester, Arsenal, and Chelsea coming up. So, where do you think Everton are going to finish?
I think the league's a lot more open. Obviously, you look at Liverpool yesterday getting absolutely battered. You can see that's been coming, because the high line they play, you've just been waiting for someone to exploit that. And obviously, without Alisson, they will struggle. Adrian is nowhere near that level. Everton, you've got a chance. You've got a chance for top four. I don't want to say you're going to be getting there. I don't want to be, but top six, you've got to be aiming for that. Under Ancelotti, you're saying about rating the transfer window, you've got to be up there with Spurs for definitely having the best transfer window for sure. And just to have Carlo Ancelotti, I think that puts you up a couple of places, simply because he knows how to get into the top levels of every league he's been at. Let's be honest.
Yeah. What's your take on this news coming in? Jack Wilshere's contract's been terminated by West Ham. That's interesting, isn't it? I mean,
he's an odd one, isn't he? He was so good at Arsenal. I remember him on loan at, was it Bolton he was at? on loan, very, very start. And and you're thinking this is a player who's going to be. He's got an infamous goal against Norwich. I think it won all accolades, and it was a great goal. But at West Ham, it's just not worked out, has it? You know, he does more Twitter posts and Instagram posts than actually playing, and that's just typical West Ham sign, isn't it? You know, on name rather than actual ability. You know, he's got glass ankles at the end of the day. I don't think he's ever really going to be able to push through and get to that top level again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly interesting what's happened to him, to be honest. And at least he's going to get a move away, because there's absolutely no way to terminate his contract if he hasn't got the opportunity to go and play football somewhere. So I've got no doubt he'll be joining someone. Some of the other big news, obviously, I haven't mentioned it, and I'm just going to pull it on because I am going to bring this up again, but I'm just going to show this to everyone because I want to talk about this man. Now, as of now, I think that is the highest transfer of this summer, which is over £70 million for Kai Havertz at Chelsea. Obviously, nothing to do with Norwich, nothing to do with. How do you think he's adapted to the Premier League? Because I know you watch Premier League games. So, how do you think he's adapted?
I think Chelsea have kind of gone with a window of opportunistic. They've seen these players available, Timo Werner, Kai Havertz, and gone, you know what, they're available, we'll have them. You can't tell me there's been a plan in place for them to go, right, we need Timo Werner here, we need Havertz here. I think it sums up, I'm not a massive fan of Frank Lampard, to be honest. I don't think he did that great at Derby when we played them a couple of times. They didn't look that great. For him to be playing, or when Havertz was playing on the right wing to accommodate Mason Mount in the middle, I think that sums up all of Chelsea's problems. Why are you accommodating Mason Mount, who is okay on his day? I don't see why you spend 80 million on a central attacking midfielder to then put him right wing and him to have been obviously ineffectual. I think if you play him in his correct position, like everyone, they'll flourish a lot better than if you're just trying to square pegs in round holes. He's a player of ability. I saw him against Rangers last season when Leverkusen were in the Europa League, and he was class, different standard of quality. I know the Scottish League isn't as high as the Premier League, but if you give him time and space, he's a top operator. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him and Ziyech and Werner when they're all fit and ready to go.
All of them. They've got so many players in those sort of positions. I mean, they've recently let Ross Barkley go to Villa, and he, to be fair to him, he had a great game against Liverpool last night. Some interesting news coming out of Manchester United. Ousmane Dembele, his move's off. Man United only wanted to loan him, whereas Barca wanted to sale the sale, and it looks like that will not be happening. So that's another blow to Manchester United during this window. Now, you've possibly seen it. Mark Goldbridge absolutely lost his head the other day. To be honest, he is somebody that I'm not a massive fan of anyway. He probably knows that because some of his comments he makes is very over the top with some of his comments, and he made a particular comment about, basically about money, and I just think it's the wrong time to be making comments like that. Bearing in mind, a lot of people have been made redundant. He's been able to sit in his bedroom still and be absolutely fine. So that was incredibly disappointing, in my opinion. What do you make of Manchester United? Solskjaer?
There we go.
There we go. We're back. Don't know what happened there.
I thought I was going to have to anchor then. I was right. Let's get my Everton hat out.
we should do. Yeah. Let me change it over for you. There you go. Yeah.
Lovely. Yeah, no pressure. I can hear you, so it's fine. Brilliant.
Wait there. Let me mute myself now. I'm joking.
I'll be fully on it now. Yeah.
Yeah, so what do you make of Man United? Obviously, you might have just spoke, but I've heard nothing.
No, mate, yeah, so I was going to wait for you to, I don't know what you think, but obviously, without the director of football, you've obviously got Marcel Brands, we've got Stuart Webber, and it just makes it so much easier. It just sorts everything out in the club, and they just look like a club that are, again, just so lastminute.com, they're trying to, Ed Woodward's not a football man, is he? You can see he's all about the money. Yesterday, I don't know if you watched it, but him being on his phone whilst the club are 6-1 down to Spurs. That's not what you want to see, is it, from your sporting director or whatever his role is? It's an absolute disgrace. I'm surprised he didn't go for Godfrey, to be honest, because he's signed up with Rio Ferdinand's agency. So I will give that as a note. When he performs well and does well for Everton in a couple of years, could be touted for Man U by Mr. Ferdinand.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he probably won't want to. He probably won't want to leave Man United.
No.
He won't want to take. He won't want to leave Everton for Man United. He won't want to take the step down at that point, I would have thought.
Well, why do you want to leave Carlo?
Yeah, this is the thing. Just another couple of bits then, just before I let you go. People are speaking quite highly of you. So, how do you know all of this football knowledge? Then, I mean, what does it stem from? Are you just particularly bored and just watch football all the time?
I'll be honest, mate. I'm just very, very sad. Like, I honestly, it doesn't matter if I watch a game; it just sticks in my head. I don't know how. Like I say, I don't know why I know that Marcel Brands is your sporting director. I don't know why all of that sort of thing, but it just sticks, mate. And I just like talking about it. You know, you got a podcast and all that sort of thing, and just obviously, I love Norwich. Hopefully in the future we're able to kind of talk about all various clubs. I love this sort of thing. As soon as you got that, as soon as you invited me on, I was like, yes, this is just the perfect thing. Just love speaking about football, really, mate.
Yeah, to be honest, it was an absolute pleasure. As soon as I saw that video, as soon as I saw that video, and I'm very passionate about helping fellow creators as well.
Yeah, I really respect that, mate. Yeah,
and I saw this as a little bit of an opportunity that you can plug your channel, which you haven't done yet, so you can plug it in a minute.
Thank you.
But equally, you come through as very knowledgeable. And it's about having good people on the channel, and we got to support each other, in my opinion. So, to be honest, Jake, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. To be honest, it really, really has. And equally,
thanks, mate. I really appreciate it, mate. Hopefully, we're actually back next year and can chat about Norwich and Everton. Actually, a bit more like.
Well, it'd be nice to do a match preview and a match reaction, wouldn't it? And talk about it. Last thing then, very, very last thing then, I promise. Who's going to win the league?
Oh, God. I would have said Liverpool, which is not going to go down well. But I don't know, man. I think, Tottenham are a dark horse in there. Everton, I'm not going to turn those round. And Man City obviously don't have strikers at the moment. I'm going to say Liverpool. Don't shoot me down, Everton fans. I'll say Liverpool simply because of just the squad strength there. And when Alisson's back, they look great. I really respect Everton. I'm not saying this because I'm on here and, mainly Everton fans will be on it. But the way you kind of conducted your business with Ben Godfrey, and I don't know if you saw, Liverpool were kind of linked with Jamal Lewis more towards, and just they kind of bid £8-10 million. Liverpool fans like. Yeah, and it's just and Liverpool fans, the way they're saying this is the divine right, we have to let him go. And it was just like, this is not how we do business. They weren't really that interested in Jamal. They're just trying to get their other left backs price down, trying to make Olympiacos kind of panic. But the way Everton have just come in and gone, right, this is okay, we'll offer a starting price. Norwich say, right, no, we want this for Godfrey. And you go, yeah, that's fine. I fully respect that. And that's the way a proper club should run, really.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I respect that, and equally, I think it's fair to say that Everton, we certainly respect Norwich as well. Norwich have always, whenever we played each other, they've always given us a tough game. I remember 2004-2005 season, Everton were playing Norwich. Everton were third in the league at the time, going for Champions League under David Moyes, and we went 2-0 up. And you pulled it back to 2-2. And I remember sitting there going, we were Champions League challenging team at the time. And Norwich, who were bottom of the league, just weren't dying. So credit to Norwich, to be fair. Credit to Norwich. Right. I think we'll leave it there, Jacob. Thank you ever so much, Jacob. Where can everyone find you? Where can they subscribe to you? That's the biggest thing. Let's get... How many subscribers are we on?
231 at the moment.
Right, guys. There's 251 of you watching this right now. Everyone leave. Go over to where Jacob's about to tell you and come back. Jacob, where are you?
I appreciate that, mate. So, yeah, Canary Cast. So, Canary and then Cast. Type it in. We should be right at the top. Speak all about Norwich, the rest of the championship as well. Kind of just we do get passionate sometimes, we can't always help it as passionate Norwich fans. And we just try and give our best opinion, really. Really appreciate you having me on, mate, and really enjoyed it.
Yeah, equally, mate. It's been absolutely brilliant having you on. I can see John's smile on his face from the close scene. So he's thoroughly enjoyed listening to you as well, mate. We've got Holly as well waiting, who is a resident Spurs fan who's been on by demand. Everyone in the comments has been asking for her as well. So, Jacob, I'm going to love and leave you. Thank you ever so much, guys. Get over to Canary Cast, for fuck's sake. Canary Cast.
We'll get it right.
Over there now.
I'll come back on and we'll get it right.
Absolutely. When you're in the Premier League as well, we'll do match previews, match reactions. Absolutely brilliant. Jacob, it's been an absolute pleasure. I shall see you soon, mate.
Love it, mate. Thank you very much. Speak to you later.
No worries.
Cheers, man.
Thanks, guys. Right, I've got my channel back. John can piss off now. So, I'm joking. He's sitting there waiting. I can see him laughing. You guys can't see it. Right, so we've got Holly, who obviously you've all been going on about. So I'm going to have her in just a moment. I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone. If you are new to the channel, make sure you've subscribed, you like the video, you share the video. This video needs to be going out there on all your social media platforms. So Holly, I hope you've done that. Otherwise, we're never speaking again, ever. And John, if you haven't retweeted this video on your Twitter by now, you've banned off the channel. Guys, I'm going to leave you in their capable hands. I'm going to go and have a cup of tea because I need one. Holly, be nice to John. Okay?
When am I never not nice? Come on.
Well, you just have to be careful with your darkness, don't we? All right, let's get John in there. Hello, John.
All right, Ollie?
Hello, I'm all right. How are you?
I'm sound. Good. Just a quick one before anyone goes. So Dominic King has now retweeted the only business that Everton will do tonight is Robin Olsen, and that will be the close of business for Everton today. So hopefully he's wrong. Hopefully we will bring somebody else in, but it looks highly unlikely now. I have just been sent a message though from Man United keeper Romero's wife, and here
she sent you a message directly, hasn't John?
Yeah. On text, an Instagram message is Sergio Romero worked hard for his last club. Last trophy they won, they lifted it with him. He helped the team reach 4 finals, semi-finals, and then he was left on the bench only to lose them all. It is time for them to return the opportunity and let him go. So read into that what you will, folks, but it looks like Everton are after Romero, and it looks like it could be Man United that are putting stops on it. So let's see if anything happens with that deal.
Cool. Now, John, I want you to be asking lots of questions about Spurs and how they lost the first weekend of the season. And I'm going to leave you both to it. Holly, I'll catch up with you after because I'll need feedback scores on John's performance during this interview.
All right, no worries.
Right, welcome to the Blue Boys Network, Holly. I know you've done a video with Michael before. You haven't done what me, so it's great to have you on. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. It's good.
You're very welcome. So, obviously, the first game of the season, Everton did beat Tottenham. It was we've slagged Jordan Pickford off all night on this channel. But I thought that day, they actually probably won us the game. We pulled off some good saves against Tottenham. Going into that game, did you expect your team to beat Everton, or did you expect with Everton's new signings, do you think it was going to be a hard game?
I thought it was going to be tougher, but from my perspective, I thought we'd be all right. But obviously, we're just not very clinical. We weren't really in that first game either. And like I said, I think it kind of pushed us to make another signing as well. Like I said, after that game, we just decided, right, we actually need to sign someone else because this is awful.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think since that game, you've had a couple of decent results. And obviously, you go back to yesterday, going 1-0 down after 30, 40 seconds to it. It's a silly penalty, to be fair, to give away that early in the game. The ball wasn't really going anywhere. I thought he could put it out for the corner or whatever. It was a silly tackle to make. But then that goal seemed to put Spurs into life, and it was an absolutely phenomenal performance. Every time they went forward, listen, not taking nothing away from Spurs here, but I thought Man United were very, very poor.
They were.
Was you surprised how poor Man United were yesterday?
Yeah, I was. And the fact that we gave that penalty away straight away, I said before the game, I was like, if anyone's going to give a penalty away to Penchester, I thought I'd just slip it in there. It was going to be either Sergio Aurier and Sanchez. And who was it? It was Sanchez. So I wasn't obviously too surprised that we gave away a penalty. Just didn't want it to happen that early on. But yeah, I thought they'd be a little bit stronger than what they were. And I think after we managed to get that reply straight away and then to get the next one, they just kind of lost their heads after that, really.
Yeah, and then obviously they got the player sent off as well, which I thought they were both giving a handbag to Andy. Do you know what I mean? It was just, I think it was unlucky. I think it was Martial or Rashford who got sent off.
Yeah, Martial.
Yeah, but you're happy with Tottenham's business up to now in the window? Do you think it was signing just had to make?
Yes, without a doubt. And I've said this so many times. I'm not Levy's biggest fan, but the fact that he's actually listening to Jose, maybe it's because Jose's got that stature and he's like, if I want to play it, I want to get him. And I think we've just spent the money wisely. We haven't spent too much money. We've just spent it in the right areas. Like I said, we need a backup striker. We've needed a backup striker for as long as I can remember. And the fact that we've actually got it in a loan deal, Vinicius, is excellent. And obviously with Reguilon as our new left back and Doherty as our new right back as well, they were key positions that we needed to buy. And like I said, we've got fingers crossed that hopefully we're bringing the centre back as well. But I'm not too sure. I think Skriniar is now completely off the table, and there's rumours that maybe Roden, I think it is. I can't say his name very well. From Swansea is coming in. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it goes. But apart from that, I think, we've had a pretty decent transfer window, which is something that I actually keep pinching myself. So
yeah, I think it is. I think for the likes of Tottenham fans, I think they always do worry when the transfer window comes along, because when they need them players, I think a lot of Tottenham fans are worried about Mr. Levy, aren't they? Will he put his hands in his pockets? And listen, I think a lot of teams who get a new ground, and that happened with Arsenal as well, didn't spend money straight away because they do want to recoup some money. But listen, I think it's at the minute in the situation we're in, a lot of clubs are losing money, and it's just unfortunate that this virus come along when Tottenham had moved into their new stadium, because it was a massive outlay. I think I did see something. Didn't Tottenham take a loan out, a £250 million loan or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So it's a shame the clubs have to do that. But listen, obviously Levy's not soft. He's a very shrewd businessman. I think we all know that. Going on to Harry Kane, I think he's a great striker, but I think the injury he had was a bad injury, and I think it's still up to now. He's still getting over that injury, and he's still building his fitness up from that bad injury he had. So listen, they did need to bring back up in. You've also got Son, who, look, I'll never forgive him for doing what he done to Andre Gomez, but for football ability, I think he's an absolutely great player. Some of the goals he scored yesterday, where he's fast as well. Anyone who can burn them Man United defenders off, and he just lifted it over the keeper. It was a great finish. If Tottenham didn't bring this backup, well, not backup striker, but if they didn't bring this striker in, do you think they could have got away with just having the likes of Son and Kane there, or would it have been a struggle?
The trouble is, we've been there before. If Sonny goes, then we've got Kane. If Kane goes, then who have we got? We could play Lucas Moura up top. We tried that last season, and it just didn't really work from the start. So I think the fact that we've got Vinicius in, I think, is amazing. Like, all of us fans have been screaming out for it, because we saw it time after time. You keep playing Harry Kane, he's going to get more and more injured, or he's going to get knocks here and there, and it's just not great. And then obviously we rely heavily on Sonny. And then if Sonny gets a knock and then he's out, who do we call on? Lucas Moura. It's just a vicious cycle. So I think, as funny as it sounds, Vinicius coming in to try and stop that vicious cycle is a good thing.
It turns out to be a big sign in this fella you brought in, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It helps the team out a lot. Talking about Lucas Moura there, I think it was just before you played Liverpool in the Champions League final, he was scoring goals for fun in the Champions League. Do you think, because he hasn't been a presence in Tottenham's team, let's be honest about it, he's been in and out. Have you ever thought he deserved to play more than what he has, for the way he was playing, getting them into the Champions League final? I think he scored a hat-trick in the semi-final. Do you think he would have felt hard done by? Do you think he deserved to be playing more? And do you think he could have filled this gap in where you brought this player in? Or is he not good enough to play him week out?
I think Lucas Moura is not an out-and-out striker, personally. Watching him play, I think he plays best when he starts on the wing and he drives in and then he has to pass the ball. If he's just left to reign free, he just runs into players and doesn't actually find that end product. So going back, yeah, exactly. He's putting him up top works for a little bit, but I just don't think he's naturally there. And going back to this whole thing about Lucas Moura in the Champions League, I think it's one of those age-old things. It's hindsight. If you have hindsight and you play him in the final and we go on and win, I don't think we would have done. But regardless, I think he deserved to play that game in the final. But then you've also got to think to yourself, if your striker's just come back from injury, that's your number one, you're not going to not play him. Like, it was a tough one. But yeah, I think maybe Lucas Moura not playing in that final, starting in the starting 11, did kind of knock his confidence a bit, which is probably why he didn't then slot into the side after the Champions League, I think.
Yeah, probably spat his dummy out a bit as well, possibly. So what do you expect from Tottenham this season? Now you've brought these players in to improve. Do you think, I've said this for a long time, the likes of Mourinho, if your face doesn't fit with Mourinho, will fall out very fast with you. I think we've seen that with Danny Rose. It looks like it's happening with Dele Alli. Do you think Mourinho will keep the majority of the players on side? And if he does, where do you expect Tottenham to finish this season?
I reckon he will. I mean, after watching that documentary, you kind of get into an insight into, obviously, the players. And I think Danny Rose, I think he just thinks he's too good. He thinks he's better than what he actually is. And I think Jose actually put it black and white to him, kind of thought, oh, I've never had this before. Because I don't think Poch necessarily did that. He just liked to keep everyone happy. So for me, I think it's good that Jose is telling people how it is. I think that's the way football should be. Okay, yeah, it's not great if one of your players then has a tantrum, but that just shows their mentality. If they're not going to work together as a squad, so be it. I don't want them part of my squad. So for me, looking forward, it's got to be a trophy. And at this stage, we could be picky, but I don't think we have the right to be picky. It's just got to be any trophy at this stage.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully maybe the Carabao Cup after beating Chelsea on pens. Maybe that, I'm not sure. So, and obviously you want to get into top four and stuff, but there you go.
I think if you look at Tottenham this season and you also look at Everton, I think we're both striding for the same thing, you know, a trophy and European football. I think that's the minimum for Everton and Tottenham this season. You know, with the players Everton have brought in, the start we've had, you know, got Man United in the quarterfinals of the Carabao Cup. I wish we were playing them this week, but it's not, it's December. If Tottenham, I shouldn't ask this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If Tottenham don't win anything and don't get into the top four, would you be worried about losing Harry Kane?
I've been asked this question so many times, and the honest truth is, yes, he'll go. Because if I'm a player and I'm playing at this top level and I've got golden boots, I've got assists, I've got this and that, but I haven't actually won a league trophy or a domestic cup in any, obviously you're going to want to do that in your lifetime as a football player. So for me, I could see him off. I keep saying, I think Jose's the man to do it because he's pretty much done it everywhere else. Even at that poor Manchester United side, he managed to win something. That's what I'm saying. So if Jose can't do it, I'd have to think, well, who's going to do it? Do you know what I mean? So I think Kane would be off if we weren't going to win anything or get European football.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think you've got a great manager. Jose Mourinho, you know, what you get with Jose Mourinho is what you get. Do you know what I mean? I seen a stat yesterday while I was at Man United, he won 2 trophies and he bin him off, you know, and he's that sort of manager, isn't he? If Mourinho falls out with the owner of the club, you've gone, you know, and that's what happened because there's no in between Jose Mourinho. But don't get me wrong, whenever there've been looking for a manager in the past, I've always shouted his name out. I would have loved Jose Mourinho or Everton. For the simple fact of the matter, Holly, wherever he goes, he wins trophies. There's no denying. There's no denying you can't diss his trophy haul. You know what I mean? I can see why Tottenham went for him. I can't see why Tottenham went for him. We'll talk about Poch. I want to ask you a question about Poch. So, I put a tweet out yesterday when Tottenham spanked Man United 6-1. And I said, if I was a betting man, Ollie will be the first manager sacked in the Premier League. Will Poch go there?
It's a tough one. What would you
think of it?
Personally, he said that, well, I reckon Levy's got something in the contract that means he can't go to another Premier League club in X amount of years. I reckon that's something in the contract. I think if Poch goes to United, I mean, I'd say good luck to him. But I love Poch to bits, and I love the football he played. But the way you've got to look at it is, we had 5 years of the man. We didn't win anything. So if he goes to Man United and then gets money on this and that and actually wins something, I hold my hands up and say, okay, maybe it was Levy's fault. Maybe it wasn't Poch's tactics. But I don't know. I wish him luck, obviously, and I wouldn't like to come across him just because I love the guy. But yeah, that's the way you've got to weigh things up. Will he win stuff with Man United if he didn't win anything with Tottenham? There's all these other arguments that he wasn't given money, he wasn't given this. But some of the players we had, especially in that season when Leicester won the title, we should have won that as well. There was no doubt about it. We had some quality players. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. And Poch couldn't do it with those players. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Well, the thing is, you're probably quite right there in what you say. You know, maybe there's something in the contract, because there's been, you know, clubs who have been looking for a manager in the Premier League. You know, you had Chelsea, you've got Tottenham, you had Arsenal, you had Everton. You know, if you want to put Everton in there, and it's just strange that he wasn't really linked with any of them clubs. Do you know what I mean? So maybe there is something in the contract. What I will say, you say he didn't win a trophy at Tottenham. He probably took it closer than what anyone is for a long, long time.
There is that,
you know
but
I mean?
we won one in like 2008, didn't we? And the state of that team then compared to that team when Leicester won the league, it's a tough one. I think for Spurs fans, you love a manager, but then you've got to look at it with a rational head and be like, we've had so long watching lovely football, but it never got us anywhere. And I think that run in the Champions League was amazing, don't get me wrong, but we didn't have anything to show for it at the end. And I think that there was a lot of problems going in behind the scenes during that Champions League run. I'm not saying it was purely luck, but I think luck did have quite a big role to play in it. I'm being really negative, but that's just kind of how I saw it. So
yeah, no, you know, looking out from the outside, everything you say, and when I think about it and look at it, you know, you're spot on. You're spot on. Just got a message here. Someone asking, how old is Harry Kane?
Oh, that's a good question. I should probably know this, shouldn't I? I think he's 27, 28, I think. I should probably know this. That's bad from me.
I'll tell you.
This is when I get it really wrong.
I'll tell you so you don't, Holly. How old is Harry?
He's definitely like getting on a
27.
bit. 27. There we go. I was close.
So listen, he's coming to the peak of his career now. So obviously, as you quite rightly said before, you know, if Tottenham don't start winning trophies, he probably will go. Do you think he's good enough for the big? And this is no disrespect to Tottenham. Is he big enough and good enough for your Real Madrid, your Barcelonas, you know, possibly your Man United? You know, is he good enough for that sort of team?
I think lots of people underestimate him. You look at the amount of assists he's created this season and the assists that he started to make at the end of life. I think because it's Harry Kane, people just kind of dismiss him. But I think I'm going to sound really, really biased, but I think he is one of the top players in the world. That's the way I feel. The fact that
His goal record, goal record backs that up.
It's phenomenal. And the fact now he's adding assists to his game as well. Like, it's, for me, I think you'd be silly to be like, I don't want a Harry Kane in my team, personally.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. How much does he go for in today's market? What's he worth? If you're saying he's one of the best in the world, what's he go for?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I mean, we paid £40 million for Richarlison.
I'd say maybe between. You look at the likes of Sancho. How much did United want to pay for him? Like over 100k, wasn't it, or something ridiculous?
$5 million.
Well, oh Jesus Christ! I don't know.
Sorry for putting them on the toes. I should have told you what I'm going to ask.
I would say my transfer money dealings is probably not up there in my repertoire of things. Not gonna lie.
If you look at some of the other players, though, you know, and what they're going for, you've got to be looking at 80 million.
No,
I'd say 80 to 100. It depends what people want to pay for him. At the end of the day, it's not how much you're worth. It's necessarily how much the other team are willing to pay for it. And obviously, with the likes of Levy, he's not going to let him go for cheap. So,
breaking news on Sky as well: Arsenal have met the asking price of 45 million for Thomas Partey. Don't know much about him. A lot of money in the climate. but from what I've heard and from what I have seen, he's a really, really good player. Someone's just put a question on there. Don't they have Gareth Bale too? I was going to ask you about Mr. Bale.
I was waiting for this.
What's your take?
I mean, from a personal view, I feel it's a nostalgic feel. The fact that behind me right there, I used to have a massive picture of Gareth Bale on my wall when I was like 15. So the fact that like he's come back to the squad, it's amazing. The fact that he just sat on the bench being wasted at Madrid and then out of nowhere can come on and bang in a bicycle kick from like in the edge of the box in the back of the net against the UCL final to think you would be silly not to want him back at the club. It's just, for Spurs fans, it's very nostalgic. So, and I think even if he just comes off on the bench, I know it's a lot of money, but I think the fact that he can deliver that quality, you're not going to say no to it, let's be honest. So yeah, I'm very, very happy.
You're quite right in saying he sat on the bench at Real Madrid, so we don't know if he's the same player. Do you think you're getting the same player who left Tottenham?
See, age comes into it, I think. When he
and
left
injuries.
And injuries, of course. But then you look at Harry Kane, and okay, he might not have the same injuries as Bale, but Kane has tried to deliver with these injuries that have still been ongoing. And like I said, if Bale comes on and has like a cameo of 30 minutes, I wouldn't put it past him to score a goal, personally.
It's a lot of money for a 30-minute
It is a lot of money, but I don't know. I think to myself, this is Levy we're talking about, and I keep going back to it, and it's Levy. And I think the fact that Levy's parted ways with that much money has got to tell me something that, okay, we might actually be getting a real deal here, rather than, I mean, we spent ridiculous amount of money on the money we got from Bale and the trash that we have. I think we have Lamela that's left. So the fact that Jose's like, I think Bale should come back, and Levy's parted with that money kind of highlights, okay, I think we're still getting a very good Gareth Bale here.
Is it a Jose Mourinho signing or is it a Daniel Levy signing?
See, when you think of the fact that our online shirt sales of Bale have now crashed, I do think it was maybe a Levy signing. But I also think that
he pays for himself, doesn't he?
He does. That's what I mean. So that's another way. We say we spent all this money, but then if all of our shirts kind of weighs it up. So I don't know. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he does. You know, there's a lot more quality in the Premier League now since Gareth Bale left. And listen, Gareth Bale was a fantastic player. I don't know what to expect from him. You know, as you say, you've brought the forward in. You've brought Gareth Bale back in. Gareth Bale can give them forwards the service that we know he's capable of. It's a very, very frightening attack that Tottenham have now. How confident are you in your defence? It's great having Son. It's great having Harry Kane. It's great having this Vitic or whatever his name is. It's great having, you know, Gareth Bale, Bergwijn. You know, it's great having these players. What about your backline? Would you be happy to win 5-4 every week?
I mean, if it gets us 3 points, yes. I mean, being a Spurs fan, I have a heart attack every week anyway, so it wouldn't faze me that much. But no, I see what you're saying. I think the fact that Jose, he said in an interview the other day after the game that imagine if I was an attacking manager, the goals we'd score. So I think Jose is very much like hepped on his defence, and the fact that we've also got Ledley King that's now coaching our defence as well. So it's a tough one, like you said. I mean, we brought Reguilon in. I think it's quality. We've got Doherty that I think is better than Sergio Aurier. But another thing I'd like to highlight on is the fact that we've got competition for spaces. Like you said earlier, it just lifts everyone. The fact that now Sergio Aurier isn't kebabbing people's legs and giving away penalties as much as he used to. And the fact that, I don't know, I just think it makes the squad be like, actually, no, I haven't got my place in this squad anymore. I've actually got to work for it. And when you work for it, levels across the board just go up. So I think, yeah.
It's good you say that, because Everton are now in that position. You know, if you look last season and it was poor, we had Tom Davis who was playing most weeks. We had Gylfi Sigurdsson. We had Fabian Delph. You know, we had Morgan Schneiderlin before he moved on. But these players knew they were getting on this team sheet every week. So if they put a shit performance in, they weren't bothered because they knew they'd get picked. Now we've got the likes of Alan, we've got Decore, we've got James. You know, Richarlison's on fire. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has had a new lease of life. But exactly what you say there, in the Carabao Cup games or when we've had to bring them on as sub, the likes of your Sigurdsson has stepped up. The likes of your Fabian Delph has stepped up. And you hit the nail on the head there, Holly, when you said it's competition now. And to challenge in the Premier League and to consistently challenge for trophies, you need quality in 2 positions all over the squad. Yeah. Tottenham didn't have that. We didn't have that, but we're getting there now. And I think this is why we could be bringing another goalkeeper in, because we have that problem with Jordan Pickford. This goalkeeper we're linked with, this Rob Olsen, I've looked at his stats and he doesn't look much better than Pickford, to be fair. But obviously, he's better than Lossell and he must be better than Yao Virginia. Otherwise, they wouldn't be bringing him in. And again, it's competition for places. And when you're aspiring to get up there, like Tottenham are now bringing Bale in, and this forward, and Everton with the players we've brought in, you do need that quality all over the pitch. It'd be interesting to see. I think it's going to be a good fight out between Tottenham and Everton this season. And don't get me wrong, I've done my Premier League predictions, and I said Everton would finish above Tottenham. In fact, no, I didn't. I said Everton would finish 12th, believe it or not. This was before but this was before we brought these players in. And now look at the 2 squads. And obviously, probably sounds biased here, I do think Everton will finish above Tottenham. But now, with the 2 squads that we've got, it's going to be a closer fight, I think, and I think Tottenham had to make the signings they've done, I think, or there was a real worry from probably Tottenham supporters that we're going to get left behind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
definitely.
They have had a good window. Tottenham have had a good window, I like Jose Mourinho. I think what you get with Jose Mourinho is what you get. And I think he's a good manager. He could have went to a lot of clubs. Do you think, we'll talk about Man United a bit because we're talking about Jose Mourinho. Do you think they sacked him too early? And are you happy to have him? Are you glad they sacked him?
I'm glad they sacked him. Obviously, from my point of view, the fact that at the time, I think Poch kind of lost the dressing room. I think there was a lot of players that just didn't want to play anymore. The likes of Toby, he wasn't going to sign a new contract. Jose comes in, he signs a contract. I just think it was a new lease of life for Tottenham. And the fact that we've got someone, Poch hadn't, I keep going back to this thing about Poch, and I loved Poch, but I don't know, if you've got someone coming into your club that's won stuff, you're automatically going to be like, okay, cool, we might actually win stuff under this guy. And I think Jose maybe, like you said, he fell out with a lot of people at Man United and he probably thought, right, it's time to go. And the fact that he had a timeout for a little period of time just to collect himself and then come back into the Prem for Tottenham. I think, I just think it was the right time for both Tottenham and for Jose. I think it was just the aligning in the stars, shall we say.
Where do you think, I won't keep you too much longer now because I'm expecting Michael to pop back in. Where do you think it went wrong for Poch?
It's a tough one. I think it was when you had the signs of Eriksen not wanting to play anymore or wanting to go somewhere else, the fact that Real Madrid were like biting at his hands and we were just kind of like,
oh, we're here already.
I think at that point.
Hi, guys. I wasn't expecting that one. Been thrown in here, but yeah. Hello. You're right, John.
Hello.
How's everyone doing? Sorry to interrupt there. Mike he's on mute as well by the looks of it.
I just felt the need to throw everyone in there, to be honest.
He felt left out, Collie. That's what it was.
Do you know what it is? There is a reason I wanted just the 3 of us to get together, because if you look at Leicester, you look at Tottenham, you look at Everton, their ambition is all the same this season. Leicester's ambition has to be Champions League. Tottenham's has to. And Everton's, because of the start that we had, we've gone from thinking, yeah, we can finish Europa League, to actually going, no, we can finish Champions League. Ellis, it's an absolute pleasure, and I promise I will boot these 2 out in a minute. But, Holly, Tottenham against Leicester, who wins?
Well, she's going to say Tottenham.
I want to know. I'm going to ask the same question in a minute. I'm going to ask Ellis the same question. I want to know why. Because when I look at the 3 of our clubs, we've already beat Spurs away. I suspect we'll beat Leicester away and win the league and win the fucking lot. But what is the thoughts here? What's the thoughts? Where's Tottenham finishing? Everton, Leicester, Tottenham. Who's where?
Well, I'm obviously going to say Toffee, but no, seriously, I think I think for us against Leicester and you guys, when we come and meet you again, I just think the fact that we lost you the first round and we weren't really awake, we didn't have that new sign. I'm not saying it's all of that new sign. I just think it's this new mentality we bring. The fact that we give away a penalty in the first minute against Manchester United, and then rather than sitting back and sulking, we go and get the next one. We go get another quick reply. I just think it's a whole different ball game at Tottenham now. And I think with that confidence, especially with the likes of Tanguy and Adomble, that now looks like a new signing, I think we could do all right now. I think we could both give you both a strong game. So, yeah, it's a tough one. Obviously, I'm not going to say Tottenham are going to lose, but, yeah, we're going to win, obviously.
I back her as well. I think out of all three of us, I do think that both of you have better squads than us. It's no doubt there's a pattern in this group. Two of the clubs are bottlers, so Spurs and Leicester will both take that crown. But yeah, no, I do think both of you guys, you both got world-class managers. Rodgers, bottler. For me, he won't succeed out of Celtic, and a lot of Leicester fans are beginning to get frustrated with him because he just changes it for no reason and literally just fiddles with it all every week. And to be honest, I think we'll finish below both of you. I don't think we'll beat you either. I think you both got squads very, very a lot better than ours. Actually, I'd say.
It's a beautiful, beautiful day. It's a beautiful, beautiful momentum that you've got there. When the ball comes into James Maddison, he's on the turn.
Jamie Vardy's pace is a thing of absolute beauty, so it is.
He's losing his pace, to be fair. He's not that fast anymore. I'm not going to lie.
No, he's still got 5 goals this season. Holly, John, have you two finished? I don't mean to boot you out. I'm just,
Yeah, I think we've kept Holly long enough now. Listen, it's been an absolute pleasure, Holly. I'm sorry I dropped a lot of questions on your toes there, but listen, I thought I'd ask them while I was here. So thanks very much for joining me as well. It's been an absolute pleasure.
No worries. Thanks for asking me on. I've loved it. It's been good.
Very welcome. Cheers. We'll see you again.
You're more than welcome.
Right. Ciao. See you later.
See you later. John, are you staying or are you going? Hello, John.
Sorry. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a brew and then I'll probably jump back in about 10 minutes. See you.
Yeah,
cheers, Alex.
See you, mate. Here we go. Like the old days.
How are you?
Me and Mike. I'm good, mate.
The old
Yourself?
days. Yeah, mate. It's an absolute pleasure having you on. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Obviously, we've been speaking recently. It's a pleasure being back on the channel. It's been a while, but yeah, it's nice to be back on the old channel.
The first time you was on this channel, I had about 800 subscribers. You had about 600 subscribers. Now you've got 13,000 subscribers, and we've got 6,800. So obviously you do something right. Obviously, I want to just give you a massive shout out. This is the True Fox. Also one of the members of the Offsiders. Yes, he's a good lad. He is known for his celebration at Goodison. Please, 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 please do not hold that against him, because at the end of the day, he's a young lad. We all make mistakes. We all hype up at times. It's more than welcome. And anyway, Leicester were playing very well that day, so I'm not surprised that some of their fans were a little bit happy. Equally, some of ours were a bit over the top as well. So I don't want any comments like that today. Cheers for coming on. I know obviously you're on with Babs later as well, another member of the Offsiders. I think the main question every single Everton fan's got here, and equally me, is why the fuck wasn't I?
I know exactly what it's going to be.
I can hit the crossbar, I can hit the post, because I saw your shooting, and wow, mate, wow, everywhere. It was sporadic.
Look, are you challenging me to a football challenge live on stream right now? We can sort it out, Mike. If you want to do it, we'll sort it out. We'll settle it on your channel. The people can see. I had an off day. I was suffering with an injury as it is. I was injured, so it is what it is. The old injury is playing me up. That's why I didn't get scouted for Leicester when I was younger. So it's one of them things.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And I am challenging you 100%. I am challenging you. And I tell you what, if it gets me on the Offsiders, I'm challenging all of you. So you can pass that on in your little group chat. You can go challenge George and Babs and all of them. They'll all watch this and Sam. first and foremost, obviously, how do you rate the window for Leicester? That's, it's deadline day. How do you rate it? Are you expecting anyone in today?
No. I think Rodgers came out at the start of the window anyway, and basically said that we've got limited funds as it is. Obviously, we sold Ben Chilwell for £50 million, and we're all sitting there absolutely buzzing with that because we've only, I think, a net spend of 7 million. So we've only spent 7 million of our money. So it's obvious that we didn't really have any money as it is. We signed Wesley Fofana, 19-year-old, 35 million. So a lot of money. We signed Castagne, who, in my opinion, is going to be one of the best fullbacks in the league. And I'm not overhyping. I'm not trying to overhype. Like I'm trying to stay grounded because I do overhype Leicester quite a lot, and I know that. But yeah, no, Castagne world class, miles above Ben Chilwell. But again, I don't have any bad feelings towards Ben Chilwell because look, if we were in the situation he was in, we'd both take the opportunity and we both would move because you're living in London, playing for one of the biggest clubs in the world. So I don't fault him for that at all. And then we signed. Who else did we sign? Cengiz Under, yeah, one of my favourite players. How did I forget that? So yeah, he's my favourite out of all three of those signings. We've not seen a lot of him just yet, but he's a winger and it's what we needed. So I'd rate it 8 out of 10. We could have done with the striker because I feel like one injury to Vardy, and as you guys know, without Vardy, we're not the side that we would have been with him. So yeah, I think 8 out of 10.
You say that, but Iheanacho always scores against Everton.
Do you know what it is? Iheanacho, he's a very, very good striker. In front of goal, he's got a great finish on him. And I kept on saying that last season. Obviously, his confidence was shattered with Puel. But if he can get a good run of forms going, I do believe he will become a good striker. But there's not going to be any other striker that will want to come to Leicester knowing that Jamie Vardy, one of the world's best strikers, in my opinion, is starting. He's not going to get in front of him. So, it's one of those things.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. I think from an Everton fan's perspective, obviously, we sort of. I looked at the last season and Wolves, and I said, well, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to not have a great season. I didn't think Man United would have a good season. Didn't think Arsenal would. I thought Chelsea would be in transition under Lampard first year. I saw it as a real opportunity for Everton and Leicester. Now, Leicester acted on it to a degree. Obviously, they were top of the league. No, there wasn't. They were second and third in the league for a fair period of time. Certainly third for a long time. A massive points gap to fourth and fifth before the lockdown. And then, in all fairness, you've said it yourself, he bottled it, Brendan Rodgers again, bottled it like he did with the league at Liverpool. He bottled it. Why was that? What was the, the mentality there?
The mentality behind it was I think it was clear. We had a great start to the season, similar to how we started this season, in fact. And I feel like it could go a similar way to last season, this season that we've got right now. We started the season, we're doing great, we're the underdogs. No one expects us to do what we're doing. People still don't catch on to how we're playing. And then it gets towards January and people then finally start to notice that this is how Leicester play, love to get a bit of width, etc., like that. And people I think it was just people just found out how we play. And it really didn't help that we didn't invest in January either. And I think every other club around us made one world-class signing. You look at Man United, they were miles behind us and they made one signing in Bruno Fernandes and bang, they went flying above us. And look, we bottled Champions League, but at the end of the day, it's a great season. Europa League football, we finished ninth 2 seasons in a row. 10 years ago, I was watching us in League One. So Europa League football, finishing 5th in the Premier League, I'll take it every single day of the week.
It's not bad that you remember going from when you was in your pram as well. That's particularly good from 10 years ago. Just to confirm, an outgoing from Everton, I've had a text message to confirm that Theo Walcott has joined Southampton on a season-long loan. I wish him the best of luck. I think he's been home, and I suspect that it will be made a permanent deal in forever, hopefully. Talking about expectations,
Here we go.
What should Everton fans with the team? Because obviously you're unbiased. Everton fans can come on here and say we're going to win the league. Fucking hell, I've been sitting there going, we're going to win 38 games in the league. We're going to win 8 Carabao Cup games and 8 FA Cup games. We're going to win the lot. It's obviously not the case. What should Everton expect? Where can we go this season looking at our team? I mean, bear in mind, it looks like we're signing a keeper as well tonight. Sergio Romero's wife is absolutely fuming that he's not being allowed to have talks with Everton.
I mean,
and then,
if I was there, I would be as well. If I was both of them, I'd be fuming. They've got Dean Henderson now. They've got David De Gea. Let him go. What's the point in keeping him? But in terms of Everton, you know, I think your squad is very, very good. I look at the likes of, you know, your front three. It's exceptional. You know, you got the likes of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who last season he wasn't looking like he was going to be a world-class striker. And for me now, he's scoring the goals. And I think that's down to Carlo Ancelotti. And it's amazing how much of an influence managers can have on strikers. Richarlison, again, I don't like to mention Richarlison and that stupid celebration he does every single time he scores. Did it against Leicester. I was fuming when he did it. But yeah, Richarlison, great player. You've got Rodriguez, great player. I mean, world-class player. Sorry, world-class player. So your front three's there. Your midfield's there now. I think your midfield, I'd say, between ours and your midfield, we both got world-class midfield. It's simple as that. But there's not much yet. There's not much. I'd say yours is a lot more physical, and I feel like that's why yours just edges it a little bit. You know, we've got the likes of Maddison, who's thing it. But the back four, both of our back fours, you've got Dean, we've got Castagna, right back, you've got Coleman, right back, we've got Pereira. So I feel like there's definitely, you know, I'd say Digne is better than Castagna.
You win it the right back.
Pereira definitely
beats Coleman. Digne at this moment beats Castagna.
Yeah.
As you rightly said, he's phenomenal. That kid is phenomenal.
Digne, do you know what it is? I would have loved him at Leicester. Left-footed, natural, you know, overlapping left back. Get good balls into the box. Got a great free kick on him as well. His left foot is unreal. I've seen it. I've scored him for a couple of free kicks as well. And then you centre backs. You know, you got who is it? What's his name? Mina and Keane. I mean, Keane he's very questionable in my opinion. I don't think you can rely on him, and I don't think he's that good. But with someone like Mina alongside him, I think, you know, he will perform and he will do well. Pickford, very questionable. I do think Leicester do edge the goalkeeping spot. Because I don't know how he's still England's number one. Yeah, but yeah, no, I think expectations for you guys with the squad that you've got, with the manager you've got, I think it would be a disappointing season if you guys finished anything below 8th, in my opinion. 8th. If you finish below 8th, it would be disappointing, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, anyway. I think as Everton fans, I think we want to finish higher than that. It's a difficult one to call. I think we'll finish 5th. And
wow, who are you putting behind you?
Spurs,
United,
Leicester, and United.
Yeah, okay.
You're the 3 teams that were above us last season, including Wolves. I think Wolves might struggle this season.
The Premier League this season is very, very healthy. Like the competition is insane. Like, and this is what I wanted to see. This is what we all want to see. We want to see, you know, the underdogs, so to speak. You know, Leicester, we did it last season. You know, we did it a couple of years ago. But I want to see teams like Everton, teams like Wolves, teams like, you know, all these. You know, I want to see teams like Man City and Liverpool falling off. I want to see the underdogs taking over the league, so to speak. I know it's, you know, very unrealistic, but it ain't. As you can see this season, it's not, and it's not looking so to be right now. Thank you, Evertonian Fan TV. I appreciate that. But yeah, like I said, you've got a great squad.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it'll be interesting to see where we finish and equally where Leicester finish. And has there been any signings this summer that you've been shocked at? I mean, obviously there's 2 standouts in my opinion, which is Bale going to Spurs, James Rodriguez going to Everton. I think you could possibly put Kai Havertz in there with Chelsea, but
I don't think he's looking that good actually at the minute. He's a little bit of a, you know, he'll be one for the future, but at the minute he's not hitting heights at all. Werner, he's not hitting heights either. But for me, a shock transfer. Yeah, I think James Rodriguez going to you guys is a great signing, and he is transforming you guys, as you can see. It's similar to Riyad Mahrez and us. When we had Mahrez, you could see if we had Mahrez in this side, like you've got the final piece of the jigsaw, so to speak. If we had Mahrez if we finished the jigsaw, I reckon we would finish in the top 4 consistently, because we are literally lacking that winger that can just get the game by the scruff of the neck and just, you know, produce some magic. And you've got that with Rodriguez.
Can win you a game of football. I think that's a fair comment. There's a few questions here about the offsiders, so I might as well ask you while you're here. When's the next video? What's going on? You lot have been quiet.
We've been quiet. We've been super busy recently. We had a meeting the other day, in fact, to discuss a few things. So we are doing things behind the scenes, but we are getting a lot busier. A lot of things are coming up with our own channels and stuff like that. So the next video is actually tomorrow. So it comes out 6 p.m. I think, podcast. So keep your eyes out for that one. But yeah, we're just taking it each day as it is right now, because it's getting very, very busy with our lives. But yeah, we've got a great team.
Yeah, fair enough. Who do you think's going down this season?
Who's going down this season? Not Villa. A lot of Villa fans will be surprised to hear me say that. West. I think there's a couple of obvious. I think there's two obvious ones: Fulham and West Brom. I mean, they've not strengthened at all. I can just see them two going down. And then for me, it's out of who else we got? Burnley looking like they're struggling this season. I'm not going to lie, I can see them going down.
United.
Sheffield United. So for me, it's out of Burnley, Sheffield United, or who am I going for? I could see Brighton slipping down. As stupid as it sounds, I can see Brighton slipping down the table. They've had a good start, but I don't think they'll be able to maintain
it. Interesting news coming out of United. So the Dembele deal's off. We knew that earlier. Chris Smalling has been allowed to rejoin Roma, which I'm a bit surprised, bearing in mind that your former lad, Harry Maguire, is not really hitting the heights that... you pulled the pants down, really, because you got rid of Maguire and then signed Soyuncu.
Do you know what it was? I think, and again, I think this is why Soyuncu looks good. Well, Soyuncu is good. I think we all know that. But I think he looks how he is because we've got Johnny Evans. Now, I'm not trying to, again, big up Leicester, but, Johnny Evans, in my opinion, is one of the best centre-backs in the Premier League, and it's as simple as that. He reads the game. His communication, his commanding from the back, everything about Johnny Evans is the reason why I was going to say good at defending, but we're not. So, but yeah, no, the reason why Maguire got the move to Manchester United was because of the former Manchester United centre-back being Johnny Evans. And that's exactly why Maguire looked good. Because as you can see, when he's not got a good partner next to him, he's not so to say that Maguire is doing all on his own, because I do think Lindelof has been better than him this season. But when he's not got someone that he can rely on next to him, you can see where it goes, when really you need two good centre-backs together. But yeah, for me, we robbed Man United. He was worth maximum 50 million. He's crap. Inject that right now. That's one player I am like, because the way he left as well is like the way he slagged off the club and everything like that. That's one player that, with Ben Chilwell, I'm happy for him. He moved on, Leicester lad. But with Maguire, the attitude, the way he went out about it, I won't respect him for that.
I liked Chilwell. I don't know whether it was bias or not. That's the problem. But I never thought he was as good as Dean. And people have had this conversation about Andy Robinson, for example. Is he as good as Dean? I would say no. I think the only person that challenges Dean is Castagna, actually, because what he did in the first few games was phenomenal. I mean, the West Brom game, I think he scored on his debut. He absolutely bossed that side of the pitch. I was really, really impressed with him. Looks like Roma are back in talks for Bernard at Everton, so that would be a decent move for him to go. I mean, he's not going to play. He doesn't score enough goals for Everton. Who's going to win the league, Al? Who's going to win the league?
Do you know what? I think underdogs, Spurs. I think they're doing very well this season. It looks like Everton could have a good season, finishing in the top 4. Who's going to win the league? Both teams. There's a reason, in my opinion, why these Liverpool and Man City aren't doing well, and that's because they're pre-season. They've not had a long pre-season. They've not had a prolonged, so to say, workout in pre-season, and they've been rushed back into it fairly quickly, I'd say. So I do think Manchester City and Liverpool will pick up. They've got world-class players. They will pick it up, but I am going to go for Manchester City to win the league.
So you've come on here. You've not said Liverpool. You've restored so much faith in so many people. You really have. You're doing a great job, Al. Cassius EFC 1878. This is a lad that's in Switzerland. We've gone global. The channel's global. 156,000 views we've had this month, Al.
On
You think-
smashing it.
You think we'd get the 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers you managed to get in a month? That would be nice, wouldn't it? So if you're new to this, subscribe, you lot, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, subscribe, turn the notifications on, leave a like as well. Go for it.
Yeah, what he said. Don't do it on his channel though. Unsubscribe. No, I'm joking. Your thoughts on Chelsea Chilwell leaving for Chelsea? I know you've sort of said it. He's a Leicester man, innit? He's that.
Yeah, he's a Leicester. He grew up in Leicester. He's originally from Milton Keynes, but he grew up in Leicester. He came through our academy. But like I said, no hard feelings for Chelsea. Congratulations, Chilwell. Sorry, congratulations to him. Because like I said, if I was playing for my boyhood club and an offer came in like that, at the end of the day, money talks. Football isn't a long career, so you would have to snatch at the chance. And I don't blame Chilwell at all for doing that. And I do wish him well.
Yeah, I think you're fair. What drink do you wish you were drinking right now? I like particularly 7-Up today.
Water's the policy, mate. Water's the way forward. Highland drink.
It's the amount of weight you managed to lose that scared me, to be honest. It's
all down to water.
Yeah. So anyway, what are you doing later? Because you're on somebody else's channel later, aren't you?
So I'm actually free from now after this until 11, and then I've got an hour-long stream with my mate Babs, who's part of the Offsiders. So yeah, it's been a busy evening.
You hear that? You hear that? Part of the Offsiders, his brother, the man who stuck with him from day one. Nah, but Babs, who we met from fucking Twitter and YouTube. Yeah, that's calm. See, I remember this.
How did we meet, Mike? For YouTube and Twitter, mate. So
no comment, no fucking comment.
No, to be fair to Babs, I think it was I met him about 4 or 5 months after you. But the reason, I'm going to be honest, the reason why Mike isn't in the Offsiders, and we did consider a lot, and there was a lot of people. That is exactly the reason.
Brilliant.
No offense to you. No offense to you. I don't try and think it, but a young group of kids, so to speak. If it was a young group, say like 4 group of teenagers, like we all are, and then Mike, who's in his 30s. Will it work? Will it? I don't know.
I knew that was coming. He's in his 30s. I'm 28 years old, man. Oh
my God, no, you're not.
Yes, he fucking is. Anyway, Sully Canuck, before I deck this dick. Thank you very so much for your donation. I really appreciate it. Guys, if you are free, make sure you donate. And look, he might be 28 years old, Ellis, but I'm telling you now, mate. Oh my God, I'm not even going there now.
No hard feelings, mate. No hard feelings. It was what it was.
All right. I'm like the true Geordie anyway. I'll be fucking bigger than you lot.
There we go. He'll be bigger than us lot anyway, so you don't need to be part of the Offsiders. But no, the Offsiders is a great group. We've had a lot of positivity so far, and I feel like the group can go very far in the future. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think you did really well. I mean, I think it was after 8 weeks or 3 months, was it 4,000 subs or something like that?
Yeah,
It's brilliant, to be honest, mate. It really is. So credit to you all. You all put a lot of work in. And look, I do, I jest, but I mean it in the best possible way. You're all good lads, and I do wish the very, very best for you all. To be honest, you thoroughly deserve all the success that you get. A piece of advice for you, Al, as a friend, as a brother, as someone who's been there through the thick and the thin with you. You need to get me on your channel as well. There's got to be some form of banterish podcast that we can do, because I can get rid of John. John's sitting there waiting for me. He's sitting there thinking, right, there he is. No, seriously, brother, I'm up for the challenge. And I'll tell you what, I'll go even further than that. I will challenge the Offsiders to a 6v6. I will find 6 players and I will take you guys on. We'll do it in a place.
You find the venue. No, all right, we'll do the venue. We'll set it in London. Winner takes. We'll find a prize. Whoever wins. We've got a young group of what's the word? A young group of. We'll just say a young group of footballers. That are very, very good at football. 7 professional footballers, a lot of us in the group. So, we're up for the challenge. Easy as you like.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it might be surprising, bearing in mind I look like Mr. Roly-Poly, but I played at a very high level myself, so I certainly fancy your chances. I was at Birmingham City for 10 years, so Bring it on, sister.
There we go. The battle. We've accepted it. Get the contract signed.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've got a man already who will play. Ant Partridge. This is a man that's played for Colmer's Farm football team. Now, you won't have heard of them because they're a school and they're shit. But Ant used to play left back. He's almost like Castagna, but he can't kick a ball. Just wanted to give a little shout out to him because he loves balls. Apart from that, mate, I'm pretty much done, to be honest. We sort of flew through the interview. I got you in a bit early as well because, I felt sorry for Holly because I thought John was going to jump on. You got anything to say to Ellis, John? This is the first time you two have met. You're on mute, you stupid mong. John, you're on mute.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask. How did you become such a big YouTuber like you, Alice? Because I can't even press the mic button because Michael teaches me not.
Good question. As you say, we had a great season. It just rocketed up. I wouldn't class myself as a big YouTuber at all. I'm miles from it, in fact. So just keep working. You'll get there in the end. And no doubt you'll overtake me because consistency beats a lot of things. And I'm not consistent, as a lot of you guys know. So yeah, just keep going. And yeah, you'll get to the numbers that I was getting.
Well, once I get better, I'll come over to your channel. We'll bin Michael off. Blow him out the water.
There's just no need for that, is it? Get the name. There's fucking no need.
He's absolutely human.
And also, I'll see you next week or the week after for a coffee. I owe you a coffee.
Coffee, let's do it.
Right, thank you ever so much. If you want me later, I understand that Bav's probably sitting there going, right, we need that lad on this stream. We'll make it a three-way. If you need me, I'll be there. Also, do you know what I remembered as well? We were going to be part of a YouTube group years ago. I think it was called England TV.
England Fancy. Yeah.
Who was in that group?
Do you know that HRH, the guy the Wolves fan that sings all over Twitter? It was him. Yeah. He was one of the organisers of it, and he got us all involved in it. And do you know what? It was I was in it, in fact. But yeah, no, that didn't work. And obviously, like I said, with the offside, we've had the idea for a while. So it was just lockdown was a blessing in disguise because it finally meant that I could get it done. But yeah, no hard feelings. I'm sure we'll get you on a video.
Who was in that group? Was Babs in it as well?
Babs was in there. Yeah, Babs was in there. Dan Hargreaves, the Saints View. I don't know if you know them. HRH. There was a lot of people in there, actually. A couple of big creators. And at the time, I was on like 1K. So,
What a mistake I made there, John. Just think I would never have met you, John, if I'd have done that. Never. What a regret that is in my life. Anyway, I'm going to keep enjoying this kind of 7-Up. Obviously, it's got no relation to the fact that Liverpool got twatted yesterday, 7-2.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. That's actually class. Fair play.
Honestly, I've done it all night. I've got a whole pack of them, look.
He came prepared. Well, I've got my Highland Spring. This ain't sponsored either, so what you want to sponsor us, let's do it.
Yeah, well, that's fine, yeah. We've got a shaving company who fancy sponsoring us, so we're going to have a conversation about that.
Is it called Harry's by any chance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to sponsor everyone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
For people like me who don't have facial hair, they can't do it. So
that's because you're only 13 now. Al, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. Thank you for gracing me with your presence on my channel for the first time in probably 2.5 years.
It's been a while, but no, thank you for asking me to come on. It's been a pleasure. I've been following your guys' channel since the rebrand. Well, before that, obviously, as well. But since the rebrand, I've noticed a lot of improvement and a lot of banter, I'd say, between you both, and you both bounce off each other. So keep it up, because I really do enjoy watching you both. And Leicester will finish with Everton this season. So just had to put that in there.
About that. We're like the young Philly and Chunks, but less popular.
Yeah, you could say that.
And we're both fat.
I'm not.
Right, anyway.
And you know when Alice said then we both bounce off each other, I bounce off you.
Literally bounced off me, mate, sexually. Right, Al, it's been a pleasure. Bye.
No worries. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Cheers,
Thank you.
See you later. And there we go. It's back to us. Any breaking news during that period, John?
I tell you something. Romero's bird isn't happy, is she? Lead now.
No,
She's
no.
absolutely fuming. Still
And
things
I don't
on
blame
here
her.
about. Well, do you know? I just said to me dad, I can see why, in a way, Man United don't want to let him go. Probably classing us as rivals now. Do you know what I mean? And
Well,
it looks like
that's what's been said.
Yeah, and if you look at it, looks like I think I've just read something there. Tomori, they won't allow him to join Everton, but it looks like he's going to West Ham.
Because we're seen as rivals, and this is the issue we're going to have. It looks like Skriniar, or whatever his name is, the Inter Milan midfielder, Inter Milan defender, who was linked heavily with Spurs.
Not going.
He's not going, and they're now moving for Rodon, who was just mentioned, if you were here earlier, in the Canary cast, who we had on the channel literally just a moment ago.
And also as well, Rudiger's not going to Tottenham now neither.
Rudiger's not going to Tottenham, so again, that's interesting. Any other news that has sort of broke?
Nothing really.
Man United have had a poor window.
They can't get no one over the line. This is the problem. They can't get no one over the line. The problem you're going to have, Michael, with this window is a lot of clubs don't want to do loans. They want permanent deals. Now, obviously, with the current situation, Man United have got a lot of money. You know what I mean? But it doesn't mean to say they're going to spend it. Man City, they haven't spent shitloads. It's only really Chelsea who spent a lot of money, but that's because they didn't spend money in the last transfer window as well. So a lot of clubs want loan deals to take players on loan deals, and a lot of clubs will not allow it. Do you know what I mean?
I'm particularly disappointed that Everton haven't managed to get any of the players that we needed to get out the door. That's, from an Everton perspective. A team that we haven't spoken, I think, at all about tonight. I just want to go through them, and that's West Bromwich Albion. I want to talk about West Brom a little bit. They've stayed with a team that's very similar to the team that got them promoted.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on Albion? And obviously we've played them this season. What's your thoughts?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. They are capable of scoring goals. We talked about this. They've got Maupay, they've got Lamptey. But the problem you've got is the leaking goals nearly as bad as Fulham. Now, if they do not bring any defenders in, they're going to go straight back down. And I think it's pretty obvious. The leaking goals nearly as bad as Fulham. You have to spend money, and Leeds are a perfect example of that. When you come up from the Championship to the Premier League, you have to spend money. You can't go with the same team because it's such a massive step up from the Championship to the Premier League. If you stick with that same squad, I've seen it. If you stay with that same squad, then you're going to go right back down. And Fulham. Fulham have tried to strengthen, but again, it's only 4 or 5 games, whatever it is, but it's too late. When you've got no points, it's hard to get out that rut, Michael. Do you know what I mean? So Fulham have been linked with Jean-Claude Todibo, a player we were linked with. He's going to Benfica, so there's another one. So it's going to be tough for West Brom, Michael. I think Ellis then said they were going to go down. I think they will. I think West Brom will go.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. I would say that out of all the teams that have come up, I would say that Fulham signing Ruben Loftus-Cheek, which it looks like they're going to do, is going to add something to Fulham.
Yeah, but he's not a defender.
Whereas, but he's got the ability to win the ball. And it's like us, when I said last season, at the start of this season, Everton would be fine if they had a midfield who can win the ball and it puts less pressure on the back four. Now, I suggested to my Albion friend that they go for Ruben Loftus-Cheek. Now he's going to a relegation rival. Also, another thing I want to mention is there is a stumbling block over his wages. Yes, there is a stumbling block over his wages, but I still think he'll get over the line. One of the things I will also say is the bookies have suspended betting on Wilfried Zaha.
I've just seen a couple of comments popping up here. Everton fans, Zaha apparently signing. They've suspended, taking bets on him. Also, Everton fans has put under the radar Zaha signing, but then you see people put Zaha ain't coming.
I don't think he's coming, so I'm just going to put it out there. I think I think we'd have heard by now.
Yeah, it's you know, listen, I can't wait till the window's over. The simple fact of the matter is, this is 2 transfer windows now. We've been linked with Zaha. You know, we'll probably still be linked with him when he's 40 years of age. So, listen, for me, Wilfried Zaha doesn't come. The only deal we do today is the goalkeeper, which is disappointing. It's disappointing. You know, we've let Walcott go. We've let Moyes Keane go. Yeah, they weren't regulars, but it's the squad size, Michael. Now, you know, we had 29, 30 players. We've let 3 go now, 2 go. Plus, we've let, obviously, the younger kids go as well. Some of them have gone. We still probably need to get rid of 4 or 5 for Ancelotti to have the squad size that he wants to work with. Do they go before 11 o'clock? Probably not. We keep saying this. You've got till the 15th, the 16th of October. I expect a lot of outgoings from Everton in the next week to 10 days. But I do think it'll only be a keeper.
Are you concerned that Everton have let Moyes Keane go, let Walcott go, and we have no second striker?
Yeah. I think what you're going to find, Michael, if you don't bring anyone in, you're going to probably see Richarlison pushed up front more if we have to. I think Tosin is getting himself fit. Listen, that wouldn't bother me if Tosin left, to be fair. It wouldn't, but he's there. He's a squad player. You know, Ben was saying before, you know, he's capable of bringing him off the bench for the last 10, 15 minutes. It's if we get injuries, Michael, you know, and we've got about 8 players injured at the minute. You know, we've got Branthwaite out, we've got Holgate out, John Joe Kenny's out, Alhanra's out, Coleman's probably injured. I don't know how long for. But Richarlison limped off again the other day. So, look, if we had a game this weekend, I know we haven't, so it's by the by, but if we had a game this weekend, we'd struggle to field a good 11. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, the answer to your question, does it worry me Walcott and Keane going? To a certain extent, yes, it does. But they weren't regulars anyway. Would they have come in and played more if we had injuries? I don't know, because there's been opportunities for Moyes Keane to play in the Carabao Cup and he hasn't bothered bringing them on. So, you know, I disagree with that straight away. I think the problem you've got with Sandro is his wages. I'm not too worried Moyes Keane's gone. I think, to be honest with you, I'm not saying I've been right since day one, but what I will say is I told you so over Moyes Keane.
That is right. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to move over and I'm going to let you read some of the comments, if that's all right. I'm just going to go sort myself out quickly. Gav isn't waiting, so I don't know where he is. So it might just be me and you for the next half an hour.
Okay.
So you just go through some of the comments and I'll see you all in about 5 minutes, guys.
Yeah. By the way, I always say what I'm going to say now. There's lots of comments we haven't read out. It's hard to read the comments out when you've got people coming on the channel. You're trying to watch Sky News. So again, thanks very much for all the comments. Thanks very much for the donations. I am just going to jump in with the comments from anywhere. Luke Anderson says, Mike is a legend. I'll say that now because he's gone. He can't get a big head. Tashi Swiss, EFC 1878, say, fair play on your thoughts, Ellis. Nice lad, Ellis. Really, really nice lad. Honest with his opinions, and, you know, he's doing well with his channel. Everton Botchers say, hey, Ellis Sims. I can see Ellis Sims getting more game time, or at least being included in the matchday squad more now. Walcott and Keane have gone. Obviously, if we don't bring anyone in. Jabs 1469 says, Olsen signing imminent. Yeah, that's on quite a few sites, that, to be fair. Carl Molyneux, what's the deadline? Wasn't the deadline 7 p.m. in Italy? Yeah, it is. I think if you sign, if the player signs a contract, they then get 2 hours to get the deal over the line. I did see something before. So if a player signs a contract to come to a Premier League come tonight, and he signs it between 9 and 11. The club then gets till 1 a.m. to get the deal over the line. That's my understanding from what I'm seeing earlier. So, listen, basically, it can go till 1 o'clock, but you won't hear of any new deals unless they've happened and we haven't heard about them, if you see what I mean. Football Talk says, I'm up for it, lads. I'm assuming that's the thing Ellis and Mike were talking about in London. Where are we? Evertonian TV. Can't stay too long, lads. All the best, Mike, tonight. True Fox, all the best. Should collab sometime. I think they are going to do that, to be fair. Daniel Ryan says, Wesley Hoyt has joined Lazio from Southampton. I did see that. Evertonian TV also. Again, the True Fox is growing, though. Keep it up, lads. Thanks very much, Evertonian. Someone says, he's in London if you need him, Mike. Daniel Ryan, Ruben Loftus-Cheek is on £150,000 a week, and that's what's holding up the Fulham deal. £150,000 a week for Ruben Loftus-Cheek. That is unbelievable. Benjamin Wright, where's that gone? Benjamin Wright. Hey guys, your content is brilliant. I'm an Arsenal fan. Congratulations to Everton on an awesome transfer window. You have made some awesome signings. Why isn't this screen moving down? You have made some awesome signings, and I am jealous you got Ancelotti. I wanted him. Yeah, listen, I think you've got a good manager in Mikel Arteta, to be fair. I think he's going to be really, really good in years to come. He didn't need, any better teacher than what he got from Pep Guardiola. He's one of the best managers in the world. He's proved that. So I think Arsenal will do well with Mikel Arteta, but thanks very much for your kind comment, Benjamin. Tashi Swish EFC 1878. What do you guys think of Toffee TV? Me and Michael have come to an agreement. We will not talk about Toffee TV. Just because we won't. Liam Munro, hey John, your beard definitely washed your top with Daz. I think it's only the second time I've won it. That's why it's still white. Daniel Ryan, Romero beard wants a bit of scouts in it. Brilliant. Ant 1878, have we signed anyone? So we're in talks with a goalkeeper, Olsen, from Roma. From the stats, he's not much better than Pickford, to be fair. And we did get Godfrey. He was announced at 9 o'clock this morning. Jabs 1469. The Olsen deal is ready to be announced. So answer to your questions. Yeah. Looks like Walcott has signed for Southampton on a loan for the rest of the season. I think it'd be a good move for all parties, that, to be fair. Did come through the Southampton Academy. That's where he made his mark, and then he got his move away to Arsenal and then obviously to Everton. Now he's gone back to Southampton, so he's gone complete circle. Walcott's career, probably finished his career there, to be fair. Benjamin Wright, the Arsenal fan, has put Partey has signed a 5-year deal with Arsenal. A good signing for us, but still a terrible window. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, there's not many teams who've had a really good window. Man United are struggling to get players in. They're looking for loan deals. The clubs are getting the players off, on permanent deals. Liverpool haven't really brought anyone in. They brought Thiago in, but very quiet window for them. I think that'll come back to bite them on the arse, to be fair. Man City have brought some in. I think Chelsea have probably had the best window for money-wise, but I think for quality-wise and for the money Everton spent, I'd say it's been a more productive window for Everton with the class that we've brought in. Them three players have really, really improved Everton. It's going to take Chelsea a while to gel, in my opinion. When you bring that many new players in, it does take time, but I have no doubt that Chelsea will become a force. Uncaused grunt. All we need is someone to challenge Pickford. Won't see any more mistakes out of him. I agree. That's what we've said. We need that all over the pitch now. We need players to come in, and the players who were playing regular and were very poor last season needed competition. Like your Sigurdsson, your Delph, Tom Davis has got that now. What worries me with Jordan Pickford is this Olsen that we're bringing in. I had Ben Stanley on earlier, and he did read some stats out. And they weren't stats to write home about, to be fair. It wasn't much better than Pickford. So from what we're seeing on Twitter, it looked like Everton really, really went after Romero from Man United. His wife his girlfriend has been very vocal on Twitter, having a pop at Man United for not letting him move. my understanding with that, or my thoughts with that, would be Man United don't want Romero to go to someone who they class as an opponent this season, or someone who can challenge them in the league. So that's what I'm getting from the Romero deal. But I'm telling you now, as Bird is not happy over Man United blocking that move. Again, the Everton fans are hard as apparently signing. Luke Anderson, Mike and John, both of you are belters. Loving the videos. Keep up the good work, lads. Cheers very much, Luke. Liam Munro, I think we've had the best transfer window. I couldn't be happier, and I've heard Zaha was done weeks ago. This name keeps popping up. I think, to be honest with you, no disrespect to you, Liam, or anyone else who's mentioned Zaha. I think if Zaha was going to sign for Everton, I think things would be coming out now. I'm going to say it now. I didn't want to say this, but I did get a message this morning. Don't hold it against me. It was a rumour. Well, I got a message this morning saying Everton were really working on a deal today. It's not the goalkeeper. And certain things had been signed, so nothing leaked to the press, and it was going to be a surprise signing. That's all I'm going to say. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. But listen, there's still an hour and 50 minutes to go. So let's see if Everton do get that surprise sign over the window. Right, we've got Gav Mack from @2 Up Top Football. How are you, Gav? You okay, mate?
John, sorry I'm late to the party. Whee! Thomas Party!
Brilliant. I bet you've been waiting to say that for ages, haven't you?
Yeah, like about 4 months, mate. Christ. Arsenal love taking their sweet ass time about getting deals over the line, don't they?
£45 million. I don't know much about him. Is he worth it?
He's worth more than that, man. He's worth more than that. Arsenal have been crying out for a defensive midfielder who can chop people, who's at least 6 foot, for 12 years. So Arsenal changed their style so many times over the last few years, but this is something that has been crying out, and every Arsenal fan has been like, well, no Vieira, no Gilberto Silva. And it's like, well, this is exactly the type of signing that we need, and what we've been crying out for donkeys.
You didn't. You haven't replaced someone like Patrick Vieira, have you?
No, not at all.
And that was a big miss, not replacing him. I think that's probably what held Arsenal back from being as consistent challengers as what they were in the past when they had the likes of the Patrick Vieiras. Does that signing massively improve Arsenal, or do you think there's still gaps to plug with an hour and 50 minutes to go? Is there any more rumours of anyone coming in?
Well, the whole Awar thing, I've had Fabrizio, what's his name on Twitter? Romero. Literally, I've had him on speed dial almost. I got a tweet. Man United aren't signing anyone. Yeah, but yeah, I've been eyeing him constantly. I like Awar. He's someone who would have helped to improve Arsenal. Now, Arsenal need to go back to playing 4 at the back. And I think we've got the defenders to do that now. We didn't have it before. We've got Gabriel. Gabriel against Sheffield United didn't lose the ball, And you can argue that it's only Sheffield United, but at the same time, you still got to defend, haven't you?
Yeah.
So, someone like him, he can do that job. There's still questions about David Luiz, but when Pablo Mari's fit again, he will start, because I honestly think that Mari is our best defender. Left back was sorted, right back was sorted. Up front was sorted, I loved the fact that Aubameyang for the last half hour went through the middle, which allowed Pepe and Saka to play out wide. Perfect. Which leaves the midfield. Xhaka, before he signed, I love Bundesliga football. By the way, you can check out our Bundesliga stuff on a Wednesday night. I'll do that with the Football Dugout boys as well, actually. So I know you guys are pals with them as well. I've been a big fan of Xhaka when he was at Mönchengladbach, and we should have signed him a year or 2 before we actually did. His first 6 months, decent. Then he dipped and waned, and then obviously we all know, well documented, how he lost his marbles and didn't feature for Arsenal for a couple of months. Excuse me. Since he's been back, I would argue that he's our best player. And the Xhaka that we're seeing now is the Xhaka that we signed and the Xhaka that we saw at Mönchengladbach. So with Partey, Xhaka, and Ceballos, I think that is a good enough midfield to challenge, definitely.
Yeah. What do you think when you watch Arsenal playing the ball out from the back? Because that, if I was an Arsenal fan, that would put the absolute shit up me, because I watched it against Liverpool, and it's great when it works, Gav. It's great when it works because it makes the opposition push up and then it leaves gaps. It's great when it works, but
it's catastrophic when it doesn't, though, isn't it? And it's not just Arsenal that's doing it. Everyone's trying to do it now. And like, for instance, you need a goalkeeper ASAP, right? But that's a different story for a different time. I mean, like, you could have done this whole 6-hour show, 5-hour show on getting a goalkeeper easily. But like, the reason why, for instance, Pickford gets picked for England is because he could play it out from the back. They won't pick Pope because he's a old school goalkeeper. Yeah, but no, come on, man. The first job for a goalkeeper is to stop the ball from going in the back of your net. So work on that. Now, we lost Emi Martinez, and we just did a show a minute ago, and we were talking about Emi Martinez on that. You guys should have gone in and got him, because
he looks really good for Aston Villa. Really good.
He commands his box. This is another thing as well, which I'll talk about with David De Gea. The reason why he's not a world-class goalkeeper, in my opinion, the reason why he's not world-class is because he doesn't know how to manage his box, how to own it in that 18-yard box. Martinez did that. Leno's really good at passing it out from the back. So this is well, I say really good at passing out the back. Supposedly really good at passing out the back. So because of that, and the way that football is going now, I don't think it's an evolution. I think it's a de-evolution, to be honest. And it will die. It will die very soon. It's the tiki-taka stuff that brought it in, because it's all about keep ball and retention. You know, look at Liverpool against Villa trying to play it out from the back. They got done by it. Look at Man United trying to play it out from the back against Spurs. Got done by it. Look at Arsenal trying to play it out. Even the best clubs playing it out from the back, they do get found out at times. But as you said, when it works, it looks great.
I think what you find now, goalkeepers have had to become better footballers now. Do you know what I mean? The way they play it from the back. And as you say, it's great when it works, but when it doesn't work and you get caught, you know, going on to what you said about Jordan Pickford, his distribution is really, really good. But his distribution's not good if he's shitting goal. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Your key job. Your first job as a goalkeeper. That's like saying, as a striker, an out-and-out number 9, right? Yeah, he's really good at passing. And how many goals he scored? 3. You know, if he's got a load of assists, I understand it. But if he's got no goals and like a couple of assists, but he's really good at passing, do you really want him starting? Come on, man. Get over it.
So what's your aspirations for Arsenal this season? Then now you've brought this, you know, the party in. What do you think you can challenge?
Well, initially I said we'd come third, and people laughed, but I had reason behind it. I thought City wouldn't allow that to happen again, so I thought City would win the league. The way that Man United finished last season, I honestly thought at the time they would come second. I said Arsenal third and Liverpool fourth, but it's not because Liverpool are rubbish, because they're not. We all know that. They won the Champions League 2 seasons ago, won the league last year. But Liverpool didn't strengthen. But now they have. I now think that they will go on and win the league. The weekend was a freak result. That stuff don't happen. But I think they'll win the league now. But I still honestly think Arsenal will come third.
Yeah, to be honest with you, it'll be a good position for Arsenal to finish that. You know, Arteta's come in. Was you happy when you got Arteta, or do you think, in your opinion, it was a bit early?
Widely documented. I wanted Ancelotti or Allegri. Widely documented everywhere, on my personal social media, on my Twitter, on everything. All the shows that I've done, I always said I wanted Allegri as number 1. And then if we didn't get him, I wanted Ancelotti. And when we were linked with Ancelotti and Arteta at the same time, and Everton were linked with both at the same time, I automatically assumed that Arteta would go to Everton.
Yeah.
And I think he would have improved. I think he would have improved Everton as well. But I think we needed an experienced manager. I'm not on the fence. I do believe in Arteta, but I don't suck him off like everyone else does. And that's the thing. Like Arsenal have still lost more points from winning positions than any other team since Arteta's taken over. So, and sometimes I do think he gets it tactically wrong, but he's a rookie manager. And you can allow him for that. But this is Arsenal we're talking about. It's not like we're not Fulham or Sheffield United. We're not there to be. We're not a test. We're an established club with a rich history. We need to be attracting a big name, and with the big name, then come the big players, and then we get back to where we need to be, going to win titles or at least challenging for them.
Well, that's the position you were in with Arsene Wenger, wasn't it? You won titles with Arsene Wenger. You got to Champions League finals, and you had success under Arsene Wenger. So when you go from Arsene Wenger, then you go to the manager that can't even. Do you know what? I've been sitting here racking my brains who coming after Wenger.
Unai Emery.
And then you go to Mikel Arteta. Don't get me wrong, he's had a great teacher, Pep Guardiola. And in time, I think he's going to be a really, really good manager. In my opinion, I'm with you. I think for this first proper manager's job on his own, I think it's a big, big task.
It's just a touch too early. And this is what I mean. And this is no disrespect to Everton, yeah? Even though I have got a section on my show called What Are Everton? Because no one knows what they are until now. This season, they're looking wonderful. You don't know. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the section. Because this week, for instance, you just beaten Brighton at the weekend. You got Liverpool on like when you come back off the break. I can't remember who your game is after that, but you'll probably end up losing that one. You'll probably beat Liverpool 2-0.
Southampton, I think it is.
And then you'll lose 3-0 to Southampton, because that's what Everton do. They're brilliant at doing that. Beating the big teams or getting a point against the big team, and then just getting slapped silly by Fulham. And that if Arteta went there, that is a stepping stone after that for a regarded bigger club. But hey, it is what it is, isn't it? And I stand by him. I do think he needs to change things up a little bit. And like the weekend when he made changes, he took little Eddie off and brought on Pepe and put Aubameyang through the middle. Now Aubameyang's one of the best strikers in the league.
Yeah.
So why is he playing wide left? It's got a very Wenger touch to it. When we used to play like Van Persie out wide, it's like what are you doing? I'm confused by what you're trying to achieve here. He's the best finisher at the club. So things like that still need to change.
I think it's definitely a learning curve for Arteta. Obviously, Arsenal fans don't want to look at that because listen, we all want success, and as you say, it's probably a tad too early. Going back to what you said there about Everton, where we'd probably beat a Liverpool and a Tottenham, and then we'd get beat by Fulham. Last season, I agree with you, but I think all of a sudden the mentality has changed with Everton now. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm not going to say we're going to win the league. Listen, if it did, it'd be tongue in cheek. Do you know what I mean? We're going to lose. We're unbeaten in 7. We've won 7 out of 7. But I think it's the mentality now at Everton Football Club since the short pre-season break that they had. Come back with a renewed confidence, and I think Ancelotti told them, look, we've brought these 3 players in now. We have to go for it because Everton are probably going to bring 3 players of that quality in one window for a long, long time again. So I said this to Michael, we have to get it right now in this transfer window. It's a big season for Everton. I honestly think top 6. If I want to get ahead of myself, top 4 for Champions League and maybe win a trophy, the Carabao. This is a transition.
It's the thing, right? Because this is something like because we do our debate shows and stuff. That's why I was running late, by the way. So I do apologise for my timing. It's not just classic black man time. I was actually doing a show before and make sure I was all smart for you. And we yellow transfer deadline yellow tie on for you.
Mine on with my t-shirt.
Dude, I've literally been sat here in my joggers and dressing gown all day, working from home. And then I was like, I'm going to whack a tie on for these lot. So I ain't wore a tie for ages. I forgot how to put it on. But I think that, because one of the debates that we've had, it's like, should the League Cup be scrapped? And I've been asking loads of different podcasts as well when they go, we're doing a Q&A. And that's the question I ask, because I want I want to get an understanding from all football fans and from all different podcasts. What do you think of the League Cup? When you are an Everton, once again, no disrespect to Everton, why are you not going out to win a trophy? Why are Burnley? Why? I'll tell you what. Brighton played against Man United a couple of weeks ago in the league. Right, full strength team, deserved to win. 100% deserved to win. Hit the woodwork 5 times, and they got done by a controversial penalty in the last second of the game. They had Man United under the cosh. A couple of days later, they play each other in the League Cup, and they make changes. It's like, hold on a minute. You could go out and beat Man United right now. And if you beat Man United, you're in the quarter-final of whether you like it or not, it's still a major domestic trophy. If you win that, you are playing European football.
I want Everton to win anything. Do you know what I mean? It's 1995 now since we won a trophy.
Yeah, good old Paul Rideout.
Against Man United. I would gladly take the Carabao Cup, get you into Europa League. Do you know what I mean? Just going to read some of the comments because someone's having a little pop at you. Here you go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, to Smith, he says, under the previous regime, yes, we would get beat by Liverpool and Southampton. But under Carlo, with the new squad, no chance. We are on a par with Arsenal, United, Spurs, and possibly Chelsea.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think you are in that sort of echelon now. But this is the Spurs game is the first game of the season. Bonjour, Mike. By the way, the first game of the season, you beat Tottenham, right? And it's the first game of the season. You know, anything can happen. But since then, you haven't played against anyone overly special. So this Liverpool game, it's annoying that the international break has come along because this is the time you want to hit them. They're going to be wanting to fight back, but they're still going to be licking their wounds. You're on cloud 9. Calvert-Lewin can't stop scoring. I want to ask you boys actually what your thoughts of Calvert-Lewin were before the season started as well.
Right. Okay. Well, last season I bet humble pie over Dominic Calvert-Lewin. He had a purple patch last season, I thought, and I've been one of his biggest critics. But there's no denying at the minute I'm eating humble pie. And Mike will tell you, Gav, I'll be the first one. If I say something wrong or slag a player off and he impressed me, I'll be the first to hold my hands up. First to hold my hands up. Dominic Calvert-Lewin at the minute is on fire. Ridiculous. What you find with Dominic Calvert-Lewin now, it's the quality that he has behind him. Dominic Calvert-Lewin has been used to playing with a Tom Davies, a Morgan Schneiderlin, a Gylfi Sigurdsson. Now he's got Alain Traoré, Richarlison, who's playing alongside him because of the way we play. We allow that. James. Ancelotti set him a goals target of 20 goals this season.
In all comps?
Well, league.
Right? In the league, he'll get that.
He'll get 25 for me.
Mike?
25 for me.
I said, I if you remember, I actually said in the SPURSY podcast, I actually said they'd both get 20 goals. I've got to say, Gav, I love you, but I can't disagree with your comments about Everton anymore. John sat there, very polite, but honest to God, this is an Everton team that in the Carabao Cup, for example, has made, we've made changes. We've scored 27 goals in 8 games, which is the highest in the league. It doesn't matter whether we play Fabian Delph, Iwobi, Sigurdsson. We're beating teams, and it's a real pleasure to be an Everton fan.
It's the big clubs. This is why we have that section called What Are Everton in our show.
We've won 9 top flight titles. We are a big club. We're the 4th most successful club in English history.
Yeah, the last title you won was 86? 87, the year I was born. Now that's not a dig. That's not a dig to Everton, and that's the thing. Like, I don't want to sit here on your platform and think I'm just sitting here just like slating Everton, because I actually quite like them. You know, they're harmless, not in a bad way. But like, there's a level of expectation. I remember when you came 4th in the league, 04-05. You didn't blag that. You deserved it. So where's the kick on? you know, and like when in the 90s, you used to be bottom feeders, and then you moved into that. Right, okay, we're going to challenge. We're going to do this. I think he came sixth for a couple of seasons as well, but then nothing. Like what happened? You know, where's that bite? Where's that grit? Where's that? You know, let's get back up to the top end. I think when you get your new stadium, it's going to rip the life and soul out of you know, traditionalists like me, because I love old school stadiums. You know, getting the fans there. But I honestly think your move will actually be the most pleasurable for an Everton fan when you do move to your new stadium. If you do have Ancelotti and or someone who is next in line, I think that you can go on and become something special. You've got Arsenal's X-Man at the top with the cash, you know, Usmanov. You know, he wanted to spend money at Arsenal so badly, and he weren't given the license to do so. I think Everton are a sleeping giant, but at the same time, I think there are still going to be a couple of dodgy results in there, which will just humble.
Can I jump in, Gav? You say about Everton, you know, we haven't really played anyone. There won't be many teams that go to Tottenham and Crystal Palace this season. Definitely could. Right. And can I just ask who Arsenal have played in the league this season? Because I don't know.
Oh, Arsenal are toilet, mate. Don't. This is me. I always just try. I'm so realistic. I will come into the house like when we beat Liverpool at the end of last season, and we had Villa on the penultimate game. I was like, we'll lose to Villa. I know we will. It's Arsenal, and that's what we did. Arsenal are the slightly better version of what Everton are. They'll go out and get a result against whoever, and you think, well, time to believe here. Something's going to happen. And then you lose to Villa. And Villa had no right to beat us.
I'm going to ask you a question, Gav. A straight question. How many of Arsenal's players get in the Everton team right now?
Well, goalkeeper for a start.
Yeah, keeper. Yeah, keeper's definitely.
Yeah, left back, Kieran Tierney, all day.
You put Tierney over Luka Dean?
Yes, all day.
Luka Dean's the best left back in the country.
What statistic is Tierney better than Luka Dean?
No, I don't look at stats. Stats are so misleading. You know, you can make stats look great because, like, here's an example. Did you know that what's his name? Emil Heskey went 39 games without scoring a Premier League goal. But how many assists did he get in that time period? He got 20. So he contributed 20 goals in 39 games. So you can fabricate stats to make it look however you want. But Tierney, for me, is a better defender and better going forward and better at whipping a ball, in my opinion, than Luka Digne. Right back, I'm picking Seamus Coleman all day. I'll probably go.
Who's your right back?
Seamus Coleman.
No, who is your right back?
You got Bellerin or Suarez, or you put Maitland-Niles there.
I'd possibly say Maitland-Niles better than Coleman, to be honest, but that's just
no. So I love Seamus Coleman. I'll play back four always. And the back four would be I don't know which one would be work, because if everyone's fully fit, Pablo Mari starts, and Pablo Mari for me is one of the best defenders in the Premier League. Honestly, he's absolutely incredible, and people won't know much about him. But I watch a lot of football, and South America isn't always that great, but yeah, he is a top end centre half and will make headlines. Alongside him, I'll probably put Michael Keane, because he's right-footed, isn't he, Michael Keane? So I think that's really important to play a left-footed and a right-footed person at the back. Midfield, now we've got Thomas Partey. Well, he starts. So it's Thomas Partey and Alan as a two. James Rodriguez in front of him.
Yeah.
I know I don't like playing Aubameyang out wide, but he has to go wide left.
Before Richarlison?
Yeah.
Wow.
What? Because I'm not being funny. At the moment, Calvert-Lewin has to start. So then where would you play Richarlison? Out wide right?
No,
Screw it.
On the left before Aubameyang.
No, not a chance. I'll play Aubameyang there. Do you know, I'll put Richarlison wide right and let him switch, let him move around, let him confuse defenders. And then
I think Aubameyang's better through the middle.
I agree with that. But Arteta doesn't, and is the coach, so we know nothing apparently. But we all know that he's a world-class striker. But at the moment, if we're going on form and everything right now, I did say a bit if everyone's fit, but Dominic Calvert-Lewin would have to start. So what we got Aubameyang, we've got Partey, we got 4 players, 4/5 Arsenal players right now.
I just think
there's a comment on there, Gav. Without Aubameyang, Arsenal are a mid-table team.
Last season in particular, if for Aubameyang's goal contributions, not just goals and assists, his contribution without those would be bottom.
I'm going to put a shout on here now. In my opinion, I think Everton finished.
I agree.
Should we sort out PayPal details and do a little wager?
20 quid.
Done.
I was going to go really brave for a minute, and then I thought better of it.
I just thought stay safe at 20 quid. It's not a small number. It's not a massive number. You stay safe.
Yeah, that's documented online right now live. Yeah, 20s. I was going to go really brave and say that I'll pay for your StreamYard for a year. But I don't know which package you got. Oh, definitely not then.
Look. Opinions are opinions. You've come onto a predominantly Everton fan channel.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And equally, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to disagree with a lot of your comments. No disrespect, Gav. I disagree a lot with your comments, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. We're still mates or whatever. I think coming back to the transfer window, I think Partey's a massive signing for Arsenal. He is exactly what Arsenal have needed for a long time. My only concern is I think Spurs did it last season when they got Ndombele and they put quite a lot of pressure on him very early. I think you've got to just let Partey have just a bit of time to adjust, get settled. But there's no doubt in time, whether it be 6 games, whether it be 10 games, he'll be able to adjust and he will definitely make Arsenal stronger in the middle. For me, and it's fine you mentioned Mari, and as you said, none of us know him because we haven't seen him play. I know he's possibly had injuries or whatever.
Yeah,
it's very difficult for me to stick a lad in a team that I've never seen before. So,
yeah, I understand that.
Look,
I'm still shocked over the team. You got shocked.
But again, it's if he prefers Tierney over Dean, he prefers Tierney over Dean.
This is the thing.
I'm always going to disagree.
It's not that I dislike Luca Dino. I think he's a great defender, but personally, I'll put Kieran Tierney over him. But then you'd put Bellerin over Maitland-Niles, in right back ahead of Seamus Coleman, and I think Seamus Coleman is one of the best right backs in the league. So it's
not consistently, I'd say. I mean, look, opinions are opinions. It is how it is, mate. It's absolutely fine. I think that Luca Dean at the end of this season, as long as Tierney stays fit, because that's your argument with Tierney, unfortunately, he has his injuries.
Yes,
I think Luca Dean will outperform Kieran Tierney in every single department. And I know you don't do stats, I get that, but I still think he will. And that's just my opinion. I believe Luca Dean is the best left back in this league. Not by a mile, by a planet. Like, his engine, his drive, his backwards and forwards, in my opinion, is the best. Aubameyang over Richarlison. I know John took exception to that a little bit. I would play Aubameyang over Richarlison.
Yeah, but on the left, I play Richarlison because, as Gav admitted,
my team would be Leno, Dean,
Magalas.
Magalas.
Yeah,
probably Keane, if not Holgate, one of them. Maitland-Niles at right back because I think he'd offer a lot going forward. He's got more pace to get back as well. But equally, Coleman's had a great start to the season.
Yeah.
Partey and Allen. So we've got 4-2-3. Then
me too.
I stick Charlison on the left. And then on the right of that, I stick Rodriguez. But I actually changed the 4-2-3-1 into the one in the middle is pushed more forward. So I have Aubameyang and Dominic Calvert-Lewin as two main two up front.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
So I'm doing like a 4-2-2-2 rather than a 4-2-3-1.
Yeah.
That's the way I would play that team. But look, I mean, we're going to have to cut it short just because I've got somebody else coming.
Yeah, no problem at all.
I think it could be an interesting season for Arsenal. You know, from an Everton perspective, I think it could. I think it's going to be either not a make or break season. It's not going to be that by any stretch, but I just think it's going to be interesting to see how Arteta keeps going. There's no doubt in my mind that he's playing decent football at the minute, and you're getting results. And you know, you've looked really good. But I think, who did you draw against this season? Which I was just a bit.
No, we haven't drawn yet. We struggled over the line against West Ham.
West Ham, that's it.
But then on the other side of it, do you look at it as you ground out a result against West Ham? And
we did, but we still managed to score 2 extra goals, didn't you? So
that David Moyes on the touchline. That's why.
And then they go and beat Wolves 4-0. The shot.
Alan Irvine.
Yeah. Gav, it's been an absolute pleasure, mate. I will.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
No, absolutely appreciate it, mate. You stay safe and
you.
And give your channel a little shout out. Get some.
So yeah, of course, yeah. You know, please feel free to like, share, subscribe, all the stuff. 2 Up Top is the name of it. It's at 2 Up Top on all social media. And did you know if you put 2 Up Top into Google, our name comes up first? So there you go.
There you go. Well done, mate. Right,
Thank you.
Sure.
Just wanted to. Can I just finish the conversation?
Of course you can.
I was probably too quiet when I thought you were talking rubbish, Gav, to be fair. Tierney does not get in over Luca Dean at all, in my opinion. Right?
I'm getting polls going. I'm going to get a poll going.
I'll tell you right now, please do. Please do. I have to disagree, but I am definitely up for that bet. Definitely up for that bet. I will send you my PayPal details tonight. That's how.
Everton over Arsenal for the end of the season.
All day.
I fancy it. I fancy Arsenal to do it. Just.
Well, obviously you're going to, but I just.
No, I don't though. That's the thing. I'm very honest. I'm very open. You know, I'm one of those weird Arsenal fans that don't have my head up my own arse. So. You know, if I don't think Arsenal are going to do something, I'll put my hands up and say it. But if I do think they will, I think they will. So
listen. I don't expect nothing else. I expect you to say Arsenal are going to finish above Everton. I'd just like you also to have been honest when you said that Tierney is better than Luca Dean when he's clearly not. That's my opinion. So for me, Luca Dean, he assists, he can tackle, he's up and down, he works well with the man in front of him. He scores goals. I'd love to see how many goals Kieran Tierney scored, like for like, over how many games. So, can I just say, I thought you were talking rubbish there, but you're a nice man. I'd like
to. Top man, John. Oh, you're about to get a goalkeeper. It's literally just popped up 1 minute ago. In advanced talks with goalkeeper Robin Olsen from Roma.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, it's not an error. Gav, I shall see you soon. I've got manhandled waiting for me.
So you will. Best of luck. Take care.
Cheers, Gav.
Ta-da.
Hey.
So, there we go. Right, anyway, so right, let's just talk about some transfers and get some.
Reese, the editor, fair to say stats don't matter, but when he's getting more assists, more goals, more tackles, more clearance, the stats do matter at least a little. They matter a lot.
That's your Reese, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to speak, Reese. I need to speak to you. I have got your phone number. I've completely forgot to message you. I will message you later.
Leddy 1235. John, you made my day there, fella. Even had to get the phone out to comment while I was watching you on the TV. I don't mind people sticking up for their own team and being honest, but when their opinions are shit and they can't see past their red glasses, then that's when I just think you have to fucking clue what you're talking about. And that's why I bit me lip. I'm glad Michael come in, but I had to finish it and get me point across to the talk. He was talking absolute bollocks compared to Tierney.
Yeah, to be honest, I was eating my dinner before I come in, and I was listening. And look, Gav's a sound bloke, and in terms of football opinions, on anyone other than Everton, I'd say he's all right. But I struggled with that, and had to come in a little bit and just say, look, I don't agree with that at all. Like, if he wasn't a nice man, and he is a nice man, Gav is a good lad, but I wouldn't have tolerated that at all. But
I was glad you come in because I was just biting my lip and I was ready. I know
you was.
Well,
I know you was.
I was just taking it all in, and then you come in, and that's why I had to finish on what I did because I thought he was talking absolute rubbish.
Yeah, there you go. Right, let's move on to some of the transfers that have happened or are happening. We've been
crazy Ethan bloke, and how long's left? We're on till 11, Ethan.
Yeah, we haven't finished early. Holly, can I just say, although she's been a guest on tonight, she has watched this entire podcast the entire time. So credit to Holly. Go and follow her on Twitter. Yeah. Go over to her YouTube channel because she's brilliant.
Nice girl.
Yeah, she's brilliant. Yeah. And to be honest, that was a good debate that was between you two. It was lovely. It's great to see.
It was a mass debate.
Right. We're now on the Sky Sports News yellow bar. Right, John, I'm just going to leave this to you for a second. Is that all right? I'm just going to add something to this stream, so bear with me.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on some of the comments. I always say this, if I have missed you out, obviously I haven't got long, Michael will be back, so I'm just going to read a few. Kyle Brimage, yeah, FGA football, the way he shouts, we're in for Olsen, like we need him to tell us that. Fuck's sake, yeah, well, I just got the feeling he didn't let people talk, to be fair, because I think he realised he was talking absolute rubbish and he didn't want me to put him in his place, which I did. Holly Bomber, again, I love it, John. Phil Mason, let's all have a bet. We should have all betted and we should have just said £20 who's on these comments now, and he soon would have shut up, in my opinion. Rob Stewart said, priceless that, John. Liam Munro, ha ha ha. Thomas Hanrahan, ha ha ha. Jacob Maffet, he went on rage mode. Probably on about me. I just soaked it in, to be fair, because I was actually
to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact I know Gav, I struggled with some of them comments, to be honest. If it was anyone other than Gav, I probably would have took a proper pop back at him. But I like Gav. Gav's a nice bloke, and look, people are entitled to their opinions, but I disagree with it massively.
What's happening? Show. Can't wait for Liverpool to do you lot in 2 weeks. Well, we will see. King Arthur USA, Pickford, Alex Scullard. Do you think Zaha will sign? I'm from South Africa. It's looking less and less likely by the minute, to be fair, Alex. John, you're clueless. What's happened? Well, I'm entitled to my opinion, just like you are. My opinion is you won't beat us. Your opinion is Liverpool will beat us. So, not clueless. I've just got an opinion. Josh Rowland, thanks for this, lad. You're doing a great job. Thanks very much, Josh. King Arthur, can you give the presidential debate some help with no interruptions? So you catch colds if you go on that stage, don't you? Carl Brimage, Tierney isn't better than Robertson. Well, I agree with it as well. I should have said that, to be fair. I should put that on earlier. Live Electric Services calling from Camp Vancouver, Canada. Thanks very much for joining us. Phil Mason says, Holly rocks. Yeah, very nice girl, Holly. I hope she comes back on again. John Edwards, I missed that because turn the volume down because he bored me. Oh, you missed the best bit there, John, to be fair, at the end. Concerned about the goalkeeper situation. What is the answer? Well, it looks like we're signing Olsen from Roma. apparently he's not much better than Pickford. So we will see what happens with that. EFC hasn't been on here from the start. Proper lads, great stream. Keep it up. Thanks very much, mate. On course, we don't get Rose on. I don't know if Michael tried to speak to Rose, to be fair. I don't know if she's doing something herself. I'm not sure.
She couldn't do tonight.
She's what?
She couldn't do tonight.
Oh, she couldn't do tonight. There's your answer there. On course, grunt. James Ditchy, John, you put Cavan in his place. I did in the end, mate. I just sat there and soaked it in like a sponge. Leddy 1235. Would you take Joshua King while we can still sign him after tonight's deadline? I definitely would, Leddy. Yeah, I would. Mr. Monk, do you think United put a stop on us taking the keeper because we'll be competition for them this season? Without a doubt, Mr. Monk. His girlfriend is absolutely fuming on social media, saying, you know, what he's done for them, and looks like they've blocked a move to Everton because obviously they do look at us as competition. Marty PL76, Tierney, I mean, he's a joke. Keep going, lads. Thanks very much, Marty. 5K with no video. Any more transfers or just the goalkeeper? Just the goalkeeper, and obviously got through this morning, but it looks like 5K. Barry White, morning, boys, from No again. Come on, you Blues. I don't know if that's typing out of there. Nick Pickard, what's possibility actually acquiring Romero now that his wife has gone nuclear on social media? I still don't think it'll happen because it looks like the Olsen deal's very, very close, Nick, to be fair, so I can't see it bring two in. Crazy.
Also, just want to mention just quickly, Gerard Deulofeu is joining Udinese on a season-long loan from Watford.
Yeah, seeing that. Crazy eating the blog, and I'm getting some shut eye. Good night. Make sure the bed bugs don't bite. Good night. Good night, we're back for the watch along against the shite. King Arthur says one of the channels has finished early. You guys keep going. We will do. T Cannon says at least there's competition now for the keeper. Is it a loan or a buy? And of course we wanted Romero, but on we go. It's a loan. Don't know if there is an option to buy, but it is a loan, and yet we did want Romero. But you know, someone put a stop to that. Atari Wolf, Olsen was shocking during the second half of last season. Stays on his line far too much. Roma fans hate him. That's something to look forward to then, isn't it? Lee Reynolds, all right, boys, do you think we have an attacker lined up or letting Walcott Keane go out and now only having one attacker in and will be on the bench? I would have liked us to have brought someone in with Walcott and Keane going, but it doesn't look like we are. But again, we've got till the 15th or the 16th of October to bring players in from the EFL, so maybe we might get Josh King later on in the EFL window. Andrew Reynolds says Olsen is better than Pickford. Pickford can't catch a cold. Sean Harris, do you think John Bailey is better than Tierney? I think Stevie Wonder will be better than Tierney, to be fair, Sean. Neil Sanders, Theo gone. Do you lads think we need a winger who can play striker as well as Moise Keane's gone? Yeah, and I think that player could possibly could possibly be Josh King. He can play across the front three. I expect us to get Josh King. Where are we? Everton Botchers. Are we selling Jonas Lossell or Yao Virginia now? Possibly one of them could go out on loan. I know Yao Virginia was on loan last season. I think it was Reading. He didn't pull up any trees. I think he got sent back early, but he has signed a new 4-year contract at Everton, Yao Virginia. So looks like he is going to be third keeper, but he is only young. So we will see what happens with the goalkeeper situation now. It looks like bringing Olsen in. Scott 1878. Do you think any more will come in tonight? No. Apart from the keeper. Phil Mason. She's washing her hair. What that was. Gerard Monaghan. Any words on Balassi, Besic, and Sandro going? No. Yannick Balassi was linked with 2 Turkish clubs yesterday, but it doesn't look like anything should come of it.
I think it's quite interesting actually regarding Balassi, Besic. It's annoying that they're still here. It's annoying that you know, Carlo Ancelotti made it very clear that he needed to move players on. The squad's too big, and I expected today's deadline day to be a bit of a fire sale. It now makes me think that maybe a lot of these players are going to the Championship on loan.
Possibly. possibly. Chris Coleman, what is your opinion on the deadline transfer window today? It's been a very slow one. I think a lot of teams have tried to get players on loan instead of spending the money, i.e. Man United. You know, it looks like they failed with a couple of moves. He did want, I think he wanted Usama Dembele from Barcelona. Barcelona wanted cash, Man United wanted the loan deal, and I think that's been the story of the day, really. You know, it's been quite slow for Everton today, but listen, I'd still say Everton have had a very good window, to be fair. Chelsea have had a good window. Deals will still happen, you know, and I think a lot of clubs will be looking now at bringing players in because the EFL window is extended. And I think I keep mentioning this name, Josh King. So I think, in my opinion, I think Josh King will end up at Everton before the EFL deadline day. £10 million last year of his contract. He can play anywhere across the middle or up front. I think that's a deal Everton could look to get done, possibly for cheaper than the 10 million.
I think it's quite interesting as well that a lot of people are mentioning how advanced talks we are with this Olsen. Now, I've seen him. I don't rate him at all.
Do you think it's... I'll ask you a question. Do you think it's a panic because we can't get Romero? Tottenham wouldn't let us have their keeper because obviously they're looking at us as a direct opposition in the league. You know,
he's certainly not. He's certainly not our first choice. Let's just say that.
No.
Look. Let's put
he must be better than Lawson and Virginia, mustn't he?
I'd be tempted to argue against Lawson. I really don't rate this keeper. But look, let's put it in perspective. How good's our transfer window been? Really?
Oh, sorry, I'm just reading the comment then. Sorry.
How good has our transfer window been?
Oh, listen, if you would have said to me pre-season before the transfer deadline window opens that we're signing Doucouré, Alan, James Rodriguez, you know, Godfrey, I'm bringing the keeper in on loan. It's a great window. Walcott's gone, Keane's gone. It's just a bit disappointed that we haven't bought an attacking player in, to be fair. But, you know, maybe we'll get Josh King, I don't know. But it's been a good window for them.
But we haven't been able to get rid of the attacking players. That's the issue we've got. If you think about it, we wanted to get rid of half of our midfield as well. Besic, Davis, we haven't been able to get rid of anyone.
Besic could still possibly go to Rangers.
Yeah, so you've got Bernard, who could possibly still go to Roma, I think.
Yeah.
You've got Besic, who could go to Rangers. You've got... I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Tom Davis went out on loan to a championship club. Really wouldn't.
Well, the thing is, though, we can still do it because we've got till the middle of October, haven't we? But you're not...
But taking Walcott out of the team, don't get me wrong, I don't rate him. But he's the...
It leaves you weak, doesn't it? It leaves you
the only other person I could stick up front if you're not going to trust a kid like Ellis Sims. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I said this before. I think Ellis Sims, for me now, gets more time. And
we're forgetting this man.
Well, Sandro's in the last 12 months of his contract now, and he's on a good
125 grand a week or 120
grand a week. He's on £125,000 a week. So basically, he goes on loan, and Everton pay half the wages, or he gets splinters in his arse by sitting on the bench for the last 12 months of his contract and picks up £125,000.
I don't think he makes the bench.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is he's still getting paid £125,000 a week.
Oh, I really think Ancelotti will just give Tosson a go.
Well,
actually, there you go. I think that will happen.
Well, yeah, he's back in training. Ancelotti. Towson's back in training, isn't he? I'm just having a look to see if there's any news. But this is one of the quietest summer transfer deadline days that I've known, to be fair. No, there's not. I'm sorry for pausing if Michael just wants to fill in. I am just going through my Twitter. Obviously, we don't follow the same people, but Thomas Partey signed a 4-year deal. He's on £260,000 a week. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing.
And
Chelsea
let's put this in perspective about Sergio Romero and also several players, Tomori as well. Chelsea and Man United are seeing us as direct competitors.
Yeah, well, yeah, we said that, yeah, and this is why we haven't got the Tottenham goalkeeper as well. Same thing, you know.
Exactly.
Listen, it happens at a lot of clubs, that, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It does. If someone sees a club direct competition, then they're not going to let players who will improve them go, are they? So, you know, it is what it is. We've got Olsen. We have to get behind him. Ancelotti wanted Olsen by the looks of it, and you know, we will back him. Man United have signed Edison Cavani. Breaking news there. 34-year-old, over £200,000 a week on a 2-year contract. Do Man United need an Edison Cavani? You know, and there you go. Better than Sky Sports News. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic work, that Kane. Well done, mate.
Kane's been brilliant with these. He sent them to me throughout the night. And whenever it's come up that I've needed them, which is usually the last hour, I've got them all stored. So have a look, everyone. Watch. You know, we've got this one. We've got this one. We've got this one. He's done a great job anyway, really.
Yeah, well done, Kane. Absolutely fantastic work, mate. Keith Powell, £86,000, 86 grand a week. Sandro doesn't make the 25-man squad. I mean, that's the beauty of being a poor footballer, isn't it? And you get bored by watching clips on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Where are we? Josh Rowland says, we're only going off the stats for Olsen, as nobody really knows him. However, there's no way his stats can be any worse in regards to errors leading to goals than Pickford, so I'm happy.
That was because he was second choice after a shocking season, so he's barely played.
He didn't play much. Carbon Image has also echoed what we've said. Romero's wife is pissed off at Man United. Yeah.
Everton, that's a goalkeeper now that is unhappy. And if Everton have got any money, they should have just gone, right, we'll give you 10 million or whatever it is for Romero. And he should have put in a transfer request.
A question by Neil Sanders here, probably for the both of us. Honest opinion, lads, what's your thoughts on Moise Kean going to PSG? He's going to get even less game time over there. I think he needs to give his head a wobble and fight for his place. He's only 19. Now, I honestly do believe that. I think he will probably get less game time over there. And then we were talking about him being homesick, but he hasn't gone home. So obviously that wasn't the reason. Why has he gone there, Michael, in your opinion?
Well, it's difficult because we had a full-blown heated debate about this earlier. I just don't think he likes being at Everton.
Thanks, Holly, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, Holly. I just don't think he likes being at Everton. I've come to the conclusion that he's just not.
Doesn't fit.
Yeah, he's not Everton material. He's just not Everton material. He's not. You know, whether it is an attitude that you believe it is John. To be fair to you, you think he's got a poor attitude. Whether it's, you know, Keith has also agreed there. You know, whether it is that poor attitude, none of us really know. But all we do know is the mistakes that he's made, you know, fucking sex parties and all sorts of stuff like that. That doesn't fill you with confidence. For me, PSG is the one move. He looks good on a CV. You know, he's got Juve, he's got Everton, and he's got PSG. He won't cut it at PSG. He won't stay. He's not going to play.
He should have went to a lesser club.
He should have gone to
lesser club where he would have got game time and
he should have gone to someone like Udinese in Italy. He knows Italy. He should have gone to somewhere over there, playing in Serie A again, and have that chance. Or if he wanted to try and cut it in the Premier League, go to a Premier League team on loan.
Yeah. There we go. Everton Botcher says we are missing having the ass.
Oh, I've got a bone.
Can he play in goal?
Good bone to pick with King Arthur.
Oh, here we go. Go on.
So, King Arthur, USA, I love you, and so does John. You don't say very nice things about Toffee TV. Yeah, I went into their stream and you was all over it. What's going on?
They finished their stream anyway.
I'm just giving him some of that banter back.
Here we go. Jared Monaghan says there were rumours Everton were going to terminate Sandro's contract. It's not that easy, is it?
It's not that easy because you've got to pay him. You've got to pay him £6 million.
You've got to pay him the remainder of his contract. It's like a phone contract. You can't just leave if you want the money. The contract. So.
No, you got to pay him £6 million. It's
there we go.
This guy signed on a 5-year deal on £100,000 a week, which is say roughly £5 million a year. He signed a £30 million deal with us, so a £25 million deal. It's madness.
Yeah.
And we were all guilty of absolutely raving about him.
You was.
No, when he first signed, everyone was over. Yeah, everyone was over the moon that we got this brilliant third top goal scorer in the league for just $7 million bargain. Loads of clubs wanted him. He's been shit.
Tom Clare, Keane as a spoiled brat, he will struggle at PSG. Yeah, me and Michael have just said that. We think he will.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Mason, a few of us had a preview last night. I don't know what that is. Lenny X plays X. If it goes past 11, does that mean Olsen can't happen? So if a player has signed on a piece of paper, whether it's a dummy contract or whatever you want to call it, before 11 o'clock, clubs then do have an extra 2 hours to get the full deal over the line. So 1 a.m., but they have to sign some sort of contract before the 11 o'clock deadline. John Mulhern, I've read about Romero and why he didn't put in a transfer request. I'm told Everton only wanted a loan, and that's why United wouldn't release him. Which echoes what Michael said. We should have just offered 10 million quid for him.
Yes. Right. Now, John, it's about to get interesting now.
Why?
Because we have the manhandled from Chelsea fan channel. Now, as you are fully aware, Chelsea have gone and spent over £200 million this summer. And in some games have looked slightly disjointed, it's fair to say. In some games have looked good. I'm not going to say they haven't, but let's get the take of John from Manhandled. Hello, mate.
Oh, what that was lovely little introduction you did. Fantastic.
Well, don't be like Gav, because Gav come on here and absolutely tried to rip the shit out of Everton and we couldn't deal with it. So don't be like Gav, be like John.
I'll be honest with you. I'm pretty impressed, as most other fans are, of Everton right now. Looking like the ones that are going to breach the top four of anyone else. So for me,
as well.
7 up 3, trying to cut some weight down, mate.
No, 7. Liverpool,
yeah.
7.
I thought you'd make the analogies. I know you don't like Liverpool. Look, I know you want a bit of Chelsea take, maybe. You were linked with Tomori on loan, but I think Everton have been. Yeah, I mean, we've had loads of players.
Because as rivals, we were just saying. Now, you look at us maybe as as a challenge, a difficult game for you.
Oh, 100% a difficult game. No, 100% a difficult game. I think last year with Ferguson, you beat us 3-1, you outplayed us, and that could easily happen again. Okay, we've got a better defence now, but yeah, look, I'm, as with other fans, really impressed with what Everton have done. You got the businesses early. The fact that you've got a great man in charge like Ancelotti says a lot, because he's getting the right players in, he's getting the players playing as well. So yeah, I'm really impressed. But from a Chelsea perspective, yeah, could you breach top 4? I think at this moment in time, you're better placed than Man United. So Tottenham are going to challenge, it looks like. Arsenal might do a bit better, but you're certainly in the mix. And 12 months ago, you were far from in the mix.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We weren't even the Premier League last season. Jesus Christ. We were shit.
How happy are you with Chelsea's business?
I'm very happy. The only issue is we all kind of wanted that DM, but we've got, 6-7 first-team signings? Any Chelsea fan that's upset is it's a bit ridiculous because we've been spoiled. I'm very happy, to be honest.
Since
but
the start of the season, you've been hot and cold. Should we just say? Is that down to Frank, his tactics, or is it down to so many new players having to gel? You know, because you do find that with clubs. You know, is it down to that, or do you think? Listen, I know Frank Lampard is a god at Stamford Bridge. Yeah. For his first Premier League job, with all these players that he brought in, do you think he may find it too big?
It's certainly a challenge. Look, I've been quite critical on Twitter of him the last couple of weeks because I think his decision making, the tactics that we employ, and just basic errors from players, which I know he can't prevent. I mean, the West Brom game, you look at it, it's 3 poor errors, and we're 3-0 down before you even really start the game, which was bad. But you start Alonso, and that's something that happens. So that's down to Lampard. But the tactics, the man marking at corners, which we don't do, is down to Lampard. I think the clear way of playing will come. The system will come. He's now got the players that he wanted. So he has to now settle on a system and get these players moving and playing well. Because, yeah, as you said, he's loved at Stamford Bridge, and I'll always give him time. But we can't hang around forever. This year needs to be a clear improvement. We need to score more, concede less, and hopefully get third or above. Try and go for a cup run and Champions League run. But yeah, it's for me, I'm very happy. But Lampard has got the hot and cold, as you said, John, that we've experienced so far this season is partly down to Lampard, partly down to the fact that we haven't got all our players back playing as well. So yeah, there's lots of issues. After the international break, we'll have everyone back. So
I think he has to. Sorry, is it £200 million you've spent?
Maybe a little bit more. Yeah,
220, isn't it?
So this is a transition period for Chelsea. This season's transition, but you still would expect to finish in the top 4 and go far in a cup. Do you know what I mean? If you don't, we all know what Mr. Abramovich is like, and it won't bother Mr. Abramovich if Lampard's Chelsea through and through or not. It is a transition period, but he still has to, as you say, improve. And he has to get that top 4. If Chelsea don't get Champions League football this season, and I will say it now, probably a bit early, he'll pull that trigger.
Who's the, from a Chelsea perspective, and obviously I've got a lot of time for Chelsea. I like Chelsea as a club, as a fan base. Who's been your most important signing? Because it's easy to go the keeper. It's easy to because Kepa's so bad. But you've lacked so much going forward at times. So yeah, go on. I'm talking for you now.
No, it's interesting. As you say, I think getting a keeper was a priority. We were awful with Kepa, and it's a bit. I mean, we'll go on to this in a minute. But Everton having a lack of a good keeper, it really does show in the team. But
we still. I've just had a message from a Swedish fan.
I just saw a comment on the show. Yeah.
Basically saying it's a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I say Chelsea getting a keeper was fantastic. Thiago Silva, I think, is a big thing because he will be a stable person in our defence. We needed that. But Ziyech, great signing. Havertz, I've loved Havertz. I always wanted Havertz, and I was really hot on that on Twitter from day one. But I think Timo Werner could, once he starts playing in the correct position, yes, Silva and Mendy will stop the goals, but I think Werner's the goal scorer that we've been missing since, Costa did a bit. Drogba was that man we could always count on. I think Werner could be the goal scorer. So if you had to push me, I think Werner could be the most important signing of our transfer window.
Question.
Pulisic is another one, isn't he? I think Pulisic.
Oh, yeah, fantastic player, Pulisic. We've really missed him in Ziyech, and Havertz is coming into his own now. He played well against Palace. But yeah, I think everyone's waiting for the real Timo Werner to come in. So, but about keepers, yeah, it's important. And to talk about Pickford, and Mike will remember me saying this a while ago about Pickford. He's pony. How he's still your number one keeper, and you've got someone like Romero sitting on the bench at Man United. You've probably talked about him, but I just don't get it.
Have you heard what's happened with Romero?
No, what's happened?
So so Everton spoke to Man United about getting him on loan.
Okay.
Man United have blocked the move, and his wife has gone absolutely mad about it and put it all over Instagram and social media. And now we're going to end up with some Swedish second choice from Roma. I actually think he might be third choice. It's really bad. I'm going to read this comment. I'm going to read this comment from Daniel. I'm going to get the last name wrong. Fucking hell, I'm going to absolutely murder this. Solversted. Hi mate. I can't comment on YouTube live, so I need to message you the truth. I'm Swedish and I love my country and the players, but Olsen is not an upgrade on Lossell. I praise Olsen for getting a position at Roma, but I said it then and I'm saying it now. He's never going to be an Everton player. In Carlo, I trust this is going to be a massive waste of money. I hope I'm wrong and the Swede delivers, but in this case, I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing Pickford play every Premier League game until the end of the season. Great show, mate. Keep up the good work. Now, first and foremost, thank you, Daniel. Secondly,
that's not good, is it? Well, I don't get why you had Martinez at Arsenal. Why didn't you go for him?
Yeah, we spoke about that before.
Did you? Yeah, I think it's... At Chelsea, I wanted him if we didn't get Mendy. I think he's a fantastic keeper.
He's played well for Villa. Look, last night, I know Liverpool were poor last night, but he's still he's commanding.
Exactly, that's the right word.
Yeah. You know, he's commanding. He makes the boxes out. Now, I'm going to say it out now. I would have rather had Kefford and Pickford. That's how poor he is.
They're first and second in the worst goalkeepers in the leagues.
Yeah, I think.
John, obviously, you're a footballing man. Who do you think's had the best window?
I'd say top three have got to be Everton, Chelsea, and probably Tottenham. I'd say. I think they've done a couple of good deals in Doherty and get it. I don't know I don't know anything about the striker they bought. To be fair, but I think Højbjerg is quite, looks to be quite good for them. Yeah, I think Tottenham had a decent window, but they look good under Mourinho now. But yeah. Everton and Chelsea are certainly up there. I think we're pretty good.
I think another team that's sort of gone under the radar, and it's a player that's recently left Chelsea and gone there on loan, is Aston Villa. I think Aston Villa have had an incredible start.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They've conceded 2 goals. They've scored, I think it's 11, obviously. Last night helped, or the night before helped. Why is Ross Barkley not at Chelsea anymore? Because I actually thought he started the season all right, to be honest.
Too inconsistent. Never shown consistent quality. And last night I watched some of the game, and he could have scored probably a hat-trick, got another couple of assists, because his decision-making is just not good enough. He might get, your old goal and assist, and it's enough for some Chelsea fans to love him. But for me, not consistent enough. And I wasn't that upset he got loaned, which says something, I think.
So basically, it's the same problems we had at Everton with him.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I just not consistent enough. Does the odd thing which makes you think, oh yeah, fantastic. He basically plays 1 game a season or 2 games, and that's against Liverpool.
So when you come in in that August last day, and you offered us £50 million, we as a group of fans, we were like, take that all day. And obviously he then stitched us up by being injured and staying with us and not playing, and then leaving us in January for 15 million or whatever it was.
Probably got bunged 5 million from Chelsea as well, to be fair.
Probably. How much is, if he has a good season at Villa, which we can only go off the 1 game he's played so far, and him and Grealish did play very well. How much does he cost Villa?
25-30, because I think he's only got maybe a couple of years left. I think 25-30 is probably fair for a British player, midfielder. He's 27 nearly. So, yeah. But then the thing is, you look at how much did you pay for James Rodriguez? I know he's 29, but you can't get as much bang for your buck. He's what?
Who's free?
James Rodriguez?
Yeah.
I thought you paid 20 million.
No,
that was that was his contract being paid up by Madrid or something.
Oh, well, that transfer just gets even better, doesn't it? Crikey.
The
The only thing I'd say about Everton, and look, as you like Chelsea, I like Everton. I think you always give people a run for your money. And there's just something about you, which I think Ancelotti has reignited, which is nice to see because he's a great manager. Obviously, I've got a lot of love for him as a Chelsea fan. But the only thing I'd say is I think that guy you bought in Godfrey is good. I think Holgate, when he comes back, is good. I worry about Mina and Keane long-term and Pickford. That's the only thing I'd say holds you back. For me, you're attacking, fantastic. I mean, you got rid of Walcott, which is good. If James Rodriguez gets injured, you're a little bit short. Calvert-Lewin is invigorated. So I think, you're pushing it, but you've got to be... That centre-back area is the place... If I was an opposition team, I'd go attack them 2 centre-backs and shoot on sight with the keeper. Just like Chelsea last season. Everyone probably did the same to us. So
I'm just going to bring up a comment here. It's not to you, Dan. There's a few people commenting about Ben's comment about putting Seamus Coleman down. Ben was on at 7:30, so you probably should have asked Ben at the time, to be honest, what he meant by his comment.
Wow.
Cheers.
What I will say to that is I think Seamus Coleman has surprised a lot of Everton fans this season because of...
He's been brilliant.
He's been absolutely fantastic. He stepped up again. After the injury, he wasn't great, and we all thought, are we ever going to see the same Seamus again? But this season, he's come back from the short pre-season that we had the break, and he's been absolutely fantastic. So I think if Ben could retract that comment, I think he probably would, to be fair.
That's fair. From what I've seen, I mean, one player I want to say underrated that I watched a couple of extended highlights of yourselves, but he breaks up play. He makes fouls where other players don't realise. Is Alan. When he played a couple of times, I thought, very clever foul. And that's what teams don't do enough, and it goes overlooked. But breaking the play up.
We've needed that since Garner left. We've needed that player to play down. This is a transfer window for Everton. It's been phenomenal. Another club we haven't touched on, really, is Manchester City. What do you think of their business, John? Because obviously Chelsea have wanted to close the gap with Man City and the shite. Have you closed the gap?
On the evidence of the 2-0 we lost, no. But then you look at last night and Chelsea Palace and you go, well, maybe. So City have got no striker, have they, for another 4 to 6 weeks? I'm not convinced on Ake. Diaz, that Diaz, whatever it is from Benfica, I haven't seen enough of. He could be good, I guess, with Laporte. But yeah, they're a funny team. They're just a bit too inconsistent, aren't they? And Liverpool, as you know now, the thing is, again, I did a preview for the Chelsea Liverpool game and I said, attack the wing backs, attack the high line. And honestly, you can go back and watch it. And it's funny enough, people were saying, it's, to losing 2-0 at Liverpool is not that bad. But Villa have shown how you can get at Liverpool. And Leeds showed how you can get at Man City. And it just shows that defending in the Premier League is a dying art. So, yeah, I think we have closed the gap.
As well, didn't Leeds just give Liverpool a great game, first game of the season. Only got beat 4-3. And as you quite rightly said, I think Michael's pointed it out as well. Teams now are attacking Trent Alexander-Arnold. They're getting at him, they're targeting him, and if you can get past him and get the balls over, listen, for me, you've only got one decent defender in the Liverpool back line, and that's Van Dijk.
Yeah.
You look at Joe Gomez, I think he's poor. Robinson can't defend, but he's good going forward. And the same with Alexander-Arnold as well. So if you can get behind them or get at them, it only leaves Van Dijk. If you get past him, you score.
They've lost their...
You've got to see another proven from... Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Where's he gone? One thing I was gonna speak to John about was what Chelsea's ambition is this season, where they're going to finish. But obviously, he's gone. So, John...
come back? No.
I don't know, maybe. We're coming up to the last 37 minutes of the deadline. Are you happy with what we got?
Got to be, haven't you? I'm just a bit disappointed we haven't got that attacking player in to replace maybe Moise Keane and Theo Walcott. I think we needed to bring someone in. as you quite rightly pointed out, we're probably going to use Tosin from the bench. It worries me if we pick another 1 or 2 injuries up. That's where it worries me.
The only thing that gives me comfort, decent comfort, is the fact that we, when you look at Delph, you look at Sigurdsson, you look at even Tom Davies the other night, they've all played better than they did last season. And my only hope is that Carlo Ancelotti can get him to do that with some of the players that are just squad players that come in on the very rare occasion. And hopefully he can get them to at least put a shift in and at least get us through it, if you get what I mean. We know they're not good enough. We know they're not. But
well, you see, the thing is, you'd like to think he would. They're playing for one of the best managers in the world. They're going to be playing with better quality players around them. So you'd like to think he will step up if they've got, whether they know they've got a future or not. At the end of the day, they put that shirt on. They're on good money. Any footballer should put a shift in. Yeah, it doesn't always work like that with a lot of footballers. But we've seen it this season, Michael, whether it be the Carabao Cup, whether we've had to bring these players on if players have gone off injured or, make substitutes. Sigurdsson, for me, has stepped up. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm glad he stayed, because I'm not. But I think he's come back a better player, or trying more instead of and wanting the ball and going forward more instead of just pointing round. I think Delph the other day put a shift in. I thought Tom Davies looked better than normal. But are they good enough, as you say? If we get a long-term injury, God forbid, to Alan or Decore or James, could you rely on them players for the majority of the season? No, you probably couldn't. And that's where I'm disappointed that we haven't brought anyone in to replace Moise Keane or Walcott. Whether we will.
I'm over the moon with this window. This is chalk and cheese compared to last season. I'm coming here last season, on the last day of the season, Zaha, Decore, Zuma, absolutely buzzing. And this season, we've done that. We've actually gone out and done that. We've gone and signed the players we need. We've put ourselves on the map. We're top of the league for a reason. I'm absolutely buzzing. An interesting bit of news about the outgoing tonight. Theo Walcott from Everton. Southampton are paying less than 50% of Walcott's wages. Walcott has waived certain bonuses that Everton owed him to get his move. He was desperate to leave Everton and go back to Southampton.
Well, you see, this is where his career started at Southampton. I said this earlier. It looks like it's gone in full circle, and they probably sign a permanent deal there. But what I want to do is I want to give Theo Walcott praise for doing that, because there's not many players that will do that. They will take certain bonuses and basically write them off. And listen, he doesn't need bonuses. Let's be honest about it. Footballers are very rich people. But credit to him, And I said it earlier on. Thanks very much for all you've done for Everton Football Club. You haven't been what I thought you'd be when we signed you. But all we can do is wish Theo Walcott good luck, you know what I mean? But, as I said to you, there's not many players who will take, basically say, I don't want that money. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I wouldn't say I'm sad to see him go, because as you said before, he's not going to be a regular starter, Michael. I think he realised that, and I think that's probably why he was desperate to get away from the club, because he just wants to play football.
Do you know what? I'm going to offer you a £10 wager here. I'm going to offer you £10 based on what I'm thinking currently right now, that Olsen doesn't sign.
Why? Why are you saying that?
Because I think the Everton police will be looking at Twitter and seeing the Everton fans' reaction to it, and I think they will not do it. And we have just been joined by the newly charged manhandled.
I think it'll be too late to pull up all on
dead, didn't it?
Sorry, my son turned the Wi-Fi off because my 4G, basically Vodafone have got a cell phone tower in Peckham, can't get any signal. He turns the Wi-Fi off, and then my phone dies. Yeah, fantastic. So do you know what I said to scare him off? I said, if you do that again, I'll send you on a train to Liverpool. And he started crying.
Brilliant. You made such a good impression on it.
I did. No, I quite like Liverpool. I went there a couple of times when I was 18. It was a good laugh, so I got a lot of love for it. But
to be fair, you did get a lot of stick for the shape of your nose, to be honest, John. So it's all right, mate. Don't worry. You're just giving as good as you got earlier.
Well, did I? I didn't realise. So that's fair enough.
Well, I did because I saw all the comments.
Mate, I saw a nice comment though, just as I lost my charge and my Wi-Fi. What did it say? Something about this Chelsea fan's all right or something?
Oh yeah, this one.
That's very kind, Samuel. Very kind.
The particular one I particularly liked was the one about how your nose is offside. I'm just trying to find it.
Oh, that is brilliant.
As you can tell, me and John, we get on very well with each other. We can take the piss out of each other, etc., etc. Daniel Ryan has asked a question for you. What's happening with Billy Gilmore?
Injured at the moment, 4 to 6 weeks away, it seems, from playing. He will play 100% in this Chelsea team because we've obviously lost Barkley. Loftus-Cheek is going to Fulham on loan. Jorginho will play for now, but I think Gilmore will come in. Kante, Kovacic, Gilmore will be the three, I think, that will play in the 2 or the 3. Good question. Might have got planets like Lisa Ann.
Lisa Ann?
She's a porn star, John. You watch enough of it, you should know.
I don't think having a Wobie as a picture is a good idea, though. I mean...
Oh, yeah. Cal Blundell's a good lad, to be fair to him.
Nice of him, though. Very nice of him.
Yeah, I was asking you just before. Who's going to go down this season then?
I said Fulham and West Brom from day dot, and nothing that I've seen shows me any different, to be honest. I think that third place, as probably both of you, that's when his son... You telling me he shagged someone with that nose?
Yeah.
Oh, this is brilliant. I need to come on here more often. This is brilliant. FGA football, no need to say you're messing, mate. I absolutely love it. Bring it on. It is wonky. You know why? Broke it when I was a kid on a trampoline, doing a backflip, and it never, got back to what it was. So it's character building having this nose, trust me.
I can imagine.
Having a shit haircut permanently, though, Mike. I mean, what does that do for you? John's just always classy. Walcott completes. There we go.
Yeah, he said it earlier.
Yeah.
Done deal.
I think it's a good one. The third team, relegated. I actually said West Ham before the season started, but I mean, if David Moyes is quarantined for any longer, then they might stay up, to be honest, because they've been really good with him quarantined, haven't they?
Well, you say that, but the first game they were quarantined, we beat them 4-1. Because we are
in the cup.
In the cup. Yeah.
Because we are going to be the
champions
but you're of England, Carabao Cup winners, FA Cup winners, Champions League winners, the under-8 winners, the under-4 winners, the Ladies World Cup winners, ladies winners,
under-4
winners. We're winning the fucking lot, John.
Under-4s? Do they have an under-4s? I'm not sure they do, mate.
Well, mate, you probably watch them every week, John.
No, I think I said West Ham.
Yeah. Luke Calley says Chelsea should loan us Callum Hudson-Odoi.
So I just love for that FGO football comment.
But we are. Yeah, this is a good question. Yes, going back to John's comment, Callum Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah, Callum Hudson-Odoi, as in, would I loan him?
To Everton.
Never in a million years. Why would I strengthen a team that is going to challenge us for top 4?
He's going to win the league. That's right. Doing Everton Chelsea starting 11 from current form now, and what formation you do, John? From manhandled. I'll leave that to you first.
I'll pick the Chelsea players, and then you guys pick the Everton players. And I'll be very fair. We both know it's Mendy, or all three of us know it's Mendy, without a shadow of a doubt.
Mendy, where? What position? Goalkeeper.
I think the right back, Coleman's been all right, but I think you've got to probably go Reece James, to be honest, right back.
I like Reece James, to be fair to him.
Yeah, Reece James is a good player. I think left back.
Luca Dean.
Don't give a gaff.
Don't give a gaff. He put Kieran Tierney in front of Luca Dean. Don't do it.
Oh, Kieran Tierney. God, no. I would. Chilwell was good against Palace. He's had his ups and downs for Leicester, though. And bearing in mind his consistency, Digney, or have you say it would shade it for me just now, I would say. Right now. You're saying current form.
Every day.
Digney. Centre backs. I think Zuma's actually been really good this season. So, and I know Everton fans probably got a lot of love for him. So I would go Zuma, to be honest. Bearing in mind, I've only seen Mina and Keane. I then have to go Thiago Silva because I'm really not. I don't know what you guys think. Mina or Keane over Thiago Silva?
They're both inconsistent, in my opinion. Keane's had a decent start to the season. Mina had a fantastic game the week.
Yeah, best game in the blue shirt.
Yeah, so I wouldn't put Mina against Thiago Silva. Michael Keane, that's more of a challenging one. I can understand for both, if you get what I mean. Do you get what I mean? I can understand an argument for both.
Yeah, as we're saying, current form, Thiago Silva's only had, 2 games? West Brom, he made that mistake, and Palace, he didn't really have much to do. So that's the one where maybe I'd flip a coin on.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, going to midfield then, unless you play 4 at the back.
Yeah, we play 4 at the back. 4-3-3, shall we say? Bearing in mind, thinking of the 2 teams. We've got to talk about Rodriguez straight in as probably like an attacking 8, maybe, or a number 10. The trampolines, the roof. No, I've been married for 5 years, mate. 3-year-old kid who he's got banter as well, to be fair. So it's all good. But I'm liking FGA football. I need to find out who you are and find you on Twitter because I'm really enjoying this level of banter.
So we can stalk you.
I must say, when I tune onto your videos and I see the live chat, I always am creasing, to be honest, because you get some really good ones. Really good
our audience is the best audience in the world because we all love a bit of joke. And look, if somebody pisses me off in these comments, I can tell them. Do you get what I mean? And equally, if I piss them off, they tell me. It's such a good relationship, isn't it, John? We all have it.
I think that's why you're growing well, and that's why I think you're doing really well on views and stuff like that, because you are likable, to be fair, as much as...
Brilliant.
I think it's just you've got such a consistent face and hair. Mike's hair changes every video, and, the beard and the double chin, the triple chin, the quadruple chin, the to be fair, you're talking about booking flights with my nose. How many flights does he have to book for his chins?
Brilliant. The whole plan.
Like a runway.
Midfield now, dickhead.
Yeah, okay. I'll say Chelsea. You go over it. We all know it's going to be James Rodriguez. I'd say right now, Kante's got to have Kante
over Allen.
Oh, right. Right.
No. I'm just. It's just.
Yeah,
it's your opinion.
To be fair, of the 4 games I've seen this season, I would go Allen. I'll be honest with you, more shit. Oh, Blue Kelly, love that. I'd say Allen, Rodriguez, and then as an attacking 8, although he hasn't really played there much. There's no.
Have you seen the one from Daniel Ryan?
Jeez, Louis.
Back to the football, come on.
Kai Havertz, I would have. You could change, but yeah, Kai Havertz, James Rodriguez, either side of Allen. I think that would be fantastic as a 3. Up front, DCL, the best striker in the league this season by far.
Probably Europe.
Well, yeah, you could say Europe. I think he's been fantastic, and I think there's more to come. He's playing well, but he can still improve 100%. Like, he doesn't have any all-round game. Enough on his play. God, another quality comment. Right wing. Who are you playing on the wings at the moment?
We don't really play wingers.
Yeah, that's the... Last season it was Bernard and stuff, wasn't it?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you my team. I'm going to fly through my team.
But I'd put Werner in there, by the way, and maybe one other. So, yeah.
Right. Mendy, Dean, Keane, Zuma, It's really difficult, Reece James and Coleman, because Coleman started so well. If this was at the start of the season, it would be Reece James easily. But it's more difficult because Coleman started so well. But based on the fact I've took Thiago Silva out, I'm going to bring Reece James in. It's only fair. Midfield, I'll go wholeheartedly. Decore, Allen, Rodriguez. I'll go the entire Everton midfield.
Over.
And I then go Richarlison, Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and Werner.
No Kai Havertz.
I'm not saying he's not a good player. He's a phenomenal player.
Over Decore.
But they're different players.
I know they are, but in the positions we'd play them, as let's say you have Allen, Rodriguez, and Havertz either side. I think you've got to have Havertz over Decore. But I'd agree with DCL and Richarlison.
It's a very, very. I mean, a lot of people agree with you.
Cal Blundell's team is Pickford, Sidibe, Ashley Williams, Sylvan Distan.
The thing is, in 2 months' time, you'll probably add Pulisic, Ziyech to that. You'll probably add Mike. Yeah, you'll probably add Silva to that. You'll add Pulisic and Ziyech to that, and you'll definitely have Havertz in. But right now, Everton are the team to beat, aren't they? And it'll be a real test.
Charles to lose.
Pardon?
Charles to lose. It is, though, isn't it?
I remember, what was that video, the meme that's on something about Sidibe when John's chatting about Sidibe? That was, what, a year ago?
No, it was against Norwich last December.
Look how times changed. 10 months, you've gone from angry, upset old men to really happy.
It's true. Brilliant. You do know you're as old as me, don't you, John? Just about. So.
Yeah, but you look a bit older than me because they're saying that I've only just about shagged a woman when I'm 15 or something. So
brilliant. How old are you?
Same age as you. I was 29 the other day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 28, 29. I'm 28. I'm younger than this twat.
I'm looking younger than both of you.
You don't look younger than us. You look older than us. You look like you should be dead.
To be fair, he's looking pretty clean, mate. I mean, got to give it to him. He's looking good.
Can you stop sucking his cock?
It's that amazing lifestyle in that part of the world.
46 in December.
Brilliant.
Is it around the time when you were pissed off with Stevie?
Yeah.
Oh,
What's that?
That's. I don't quite know how to take that one, to be honest. I think the offside was a good one, though. Siding, it's your man. Get over.
For fuck's sake, siding. Sidibe.
That was that shout.
Oh, it's your man. Yeah. Family
Isn't
friendly.
this channel family friendly? It wasn't before when Gav was on.
No.
I'm very
Cavani is now
very polite. Cavani, yeah. Okay, signing.
What do you think of that signing, John? Cavani to Man U? Do you think they needed him? I think they need something at the back.
I think it's a signing that they're trying to paper over the cracks. It's not one they need, and he's become available. He's probably been offered to them, and they've looked at the wages and thought, yeah, all right. I don't think he's a bad player. Don't get me wrong. He'll score goals. Is he going to be the same level as Ibrahimovic when he came in? No, I don't think. I need to come on here more often. I'm really enjoying these jokes. I love it. More. Give me more. And if I was to see your guys' faces, I'm sure I'd come up with more.
Do you remember when we walked around London just taking a piss out of each other?
Oh, that was fantastic. That was. You need to come down and we can do it more often. When there is a game and there is fans available, or we are able to go to a game.
I think we've got very over excited Manchester United fan on our hands here.
Adri Jarras, Cavani will destroy Everton.
It's actually Everton. It's mixed Everton and Newcastle together.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a bit of a mix. Yeah, I think it's a good signing, but it's they're as I said, they are behind you in terms of a manager, in terms of signings, in terms of squad unity. They're a broken squad.
Stature, quality.
I didn't say about stature. I mean, United are
ability on the ball.
Ability on the ball,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, yeah. I think. Look, I've come on here, and I'm very happy to talk up Everton because you've done really well, and every other fan is impressed with you. But as I said, when it's the fixtures start coming, you get injuries, the defenders start getting found out. That's when Ancelotti will be tested, and that's when we'll know the real Everton, if it's here to stay or if it's just one of those phases. And I hope that you're here to stay because, as I say, I like Ancelotti. It's good to have another team, challenging, and obviously bearing in mind how bad it's been for you guys in recent years. Yeah. Why am I the only one I can see now?
We can still hear you. You can hear us. Apparently, Cavani scored 7 goals last season, and he's going to be Man United's saviour.
7 goals. Yeah, as I said, he ain't going to have the same impact as Zlatan. No.
No. I think he's the sort of player who'll find the Premier League hard.
Yeah, he's a goal. He's not an all-round striker, is he? He looks like Sutton, yeah? Always offside, yeah. Always offside. Mane's headline goes all the way back to
King Arthur, there's a question to you, John. Do you think Chelsea will get a bigger stadium or increase the capacity? There you go.
We've actually been granted a year's extension on the current planning permission we've got, which I think ends in April, May 2021. Will we do it? I don't know. We have to, though, to compete. It's a bit like Everton. You've got to, in order to be a bigger club like Tottenham have, Arsenal have, you've got to move to a bigger stadium. And I'm not so sure we will in the next few years. Looks like Toffee TV. I don't know who Toffee TV is, so I can't laugh.
Yeah, that's it. You keep to that.
I can't laugh. Yeah, I can't laugh. But yeah, we need to. And as I say, Everton need to as well. If you want to compete, you have to get the revenue streams in. And as Man United have proved, if you don't have fan income, it really does hit your finances. So, but we're in a unique position, Chelsea. We're very lucky. So I can't complain.
What did you think of the designs? Because when I saw the Chelsea Stadium design, that was a little bit, I don't know what the right word.
I wasn't over enamoured. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's not. It wasn't a nice looking stadium. Was that genuine designs?
It was genuine designs. They based it on some German model or something. But look, the thing is, they've paid out so much money to residents and homos around the area. The right of light policies they brought out. As you know, we're an insurance men, Mike, aren't we? So yeah, they've paid so much money out to get that stadium and the planning permission. The fact that we're not going to do anything with it is baffling because we've spent millions on it. Yeah, so it'll be very interesting to see what we do. But
yeah, we're in a similar boat because I think it's going to cost us. How much is it just to fill in the dock, John? Is it something like 12 million?
£4 million for each dock, and there's 2 docks.
Yeah, so it's going to cost us £8 million just to fill in the docks just before we even start building.
How much is your stadium? Because ours was like 500-600 million or something. What's yours? 200-300 million probably.
About 300 million.
No, it's 300 million in funding, and there's an extra 200 million from the sharing. So it's between 500 and 600 million apparently.
And where's your process at? Are you close to getting it done or not? Or?
Planning permission's about to be granted.
We have to change it because the heritage complained about Everton putting a ground or basically on a bit of wasteland and thought it would have been left better the way it was, a bit of wasteland. So obviously there's reds on that board.
I had a feeling.
So we have to change our plans. And now it's gone back to them and they're still complaining. But listen, when you've got people with money, the likes of Machiri, who'll have the best lawyers, they'll have the best people looking at it. They've spent too much money on it now, John, for it not to happen. Do you know what I mean? This has to happen now. I think it will happen.
Yeah, I hope it does, as I say.
We need it.
In order to push yourself to the next level.
Just to finish off, John, because I appreciate this is late for you and you're usually in bed at about 8:30. Who's going to win the league? And you've said. I'm sure you said Man City earlier.
I said Man City from the summer. because I thought Guardiola would go out, buy players, and they'd improve. And to be honest, you're not Cook and Martina. Oh, Martina, have you still got him in your books?
No, he's gone.
Crikey, he was an absolute shocker, wasn't he?
Koeman's third choice left back.
Oh, Koeman. Oh, the thing is, you sacked him, right?
Yes.
And he's now managing Barcelona.
Yeah, you look at Martinez as well.
Yeah, Belgium. Yeah. It seems to be a good omen to get sacked by you, doesn't it? I might get the job and get sacked. It's not a bad omen, is it? But yeah, winning the league. I've said City all along.
The only time you'd be sacked in your life.
Where?
Just a little tweet from Theo Walcott. This is what I like to see from players. It's been some start of the season at Everton. We have a great squad, and with Mr. Ancelotti in charge, I'm sure it's going to be a great campaign. Wishing the fans, players, and staff all the best. See you soon. See, that's nice, isn't it? You don't really get that from players who've gone.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've got respect for him like that, but he's just not good enough the way we want to get to him. No, it's that simple.
Yeah,
we've stepped up now, haven't we? Like Chelsea have, bringing the quality Chelsea you brought in. You don't want to get into that mould where you're just going along. You have to go for it now, because there's some great players in the Premier League, and they're all, all the teams are improving with quality and strength. Chelsea have always spent money with, obviously, Mr. Abramovich, do you know what I mean? But it did stop last season. But I think now, the likes of Everton, we've got to get this right now. If we don't get that right this season, then I don't know. Do you know what I mean? We've got to get it right. So I don't think there was a place in the squad for Walcott, and I think he realised that.
Yeah, it's fair. It's been good.
So do you still think Man City win the league?
Man City to win the league, especially after seeing Liverpool. I'm not changing my mind, and I've said City for a while. Liverpool will still be good. Forget the 7-2. That's just a one-off. It's not going to happen again, really. Man City, Liverpool, then Chelsea is the top three. The fourth, I did say Man United, but now, to be honest, Tottenham and Everton are the ones pushing. So, what's your guys' picks for the top four? You might be try not to be biased. I know you've had a good start, but
I said to John today, we'll finish fourth. I think Chelsea finish. I actually said Chelsea would finish. I actually said Chelsea would win the league on the SPURSY podcast. I said Chelsea.
That's a big shout. I would be very.
I'll go for third to Chelsea.
Yeah. So I went Chelsea, Man City, Liverpool, Everton. That was on the Chelsea. That was on the SPURSY podcast.
What are you saying now?
I'm going to change that. I'm going to taper that. I think Everton win the league. Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool. Liverpool might even get relegated to that bad defensively. And that's me being honest. We're going to do a Leicester this
season. Is that you being honest
really.
with Mina, Keane and
Pickford? Holgate. Honest to God, Lossell's going to go in goal. We're going to win the league. I'm telling you.
Well,
so who's your top two, John?
So what's my top two?
Yeah.
Man City and Everton.
City?
It is. Watch.
Chelsea.
Oh, you knob.
Everton. Liverpool, Tottenham, Man U.
If genuinely, I genuinely believe this, is if Everton keep Rodriguez, Allen, Decore fit, Everton definitely finish top four.
And Calvert-Lewin, and probably Richarlison as well. You got 4 or 5 cores.
Yeah.
And to be fair, Dine as well. He's very important.
That's the big if. That's the big if. If
we'll always score goals if them players stay fit. It's at the back that worries me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if it picks with good keepers, I've said this many times, John, good keepers earn you an extra 10 to 15 points a season.
I have actually had a reply. I have actually had a reply from Daniel Solved.
Oh, the Swedish guy.
He can't come on the channel. However, I did get his name correct.
Oh, fair play.
That's all that matters at the minute. So, yeah, he's basically said that this keeper's shite. But look, I'm not going to have it as a negative. We've had a great window. A great window, and all I can say is, and I'm sure John, you'll agree with me here, up the Toffees.
Oh, without a doubt.
Up the Toffees.
I'll happily say Toffees, but up the Chelsea more, to be fair, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, last question for you before we cut you off.
Yeah.
And I will.
No, you need to wrap it up. That's fine.
Nastily, do it dirty. Lampard gets sacked if.
You want me to finish the sentence? If we don't finish top 4, possibly. But that's if we are crap in the Champions League, we don't get anywhere in the FA Cup. Then you'd have to reassess at the end of the season and go, there's really no improvement, and we finish 5th, 6th. Definitely a top 4 team. As soon as Burnley starts scoring in the league and the team comes together, they're going to be there. That's very kind of you, Daniel. And hopefully you're not right on the Swedish keeper, because we want Everton to be good. But yeah, that's very fair of you, Daniel. But yeah, I think if we don't have a clear improvement, which we spent a lot of money for, I know it's we've got a 3-year project that, you know, there's been loads of reports about. If we don't improve and, you know, we finish 5th, 6th, and as I said, bad in the cups, you've got to look at it and you've got to take the emotion out of it, because football is too much of an emotive sport sometimes, and sometimes you have to go on gut feeling and what's best for the club. And what's best for the club is to push on every year. And if it means getting rid of Lampard, like we've got rid of Di Matteo, Ancelotti, one stuff, Mourinho, we're not, that sentimental really. As much as we all love Lampard and we want it to be different. But having said all this, I think Lampard will struggle to get us outside the top 4 just because we've got so much quality. Definitely going to look in the mirror all night at his nose, though. Look, I'm not. I absolutely love it. I love everything about the nose. I'm hoping it grows with age and it gets bigger, more banter. Love it. And when I come on again, I want to see more banter like this because I've really enjoyed it. Look, everyone, make sure you subscribe if you're watching this to these two guys' channel. Really good guys. Banter, but a lot of... The thing is, there's a lot of bravado, there's a lot of banter, but both of them have got some terrific comments and thoughts and opinions, which you don't see very often on channels. So that's one thing I would say. And look, thanks for having me on. It's been a lot of fun. And I will cherish these nose comments. Oh, superb. Absolutely loved it. But yeah, so I'll let you guys wrap up. Thanks for having me on. Take care, guys.
Cheers, John.
Cheers, John. See you soon, mate. There you go.
Well, I don't think this keeper's happening.
No, do I.
So much for fucking Charles Stevenson messaging me saying there's a surprise coming. Do you know what I mean?
Brilliant.
Did you see that from FGA?
Yeah, honestly, I love the guys who watch us. The banter's brilliant. Can I just say?
Can you see how many watched us tonight?
No, you can't see the out of context account. That is me commenting on Theo Walcott saying he's turned into Cuckoo Martina. Everyone thinks that I'm the out of context account, and I'm not. I have no idea who that is.
Right, should we just go through some of the comments before we finish then, because we feel like we forgot these people. So Logan Elder says, loving the hard work, lads. Watch every video. The channel has come a long way in the past few months. Onwards and upwards, up the Toffees. Cheers, Logan. Blue Cali, great guest, mate. Yeah, he's a nice lad, John, to be fair. First, it's the longest I've spoken to John. He's a nice lad. King Arthur, John, what dye does your wife use? The colour looks good. On my hair, nothing. I've never dyed my hair in my life. Well, a lot of them about John, to be fair, so I'm going to have to go a bit higher. There's loads about John here. Absolutely loads. FGA football, the graphics man's done you a huge favour zooming out, but not as huge as your nose. Brilliant. Yeah, listen, I think we've read a lot of them come out up now. I'm going to wrap it up on Michael's behalf because Michael's done a lot of work to get this set up tonight, folks. So I think we do have Michael to thank for tonight. You know, he's put a lot of hard work. I think he's been up since 3 o'clock this morning getting all this set up, and I've just sat in front of the screen again. So on my behalf, Michael, I'm sure I'm speaking for everybody else. You've done an absolute boss job of setting everything up. Kane's done a great job with things he's been sending to you. But we do appreciate what you do for the channel. Thoughts on transfer window? Now there's a minute and a half to go.
I think it's been brilliant. I think if you said to me, give it a number out of 10, I'd probably go 9. I think the only area that I wanted us to strengthen before was a right back. I think the position I would be desperate to strengthen now is actually a goalkeeper. Yeah. You know, our issue is that we're too good to get the keepers in on loan that we probably could have last season, or if we moved earlier in the window to get them. But Carlo wanted to give Pickford as much a chance as possible, so I get why we haven't got a good keeper. It is a concern, but I think it's something that can be addressed in January, because I think Everton are going to outscore loads of teams this season. So even if we concede, I still fancy us to win lots of games. And look, this keeper, let's put it in perspective. This keeper's not a good keeper from what I understand. I don't see really how he adds competition, because I don't think he's very good from what I get. But he's a taller keeper, so that might, you know, give people more comfort. But Everton are a different team than they was last season, and the fact that we sit top of the league in the first international break, that is that. And just to confirm to everyone, the transfer deadline day, transfer window is now closed.
Yeah, and that was that.
And that was that. John, what's your take on the window?
Yeah, I said before, I'm disappointed we didn't bring an attacking player in, but listen, I'll say it again, I still expect us to, up until the middle of October, till the EFL window closes. For me, that probably will be Josh King. Everton probably working on it. You know, we might sign someone tomorrow. I was saying before, you do get the chance to sign players up until 1 o'clock, as long as you get a signature on a piece of paper before the 11 o'clock cuts off. So probably deals still going to happen. We're talking about Man United still getting one over the line. So it does prove deals can be done when we all go to bed. Hopefully we'll wake up tomorrow to someone else apart from the goalkeeper. I can see why we thought a goalkeeper, and I thought it would have been a better quality goalkeeper. Because listen, we needed the goalkeeper to bring it to put Pickford under pressure. This keeper doesn't do that. It's a funny signing, but obviously Brands and Ancelotti have seen something in him. So listen, we're going to have to go with it. And who are we to sit here and have a pop at Ancelotti's signings when look what he's done since he's come in?
And an hour ago, I said to you, it would not surprise me if Olsen does not sign for Everton Football Club.
Well, I think he will. I still think he will. But I don't think it'll be before we go to bed. I think it'll be something you wake up to.
I'm up. I'll wait for the Marouane Fellaini signing I do that no one knew was happening, and we signed in 4 minutes before deadline.
I've been up since 4:20 this morning, so I won't be.
John, I just want to say thank you ever so much. You've been brilliant tonight. This has been your first time interviewing other people consistently. It's been an absolute nightmare to put it all together from my perspective, but it has been so worth it with the comments we've had here. You know, the love, the banter. It's been great. It's been a great night. So I just want to reach out and thank not just you, John. I want to thank every single person in these comments. Sandro has gone. He's been signed by HD Huska. So Sandro is no longer an Everton player, according to. Well, there you go.
Sandro has.
John's gone. He's gone mute.
I'm here. I'm back. I was just talking to my dad.
So
no, because he's in the last year of his contract, so that'll be it now. That'll be Sandro and Everton now.
So he signed a 3-year deal with the La Liga club. So look, that's a positive news to end on, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know, looks like obviously Toffee will be the player to play until if we bring someone in.
Yeah, and look, we've got goals from other parts of the pitch now, whereas we didn't before.
Yeah, we're scoring, as I say, we're very capable of scoring. You know, if you look at the Charleston, he's got quite a few this season. Dominic Calvert-Lewin's flying. James is quite capable of scoring goals. We know Decore can, you know. So there is goals there.
I even think Sigurdsson will step up and score a couple more this season.
Yeah, but we just got to wish and hope that we don't get hit with injuries if we don't bring anyone in.
I think this is a very fair comment.
Yeah, I agree. I've said that all night. To be fair, Josh King, you know,
we said it this morning.
Yeah, Josh King could certainly be an Everton player before we play them in the derby, because you know we play them on the 17th, which is a Saturday. The EFL window closes on
16th of October, isn't it?
Yeah, 16th of October, which is a Friday. We can sign players from the Championship. But then obviously we play Liverpool. I expect Everton to have an attacking player before we play that. Ben Rama, according to Felico, Everton have completed the signing of Robin Olsen on a 1-year loan deal.
I owe you a tenner. Guys, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you ever so much for watching. It's been phenomenal. Toffee TV and all the other main football channels have done a watch along tonight, and we still managed to get, I think, 1,400 people watching. So thank you ever so much. Absolutely over the moon, and we'll see you for the next watch along, and obviously the videos during the international break.
Yeah, cheers, folks. Thank you very much.